Chapter 542. Although Xiao Han's dimension had been plagued by demons since ancient times, the human fiendish chivalrous cultivators were still considered behemoths. Therefore, most of the territory was still prosperous, with peace and prosperity everywhere. Only a very small number of regions would have demons roaming about, tormenting the common people. However, there were very few cases of demons massacring cities and countries. Recently, the entire plain had sunk into a state of panic. This panic was not only limited to the southern region's Beacon Fire Empire. It also included the other countries of the southern region, the eastern region, the western region, the northern region, and even the Great Desolate region. None of them were spared. Plague. It was a terrible plague. Red Bean Plague. Red Spot Plague. Corpse Poison Plague. Rotting Plague. Green Lotus Plague. Hundreds of terrible plagues swept through the entire plain. These plagues were extremely ferocious. Anyone who was infected would die within a few days. Moreover, their deaths were so tragic that it was unbearable to look at them. Countless elites and experts from the major sects of the various regions and countries traveled among the commoners in the mortal world, trying their best to contain these terrible plagues. But it was to no avail. All the outstanding alchemists in this plain acted upon hearing the news and treated the plague carriers on the streets, but there was no good solution. Moreover, as the plague progressed, not only did the commoners who did not know martial arts suffer, even the martial artists who cultivated in the martial way, and even some of the sect's true Qi realm disciples, were infected by the plague. In the end, their souls were crushed, and they died a violent death. The huge plain was almost in a state of destruction. Almost all the demons in the demon hero domain who ruled over the human race in this plain. They all came out in full force. Southern Region. Beacon Fire Empire. Imperial City. The luxurious Imperial City. At this moment, they had already fallen into a tragic situation. On the flat road, there were civilians who were either sitting or lying down. Their bodies were covered with red bean scars. The shops along the street were all closed. From time to time, there would be heart-wrenching screams coming from the courtyards of some wealthy families. Ah! Itchy. Itchy and painful. I'm dying of itch. Bitter. I've been doing good all my life. Why did I end up like this? Ah! My son, you. Hang in there. Mother. Why are there red beans growing on my arm? It's so itchy. The streets and alleys were filled with shrill cries, sounds of tearing, scratching, biting, crying, and mourning. There was a wave of stench, the stench of feces, the stench of corpses, and the stench of decay. It filled every corner of the imperial city. There were also countless disgusting flies. Giant mosquitoes and even black mice crawled around without any fear. Hell on earth. On a long street, hundreds of people were lying on the ground, covered in blood. Their faces and bodies were covered in red pimples. They were frantically tearing at their skin and rubbing against the ground. In the end, some of them even went completely crazy and started to attack the people around them. Da-da, da-da. The sound of hooves could be heard. A group of cavalrymen with big horses and bright armor appeared on the street. The leading general's body was filled with surging true energy. At this moment, his eyebrows were furrowed, and a ruthless aura could be seen in the depths of his eyes. General Ma, don't tell me. Do we really have to? Do we have to do this? A soldier rode his horse to the side of the general. His face was full of sympathy. There's no other way. It's completely chaotic. This red bean plague is going to destroy the foundation of our Beacon Fire Empire. We can't delay any longer. These people in front of us have been infected with the plague for a few days and are beyond cure. They can spread the plague at any time and pollute the entire imperial city. Suddenly, the general's eyes were filled with killing intent. Obey the order of your majesty. Immediately execute the people who carry the plague. Execute them immediately. Pooh! 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 Heads flew up one by one, and the blood from the necks soared to the sky. Beacon Fire Empire. Imperial Palace. The current emperor of Beacon Fire Empire was standing in an elegant room with a worried expression. A few eunuchs were serving him at the side, trembling with fear. On a soft couch with embroidered curtains, laid a haggard and sickly beauty. She was beautiful, but her pale face was covered with red sores, a ghastly sight. Your Majesty. I beg your Majesty to remember that I've been obedient all these years and tried my best to serve your Majesty. Your Majesty, you must save me. the pretty woman said with tears streaming down her face. Imperial concubine Xiang, don't worry. We will definitely cure you. The emperor said. The elders of Medicine King Valley have already arrived. Don't worry, Imperial concubine Xiang. You will definitely be fine. In front of the bed of Imperial concubine Xiang, a white-robed old man was taking Imperial concubine Xiang's pulse. His eyebrows were deeply knitted and his face was as heavy as water. Your Majesty, Imperial concubine Xiang seems to be infected with the red bean plague. The Valley Master is currently studying the method to cure this plague. This. Suddenly. Pooh! On the broad and smooth forehead of the white-robed old man, a red bean the size of a red bean suddenly sprang out. The white-robed old man subconsciously scratched his forehead with his hand. Poochie. He was completely unaware that he had used too much force. In an instant, he scratched his forehead until it was dripping with blood and his skin was torn open. Elder! Imperial concubine Xiang stared at the white-robed old man in horror. No matter. This old man just felt a little itchy. The white-robed old man said with a smile. At this moment, his smile was already extremely strange. Suddenly, pooh! From the white-robed old man's forehead and face, countless red beans sprang out, densely packed. Imperial concubine Xiang let out a scream, and then fainted. Beacon Fire Empire Imperial City. The massacre gradually began. The Imperial Guards of Beacon Fire Empire were mobilized, their iron hooves trampling, their swords swinging, madly slaughtering the commoners infected with the red bean plague. In an instant, the strong smell of blood covered the sky and the earth, and human heads, one by one, flew into the sky. The entire imperial city resounded with the sound of crying to the heavens and the earth. At this moment, boom! A strong wave of chi. It descended out of thin air. Bang! 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 Cavalrymen were slaughtering civilians. He was sent flying. A group of men and women who were covered in jewels and jewels. The one in the lead descended from the sky, his entire body flowing with a misty aura. It was the sect master of the Pure Rain sect, Wu Yu. Fong Ling of the Pure Maiden sect is here. How dare you kill innocent people? Dang! Fong Ling was dressed in white. His sword energy was sharp and his body moved. The invisible sword chi had already killed some of the cavalrymen who were fighting with the most vigor. Wu Wang's spiritual energy swept out and saw that the entire imperial city was in a state of desolation. Sorrow flashed in his eyes as he shook his head slightly. Sect Master, this is truly a tragedy. Dong Fengqin said in a low voice while feeling helpless and painful. Could it be that there are some demons causing trouble? I don't sense the aura of the demon clan. Wu Yu shook his head. However, among these plagues there are many people. There were traces of demonic aura. This disaster is most likely related to the demon race. After a short pause, Lord Wu ordered. All true disciples of the Pure Rain sect, heed my command. He comforted the commoners in the imperial city. Stop the killing. Yes. Dozens of true disciples of the Pure Rain sect obeyed the command. Then, Lord Wu said to Xiao Mingqiu who was beside him. Mingqiu, bring a few commoners who are infected with the red bean plague back. Let the master treat them. Western region. Fengluo country. Demon. At this moment, above the imperial city of Fengluo country, a giant red-scaled python that was 10,000 feet long appeared. The demonic aura was soaring and covered the sky. In the next moment, Poochie! The giant serpent opened its bloody mouth and sucked in all the human beings in the imperial city. Gaga. Tastes good. The humans in this plane taste a little more tender than the ones in my plane. Gaga. The red-scaled giant python suddenly transformed into a red-haired demonic young man in red clothes. He descended and kept licking the corner of his mouth. There was an expression of wanting to continue. Eastern region. One of the strongest sects in the Eastern region. Raging Sword Divine Saber sect. At this moment, led by the sect master of Raging Sword Divine Saber sect, thousands of true Qi realm disciples were floating in the air. All kinds of true Qi rays shot out and dyed the entire sky with different colors. It was a spectacular sight. The sect master of Raging Sword Divine Saber sect was a middle-aged man with a thin face. He had a hairpin on his head and looked like an immortal. He carried a treasure sword and a battle saber on his back. Behind him, a huge true chi vortex appeared. There were endless true chi runes brewing inside. These true chi runes were constantly moving and forming a formation. Inside the formation, there were golden spears and armored horses floating up and down. Countless sword and saber origin giant spirits exploded in the formation. Hey! How dare you, demon! How dare you harm the commoners in the territory of my Raging Sword Divine Saber sect? The sect master of Raging Sword Divine Saber sect roared angrily. I am an ancient giant on the demon warrior ranking. How dare you? Trash! The demon warriors of this plane are too weak. Surprisingly, the young demon man opposite him was full of arrogance. He looked around and his aura seemed to be able to devour the void and destroy everything. He made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and a dense river of demonic chi gushed out. With a single tremble, the Fury Sword Godly Saber sect, led by the patriarch of the ancient generation, and the thousands of true chi realm disciples, were all crushed into black powder, scattering in all directions. Not even their bones remained. Demon Warrior Pagoda. The secret room at the top of the pagoda. The 12 elders surrounded the pagoda master. Each and every one of the elders looked like they were on the verge of collapsing. Pagoda master. The world is in chaos. In a few days, our plane will be in chaos. All kinds of plagues and poisons will run amok in the world. People will suffer and the people will have no way to live. Moreover, there are many mysterious and powerful demon clans that have used unknown methods to descend into our plane and kill our chivalrous heroes. Now, even a few of our chivalrous heroes have fallen. Pagoda Master, at this time, you should take action. Humph. I should make my move? Ha 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 ha. The Pagoda Master seemed to have vented his anger. He roared and laughed. He seemed very happy and had a sense of contentment. What does the chaos of the plane have to do with me? The strongest person in this plane is Xiao Han, and he has taken my place. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. I'm going to leave this plane and go to the neighboring plane. Ha 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 ha. The life and death of this plane have nothing to do with me. Get lost. All of you get lost. The Pagoda Master's body moved. His true chi shook and all the elders surrounding him were sent flying. Then he laughed and left. What should we do? Even the Pagoda Master has run away, disregarding the safety of the plane. What should we do? These elders were completely panicked and lost their minds. Now that things have come to this, perhaps only one person can save this plane. Xiao Han! The 12 elders shouted in unison. Xiao Han is still in seclusion. However, at this moment of life and death, let's go immediately and ask Xiao Han to come out. Go! Immediately go to where Xiao Han is in seclusion and tell him about the chaos of the plane. Ask Xiao Han to come out. The plane is in danger. I hope Xiao Han can come out of seclusion and turn the tide. To be continued. Chapter 543. The 12 elders had already left the secret room at the top of the tower and rushed to Xiao Han's spirit room. They left the Pagoda Master alone in the secret room. Humph! The Pagoda Master snorted and rushed to the window. The Pagoda Master looked into the distance. Outside the window, the great rivers and mountains of this plain were covered with a layer of dead gray. In the air, one could vaguely see a thick demonic aura spreading. Endless demonic aura condensed into a group of hideous and terrifying demonic beast shadows, tearing, disappearing, and roaring. The entire plain was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. It was showing signs of a precarious and even on the verge of extinction. In just a few days, the plain that was full of vitality has become like this. Really? But it doesn't matter. I'm leaving now. Ahahaha. That's right. Xiao Han has risen to power and replaced me as the leader of this plain. He has become the unparalleled hero in the eyes of millions and millions of people. He has even become the hope of the entire plain. This has caused me to lose all my face and reputation. But, I can't believe such an irreversible disaster has happened to this plain. How delightful! In this case, I can leave without hesitation and let Xiao Han bear all the blame. This is the greatest relief for me. What does the death of those civilians have to do with me? If they want to blame someone, blame their hero, Xiao Han. Ahahaha. Without further ado, I'm leaving now. The pagoda master sneered, then made a prompt decision and rushed out. In the Xianxia pagoda, there were all kinds of treasures, secret manuals, and supreme-grade true qi spirit stones. Pagoda master, you're... The evil heroes who were in charge of guarding the treasures looked at the pagoda master in a daze. At this moment, the pagoda master actually took all the treasures and put them all into his storage ring. Pagoda master, are you going to take away the treasures that the Xianxia pagoda has collected for countless years? An evil hero with a serious face blocked the pagoda master. Get out of my way! The pagoda master grinned viciously. True energy surged out of his body, immediately blasting the devil hero who was blocking his way into pieces. Xiao, the tower master, took the secret treasure and fled. He immediately teleported away from the Xianxia tower. The tower master has run away. The tower master has escaped. It was chaos in the hero pagoda. Demon capital. The Woodfern Emperor and the other demon emperors stood in a corner of the palace like servants. At the core area, they were hundreds of extremely powerful demonic emperors from other planes that could turn the world upside down. Moreover, in the entire demon metropolis, there were now mutated demon emperors and ultimate mutated demon emperors. There were millions of them. They had formed a terrifying demon race army. Millions of mutated demon emperors, ultimate mutated demon emperors. What did that mean? In Xiao Han's dimension, the number of ultimate mutation demon emperors in the demon metropolis was only over 1,000. In other words, there were over 1,000 ultimate mutated demon emperors and over 10,000 mutated demon emperors. Led by the 10 great demon emperors, they had fought against the human race heroes of this plane for countless years. However, the number of ultimate mutated demon emperors in the demon capital had increased by hundreds of times. Demonic chi soared into the sky. They breathed clouds and breathed mist. They could topple mountains and overturn seas. They could sweep through everything. This demon army is enough to flatten any ordinary dimension. The Woodfern Emperor said. They were all terrified. Even with his cultivation realm, he would not be able to withstand the attack of such an army. He would be engulfed in an instant without any ability to fight back. Then, let's surround the human Xianxia tower of this plane. A powerful demon emperor who was as powerful as an ancient giant spirit let out a rumbling voice that affected a small area of the weather. The sky was covered in snow. It's very boring in this tiny plane. We can't find the silver-masked demon emperor in a short time. And we're all hungry. Then, let's kill all the human heroes in this plane first. Ha 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 ha. He wanted to kill every single human hero in this plane. Exterminate the Xianxia tower. Surround the Xianxia tower. Slaughter them all. Kill them all. Roar. Fight. Fight. Millions of mutated demon emperors and ultimate mutated demon emperors, as well as countless ordinary demon emperors, demon generals, and demon soldiers, let out ferocious roars. Emperor Woodfern, a young man with an emotionless demonic aura, exuded from his body. Yes, yes. The Woodfern monarch bowed like a lowly servant as he stepped forward. Tell the humans of this plane that the demon army will attack the Xianxia tower in 3 days. Tell the humans of this plane in advance, so that they can gather at the Xianxia tower from all directions. Then we can wipe them all out in one fell swoop. We can also pressure them in advance and cause them to crumble. The emotionless young man grinned. We love to see the humans crumble. That kind of panic and despair is something we demons enjoy very much. Yes, yes. I will immediately inform the humans of this plane of the final battle through various means, the Woodfern Emperor replied. 3 days from now. The final battle. No, it's not a final battle. In 3 days, we will slaughter to our heart's content. Destroy the Xianxia tower of this plane, and there will be countless delicious brains waiting for us to enjoy. Ha 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 ha. The entire demon capital was shrouded in layers of evil and demonic aura. Mountain range sect on a secluded mountain peak. Some temporary thatched huts had been set up. A group of mortals infected with all sorts of plagues were being treated by Yen Lang. Yen Lang used the golden needles and all kinds of pills to relieve the pain of these people, which actually made them improve bit by bit. Grandmaster, you truly have a divine skill. Wu Yu exclaimed. Yen Lang nodded slightly, then looked in the direction of the demon capital with a thoughtful expression. Grandmaster, can you refine a divine medicine that can completely cure the plague? Wu Yu asked. Sect Master Wu. Yan Lang withdrew his thoughts and frowned when he heard Lord Wu's question. You've brought back a total of 35 mortals infected with different plagues. I can cure them all. I can also refine an antidote, but… Wu Yu frowned. This plague was definitely spread by a powerful demon race. Yan Lang said with great certainty. I have a special ability to sense demonic qi. Thus, your humble servant is absolutely certain that all plagues in our plane have been infected by the plague. They were all spread by the same demon in an extremely short period of time. It can't be, right? Xiao Mingqiu exclaimed. I'm afraid that even the most powerful monster emperor in our realm doesn't have the ability to spread the plague virus across the entire realm in a short period of time. If it had that kind of heaven-defying ability, it would have done so long ago. It couldn't have waited until now. No. It wasn't Great Emperor Woodfern. Yan Lang shook his head with certainty. I've been in the demon folk for quite some time now, and I've learned a thing or two about the ruler, Grand Emperor Woodfern. It was extremely familiar. Emperor Woodfern's demonic energy had never reached such a terrifying level. If my speculations are correct, the demon spreading this plague is at least 10 times stronger than the Woodfern Emperor. What? Crow asterisk asterisk. Xiao Mingqiu, Dongfeng Qin, and Feng Ling all let out soul-stirring roars. A demon 10 times stronger than the strongest demon race in our plane? Crow exclaimed in shock. Could it be? Could it be? Yan Lang sucked in a breath of cold air. It shouldn't be a demon race native to our plane, but a demon race from another plane. Right at this moment, Sect Master. An auspicious cloud flew over from the horizon. A young man at the True Qi realm jumped down from it. Sect Master, several hours ago, thousands of human sects and at least hundreds of empires were destroyed in the 4 regions of the East, West, North, and South, as well as the Great Wilderness. They were annihilated by the demon race. According to reliable sources, a red-haired, red-clothed demon race wiped out 18 sects in the eastern region in just 2 hours. He killed 3 ancient powerhouses and 11 ancient powerhouses. The young man at the True Qi realm reported with a face full of shock. It must be a demon race from another plane. How could it be so powerful? Great Emperor Woodfern can't possibly have such tyrannical combat strength. Yan Lang cried out in shock. That should be the case. Crow nodded slightly and gave the order. Pass down my order. The disciples of the Cloud sect are to immediately announce to the world that there is a demon race invasion from another plane. It seems that the demon race is about to start a war. All the plagues and massacres are just a premonition. The real show is yet to come. Spread the news and tell the human warriors and demons to prepare for a battle to the death. Sect Master, you can inform the Tower Master and release the coordinates of our plane, so that the human experts from other planes can come to our rescue. Dongfeng Qin said hurriedly. I'm afraid it's too late. Feng Ling said coldly. At this moment, Sect Master. Another ray of light flew over from the horizon. Sect Master. There's news from the demon capital. The demon race has invited us to a battle. The demon race has officially announced that they will fight us to the death at the Demon Hero Tower in 3 days. If the cultivators and demons of our plane don't dare to fight, the demon race will directly destroy every empire and sect in the mortal world and kill all the people of our plane. In just a few hours, the news of the demon race's challenge had spread to every corner of this plane. East, South, West, and North regions. The Great Wilderness. Countless human cultivators and demons felt the evil fighting spirit of the demon race. First of all, the demons scattered in the 4 regions of the human race and the Great Wilderness led their disciples to the demon hero domain at the fastest speed without hesitation. At the same time, the cultivators of many sects, even if they were not demons, as long as they had cultivated martial arts, they all rushed to the demon hero domain. At this moment, all the living beings of the human race on this plane felt as if they were united against a common enemy. Moreover, according to the large-scale plague that broke out a few days ago and the destruction of some empires and sects, now everyone in the world knew that a great demon from another plane had arrived. Now, the situation was simply precarious for this plane. Demon Hero Domain. Demon Hero Tower. Outside the Mind House where Xiao Han was in seclusion. Master Xiao Han. Can you hear us? Please come out. Now, the demon race from another plane has arrived in our plane and launched a war against the entire human race. The entire plane is in deep trouble. The plane is in a precarious situation. 3 days later, the demon clan army will invade the Xianxia domain. As long as they break through this line of defense, the people will have no way to survive. The 12 elders outside the mind house wailed and beat their chests and stamped their feet, sobbing uncontrollably. At the same time, the demon capital. Oh. The human race wants to escape from this plane. Ha ha ha. A powerful demon emperor scanned with his demonic senses and found the tower master who was trying to escape. Come here. Boom! The demon emperor grabbed with his giant hand, directly freezing the space, reversing the universe, and directly grabbed the tower master who had already flown to the 9th heaven. Chapter 544. Xiao Han's plane was indeed in a precarious situation. Life and death would be decided in a split second. 3 days from now, the Yao race would fight the humans in the fairy tale domain. It would be a battle of the ages. Similar battles had taken place in other planes before. The Yao race and the humans would fight to the death, and the loser would be exterminated. It was a battle of wills and cruelty. It was a battle between two races. By now, many of the humans on this plane had learned that it wasn't the native Yao race led by Emperor Woodfern, but the mysterious and powerful Yao race from another plane. Before the battle, the 4 realms and the great wilderness had been ravaged by the plague. Who knew how many civilians had died? Some sects and empires had even been destroyed. That made the humans realize just how powerful the Yao race was before the battle even began. A shadow quietly shrouded the hearts of everyone who participated in the battle. The Purity Mountain Range. The Purity Sect. Xiao, 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 Xiao. Rays of true energy circled above the Purity Mountain Range. These streams of vital energy were the direct disciples of the Pure Cloud sect, flying on their swords or riding on the mist to circle around them. Hundreds of thousands of disciples in the fleshly body realm were waiting in the outer mountains. Some were bare-chested, while others were fully clothed. Their eyes burned with the desire to fight. Ming Chu, take a few true disciples with you to protect Grandmaster Yan Lang, Shi Rong, Yan Xue, and Princess Mo Hen. Wu Yu instructed Xiao Mingchu as he walked out of the Purity Hall. No, sect head, Xiao Mingchu hurriedly said. I want to fight as well. Have junior brother Fong Ling and junior brother Dong Fong stay behind to protect the families of the disciples. Mingchu, with your cultivation and battle prowess, you're the best choice. You're the best choice to protect the families of the Purity sect. Wu Yu smiled faintly, then turned his gaze to the distant Yao capital. This battle is extremely dangerous. I don't know if we'll survive it. Ming Chu, whether you fight or not won't affect the overall situation. Just stay here and protect your families. This. Xiao Ming Chu trembled with excitement. Sect head. Yes, it's decided. Wu Yu nodded heavily. At this moment, Fong Ling turned into a stream of sword energy and charged into the sky above the 6 Peaks mountain range. All members of the Pure Rain sect, heed my command. Now, all the true energy realm disciples and physical body realm disciples of the sect entered the Devil Hero domain. The great battle between the human race and the demon race is imminent. For our homeland, for our loved ones, we can only fight. I have no regrets even if I die. Are you afraid? Fight, 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 fight. The crowd was in high spirits. A blood-boiling roar reverberated throughout the entire 9 Peaks mountain range. It lasted for a long time. I wonder if junior brother Xiao Han will be able to make it in time for this battle. Fong Ling's gaze also looked towards the direction of the Demon Hero region, as he spoke in a soft voice that could not be heard. Depart! Dong Feng Qin's vital qi transformed into a giant black phoenix, carrying countless disciples of the mortal body realm and flying towards the Yaoxia region. He flew in the direction of the Devil Hero region. At the same time, in the eastern, southern, western and northern regions, as well as in the depths of the Great Desolate, a large number of human sects, empires, and countless cultivators were present. They all left their nests and flocked to the Yaoxia region. On the way to the Yaoxia region, martial artists were as dense as flying locusts in the sky. Some martial artists who were familiar with each other would smile after meeting each other. They would all smile and encourage each other in their eyes. Some of the martial artists who originally had grudges or even enmity with each other would also smile and forget about their grudges after this encounter. That's right. Personal grudges were so insignificant in the face of the overall situation of the survival of the plane. In a very short period of time, hundreds of millions of martial artists gathered in the Xianxia region. Moreover, the number of martial artists was increasing by the minute. Almost all the ancient giants of the Xianxia ranking had returned to their positions and were all floating around the Xianxia Tower. They all let out an inspiring roar. The Xianxia Tower will not fall. We will defend this plane with our lives. The demon race will be destroyed by us. The Xianxia Tower. Some senior Xianxia who were in charge of the various floors of the Xianxia Tower also looked out of the window. All the martial artists in the world are gathered in the Xianxia region. Although our plane is very weak, it is cohesive. At the moment of crisis, no one flinched. Good, good. I don't believe that billions of human martial artists can't fight against the demon race in 3 days. Yes, seeing so many martial artists gathered in the Xianxia region, I have some confidence in the final battle in 3 days. If it was a situation where the hearts of the people were divided, then there was no need to fight. They might as well just slit their own throats. But now we may have the power to fight. Ah! The Pagoda Master. At this moment, the Pagoda Master abandoned us and fled to another plane. Now it seems that the Pagoda Master is no match for an ordinary martial artist in the physical body realm. Don't mention the Pagoda Master anymore. Bah! Bastard! Bastard! He's worse than a pig and a dog. In the face of danger, he abandoned the people who used to believe in him. Disgusting! Disgusting! In the Pure Cloud Sect's army. With Wu as the leader, the disciples of the Pure Cloud sect flew toward the Xianxia region. At this moment, Brother Wu, wait! Wu looked sideways. He saw his old friend, the Heavenly Devil Old Man, leading a group of disciples of the Heavenly Devil Palace, rushing over from afar. The two groups of people converged. Wu looked around and saw Mo Qingtong, who had fought alongside Xiao Han in the Xianxia trial, standing behind the Heavenly Devil Old Man. At this moment, Mo Qingtong's temperament became colder and colder. True Qi flickered all over her body, and talismans seeped out of her pores to form a formation. Oh, Qingtong, I haven't seen you for a few years. You've made great progress and reached the True Qi level 8 talisman formation realm. Wu was slightly surprised. Greetings, Sect Master Wu. Mo Qingtong bowed politely. Qingtong's cultivation is really nothing. Xiao Han is really heaven-defying. He has refined his natal talisman tens of thousands of times and is comparable to an immortal. Well, Sect Master Wu, has Xiao Han come out of seclusion? Qingtong hasn't seen Xiao Han for several years since we parted that day. I miss him a lot. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. We've arrived at the Xianxia region. Then we'll know about Xiao Han's situation. Wu smiled slightly. Boom! Flames rose in the distance, and a group of people came over on the fire clouds. It was the Blazing Flame sect, one of the top 5 sects in the Beacon Fire Empire. It was the sect master Yan Qimei. Woo! Yan Qimei roared. Yan Qimei. Wu smiled. The two of them had been rivals since they were young. However, as they looked at each other, they began to laugh uproariously. It was as if all of the grudges and grievances between them had vanished into thin air with that one laugh. Ha 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 ha. After defeating the demon clan today, I want to drink with you for 7 days and 7 nights. Ha 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 ha. After being enemies for so many years, I suddenly find you more pleasing to the eye. Ha 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 ha. It makes sense. It's better to be friends than enemies. Yan Qimei said straightforwardly. 7 days and 7 nights is not enough. We need to drink for at least 10 days and 10 nights. Ha 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 ha. However, the premise is that we are still alive. Wu laughed. The two sect masters. They finally met again and shook hands. Wu, I still admire you. You actually trained such a heaven-defying genius like Xiao Han. Yan Qimei sighed sincerely. I think Xiao Han will be the winner of the battle in 3 days. The situation is not optimistic. Wu shook his head slightly. The demon clan is strong this time. They came prepared and gathered countless great demons from other planes. Although Xiao Han is fierce and dominating the world, he will not be able to do anything alone. It doesn't matter. At least we have fought. Perhaps, there were many planes that had similar great battles like this. Some battles were won by the demon clan. Some battles were won by the human clan. But now it seems that these are not that important. The important thing is, we have the courage to fight. Even if we die, we will not yield to the demon clan. The heavenly devil old man said sternly. This old man will die, but I will drag a few of the demon clan down with me. The demon capital. The demon capital was at its peak. Millions of ultimate variant demon emperors, and countless ordinary demon emperors. There were close to 1,000 demon emperors from other planes who were 10 times stronger than the Woodfern Great Emperor. At this time, the pagoda master who was trying to escape was caught by one of the demon emperors from another plane. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, the pagoda master's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. His teeth were chattering, and he was curled up in a corner. His bowels and bladder sprayed out, and he was so scared that tears streamed down his face. His heart had completely collapsed. There was no way the pagoda master could stay calm. Even if he were alone in the demon capital, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed from Emperor Woodfern and the other native demons. But right now, there were close to 1,000 demons that were 10 times stronger than Emperor Woodfern. The pagoda master even found a few demon emperors that were 100 or even 1,000 times stronger than the Woodfern Great Emperor. Once a demon the arch of this level made a move, this plane would be annihilated. Heavens! There are so many great demons that we can't defeat. Any one of them could kill all the living beings in our plane. Resist? We can't resist at all. The pagoda master was so scared that he started sobbing. Although he has the cultivation of a pagoda master, he's still very weak. I can squash him to death with a single finger. A large group of demon emperors surrounded the pagoda master playfully. Their faces were filled with malevolence and perversion. It was as if a group of burly men had surrounded a delicate young girl, and were about to do something improper. Ah! Everyone! This fellow is the leader of our plane's humans, the pagoda master. Ha 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 ha! It's him! It's this fellow! He actually tried to escape and was caught by you all. Ha 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 ha! The Woodfern Great Emperor roared with laughter and took a step forward, glaring at the pagoda master. Ha ha ha! It's actually you! You actually fell into our hands. Ha 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 ha! Haven't you always been arrogant? Ha 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 ha! The leader of the human race. What a noble existence. But today, you've become a prisoner of our demon race. Pagoda master, I'm going to play with you until you wish you were dead. Ha 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 ha! Chapter 545. Ah! The Tower Master nearly fainted from the fright of the Woodfern Great Emperor's words. Everyone, this is the leader of the human race. He has ruled over the humans of this plane for a very long time. He has always been the spiritual pillar of the human race. The Woodfern Great Emperor walked closer to the Tower Master, licking his lips. Droplets of stinky saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. I wonder what his brains taste like. I've always wanted to suck his brains dry drop by drop, but I've never had the chance. But now, Kakik. Impudent. A powerful great emperor of the monster race unleashed his aura, forcing the Woodfern Great Emperor to take a step back. Since he's a pagoda master, his brains aren't for you to enjoy, Great Emperor Woodfern. Yes, yes. The Woodfern Great Emperor hurriedly tried to curry favor. No. Don't suck my brains. No, no. The Tower Master's mind was on the verge of collapse. He was like a young lady surrounded by countless powerful men, about to be ravaged but unable to resist. Please don't suck my brain juice. Please don't suck my brain juice. At this moment, the pagoda master's mind was filled with images of horrified corpses with their brains sucked dry. He sighed repeatedly in his heart. I never thought that I would have such a glorious life, killing demons and roaming the Jianghu. But in the end, my brain juice is going to be sucked dry. How tragic. No, no. I can't die here. I can't let them suck my brains away. Kikik, 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 kikik. The great emperors of the monster race let out mocking laughter as they approached the Tower Master. This is fun, this is fun. He's actually the leader of the human race in this plane. That's right. Everyone, it's not satisfying to just suck his brains like this. I have a suggestion, said a monkey-faced demon emperor. A great emperor of the monster race said with a smile. Why don't we crack open his head first, but not let him die immediately? How about we let the demon emperor suck his brains bit by bit so that he will die slowly while howling in pain? What do you think? No. Wouldn't it be more fun to find a demon the arch to suck his brain juice and then possess him before sneaking into their Xianxia pagoda? Ga. It's not fun at all. This emperor has brought some demonic beasts with extremely strong reproductive abilities. Let's have these demonic beasts. How about I complete the mating process with this human pagoda master? Ha 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 ha. I'm really a genius. Another monster race emperor let out a perverted laugh. Moo moo, moo moo, moo moo. Not far away, there was a group of wild beasts that were as large as elephants. Long hair, filthy and smelly. It was wagging its tail and looking at the tower master with stupid and cruel eyes. These giant beasts were dragged to the ground, each as thick as an adult's thigh. They plowed deep ditches on the ground, and smoke and dust filled the air. There are 49 mammoth beasts in total, and 33 of them are male. Then, let them have a good time with this tower master. Ga. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. All the demon emperors. They all burst out with deafening laughter. No! The tower master's neck tilted, and he fainted. Pa! A demon the arch slapped the tower master's face fiercely from a distance, breaking all his teeth. The pagoda master suddenly woke up from his stupor. You are the leader of the human race in this plane. A great emperor whose aura was as strong as the abyss, and every pore of his cell seemed to have giant beasts wriggling, locked the tower master with his demon sense and said indifferently. Goo-goo-goo-goo, goo-goo-goo-goo. The tower master was completely choked, and couldn't say anything. At this moment, the tower master finally understood what it meant to be a fish on the chopping board. That's right. He's the leader of the human race in this plane, and we've been fighting for countless years. Neither of us has been able to gain the upper hand, and we've been locked in a stalemate for who knows how long. Great Emperor Woodfern shouted anxiously. The demon emperor with a powerful aura waved his hand. Everyone, since this guy is the leader of the human race in this plane, I suggest that we don't suck his brains for now, and don't kill him. Oh? What do you mean, Great Emperor? Since this human tower master has walked right into our trap, why don't we kill him? To us, this human race pagoda master doesn't have any value at all. Humph. Are you trying to use this idiot to set up a trap for the human race ants of this plane? How boring. This plane is far too weak. Any one of our great emperors could easily destroy it, and all of the demon heroes would be destroyed in a single blow. There's no way they would be able to put up any resistance. In the face of power, everything else is nothing. There's no need to use this tower master to plot against the human race. A ferocious demonic the arch bared its fangs and glared at the pagoda master, its throat gurgling with saliva. Why don't we just eat him? He's a tower master after all, and there's some immortal energy in his brain. It'll be good for us to suck him up. No! I beg you. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. The tower master's mental defenses crumbled. His teeth were all shattered, and he couldn't even keep his mouth shut. It was a hilarious sight to behold. Ha 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 ha. The demon the arch who'd suggested not executing the tower master laughed. You're wrong, everyone. What I'm trying to say is that this tower master is too insignificant. There's no fun in killing him. It's like stepping on an ant. Why don't we take him to the devil hero domain during the final battle 3 days later and make him beg for mercy, eat *T, sing praises to our demon clan, and play the role of a lackey. In this way, we can greatly humiliate all the human clan and make them vomit blood. What do you think? Isn't it more interesting in this way? Oh. Ha 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 ha. Good. This is great. We'll humiliate him as much as we want. We'll humiliate the leader of the human race in front of the human race. How fun. Ha 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 ha. We'll force him to eat shit and have him copulate with the mammoth beast. Ha 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 ha. That's a perfect idea. Human, do you want to have your brain sucked dry, or live on and be humiliated? One of the demon thearchs laughed. Live. I want to live. I want to live. I'm willing to be humiliated. As long as I can live, I'm willing to do anything. The pagoda master let out a heart-wrenching howl. Ha 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 ha. No wonder the human race is so weak. So weak. Their pagoda master was just a piece of trash. Ha 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 ha. Also, everyone, I have something to say. The tower master's eyes flashed with a perverted ruthlessness. I'm not a leader. I'm not even a leader. You piece of trash. Hearing the pagoda lord's words, Emperor Woodfern leaped forward and kicked the tower master's head, sending him flying. You and I are mortal enemies. You're the strongest human in this plane. You've opened the eye of heaven and have a half-immortal body. You deserve to be the leader. But now, you're a prisoner. How dare you deny your identity? What a joke. No. I'm not denying it. I'm no longer the leader. Right now, the leader of this plane is Xiao Han. The pagoda lord let out an unwilling howl, like that of a wild beast as he mentioned Xiao Han's name. His voice was filled with venom. Xiao Han's battle prowess has completely and utterly surpassed mine. He's the new leader of this plane. The entire human race worships him and puts their faith in him. You've thrown me into exile. Xiao Han. He's the leader of the human race. Fellow demon thearchs, you should be torturing, humiliating, and killing him. Instead, you captured me and forced me to suffer in his place. Suffering? Why should I take Xiao Han's place? Damn it. He's the one who deserves to die. Xiao Han? What Xiao Han? I've never heard of him. Tower Master. You're spouting nonsense. Great Emperor Woodfern roared. Impossible. Great Emperor Woodfern, you must have heard of Xiao Han. Do you remember the Silver Mask Demon Emperor? The Silver Mask Demon Emperor once snuck into the demon capital and kidnapped Yen Lang. Yes. The Silver Mask Demon Emperor is Xiao Han. Xiao Han is extremely talented. He can disguise himself as a demon. Flawless. I personally ordered him to disguise himself as the Silver Mask Demon Emperor and sneak into the demon capital. What? The Silver Mask Demon Emperor. Countless demon thearchs, ultimate variant demon emperors, and variant demon emperors roared and screamed. Devil Hero Domain. A large number of devil heroes entered the Devil Hero Domain and prepared for the final battle. Immortal Devil Hero Pagoda, we'll protect you with our lives. Wu Mu looked at the Devil Hero Pagoda and sighed. Ever since I was young, the Devil Hero Pagoda has been a symbol of glory and peace for the human race. Now, it's under threat. I hope that the peace of this plane can continue. We, the swordsmen, were born for this belief. At this moment, Wu Mu's spiritual wave swept out. At this moment, there were more than 1 billion people in the true Qi realm in the Devil Hero Domain. However, only a few million of them had the identity of Devil Heroes. Most of the human martial artists who did not have the identity of Devil Heroes were below the true Qi realm. There were even many rookies at the first and second level of true Qi realm. Brother Wu, although we have a lot of people, there are less than 10,000 people who have reached the expansion point realm and have the ability to fight against ordinary demon emperors, Heaven's Devil Old Man said worriedly. There are a lot of people, but forget it. I hope there aren't too many demon emperors among the demon race. The ancient giants have reached the 7th and 8th level of true Qi realm. Including some sect masters who are not devil heroes, there are only a few thousand of them. Fong Ling also said in a low voice. The 9th level of true Qi realm. Heh, that's about 100 people. Dong Feng Qin's mouth twitched. Of course, the 9th level of true Qi realm is qualified to compete for the ancient giants. It's impossible for a weak plane like ours to produce too many 9th level of true Qi realm. The 10th level of true Qi realm is even rarer. The only chance of victory in the battle 3 days later is to rely on the human wave tactic. Use our lives and blood to make up for the lack of combat power. There are so many martial artists. After this battle, I wonder how many will survive. Perhaps, all of them will be wiped out. Junior brother Xiao Han. Fong Ling looked at the Devil Hero Pagoda. Devil Hero Pagoda. The House of Psyche where Xiao Han was in seclusion. Outside the House of Psyche where Xiao Han was in seclusion, a large group of devil heroes were kneeling. Among them, 12 elders were kneeling in a row. Behind them were many senior devil heroes of the Devil Hero Pagoda. They were all kneeling in unison. Young hero Xiao Han, you should be able to hear us. The situation is very critical. The battle is about to begin. These elders and senior devil heroes all spoke in a praying tone. Right now, the entire human race is hoping that you can come out of seclusion and save the people from the disaster. Inside the House of Psyche, Xiao Han was still in a deep sleep. He was still brewing. Inside the House of Psyche, all kinds of illusions stacked on top of each other. The 4 seasons appeared one after the other. Xiao Han's body was immovable, like a statue that had existed since the beginning of time. However, is the battle about to begin? Is the demon race going to launch the final battle against the human race? I can vaguely sense a monstrous amount of evil demonic qi coming from the direction of the demon capital. The quality of this demonic qi is very high, many times stronger than Emperor Woodfern's. It's definitely not from the demon race of our plane. However, I can't come out of seclusion for the time being. All the accumulations in my soul are currently being compressed. My life potential is also being compressed to its limit. This is the critical moment. I need to compress all the accumulations into a single point, condense them, and explode with a bang. I can break through the 70th true acupoint and complete the 10th cycle of cleansing of my natal talisman. The number of cleanses will be heaven-defying. I can't come out of seclusion now, or all my previous efforts will go to waste. However, I should be able to succeed before the final battle. After that, I will go on a killing spree and kill all the invading demon race. Speaking of which, my demon emperor left arm has been starving for a long time. The hunger and thirst are unbearable. It needs nourishment. Chapter 546. Monster Capital. The entire monster capital was in a state of frenzy. Silver Mask Demon Emperor. The Pagoda Master had spread the secret that the Silver Mask Demon Emperor was Xiao Han in disguise. Countless demons from other dimensions had traveled thousands of miles to this weak dimension just for the sake of the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. For the high-level origin demonic qi. However, after they came to this plane, they couldn't find the Silver Mask Demon Emperor no matter where they searched. They dug 3 feet into the ground, but still couldn't find him. But now, you can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it effortlessly. Roar! A demonic the arch that looked like a war god reached out and grabbed the Pagoda Master. He grabbed the Pagoda Master's neck like a little chick. Boom! As the demonic qi rushed out, the Pagoda Master's half-immortal body began to shrink and his skin shriveled. Ah! No! The Pagoda Master let out a heart-wrenching scream like a pig being slaughtered. Spare me! Demon the Arch, spare me! Xiao Han? Silver Mask Demon Emperor? What's going on? Make it clear. Otherwise, die! The Demon the Arch said coldly. Yes. Xiao Han is the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. This is absolutely true. The Pagoda Master shouted. Moreover, he was able to discern her expression and immediately added. Are the Demon Thearchs also looking for the Silver Mask Demon Emperor? No, are they also looking for Xiao Han? Where is he? Countless Thearchs of the Demon Thearchs asked. He's in seclusion in the Demon Hero Pagoda. He will definitely participate in the battle in 3 days. The Pagoda Master felt the pleasure of revenge. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han. I'm in a very sorry state now, but don't think you'll have a good time either. These powerful monsters are looking for you. Ha 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 ha. If you fall into their hands, your situation will only be 10 times worse than mine. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Xiao Han, I didn't expect you to have such a day. These demon thearchs are even more powerful than the Pagoda Master who attacked you outside the Genius Zone. They're even more evil and murderous. Let's see how you deal with them. Ha ha ha. Does Xiao Han have the high-level origin energy of the demon thearchs? Some demon thearchs asked impatiently. Yes, yes. Before ordering Xiao Han to sneak into the demon metropolis. I've checked Xiao Han's body before. Inside his heart, there's a powerful source of energy of the monster clan that can detonate this plane. If this demon race origin energy is released, it can easily destroy the Xianxia Pagoda. The Pagoda Master said fervently. Ha 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 ha. It was indeed true. Ha 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 ha. It turned out that the Silver Mask Demon Emperor really existed. It was a human in disguise. Moreover, there is indeed a high-level demon clan's origin energy in his body. Xiao Han's heart. We must get it. Then, the plan remains the same. Attack the Devil Hero region, kill all the human devils, and capture Xiao Han alive. Time ticked by. In these 3 days, time passed extremely slowly. It became a kind of torment. Of course, this torment belonged to the human race. Xianxia region. The day before the final battle. At this moment, the human clan chivalrous heroes and the other martial artists had already formed a battle formation. Everyone had their weapons in their hands, and they were all in the state of true qi and the state of flesh. They adjusted to the best state. Some alchemists distributed medicinal pills to each of the human warriors who participated in the battle. There were elixirs that could quickly restore true qi, healing elixirs, and even poison. At this moment, the human warriors who entered the Xianxia region to participate in the battle. The number of people was close to 10 billion. The densely packed human martial artists formed a city wall with their flesh and blood, surrounding the Xianxia region tightly. Among them, most were physical body realm martial artists. Physical body realm martial artists. They were all on the outer layer of the Xianxia region, leaving the inner layer to the true energy realm martial artists. Naturally, the physical body realm martial artists could not withstand the sharp attacks of the demon clan. An ordinary demon emperor could tear apart countless physical body realm martial artists. These physical body realm martial artists were purely cannon fodder in the outer layer. However, they were still prepared to die. Their beliefs were indestructible and would not be shaken. They wanted to use their lives to buy a little time for the true energy realm martial artists in the inner layer, so that when the demon clan tortured and killed the physical body realm martial artists in the outer layer, the true energy realm martial artists in the inner layer would have relatively more time to attack the demon clan. The hundreds of thousands of physical body realm disciples of the Pure Rain sect were also arranged to the front line, unafraid of death. And all of the top 100 eternal giants on the Xianxia region, at this moment, there were 86 people. They all revolved around the Xianxia Tower, forming the last line of defense of the human clan. Of course, when the demon clan launched an attack, they would also look for opportunities to fight back. Night. The night was bitterly cold. The cold moon hung high in the sky. More than 10 billion human warriors made bonfires, either sitting or standing. On the grassland of the Xianxia region, the fire was like the stars in the sky. The atmosphere was extremely sad and beautiful. This was the last night before the final battle, and it might also be the last night for these human warriors. Of course, it might even be the last night for all the human creatures in this plane. Now, perhaps our only advantage is the number. Some senior martial artists were saying to the younger generation. Because of genetic reasons, the demon clan can't reproduce like us humans. Therefore, in theory, in any plane, the number of the demon clan is actually less than that of the human clan. In this battle, we can only rely on the human wave tactic, using endless lives in exchange for a chance of survival. Uncle, don't worry. We will definitely win. Heh, young man, you can't say that. Because as long as there is a human in this plane, we will fight with the demon clan to the end. Moreover, we still have Xiao Han. The unparalleled hero Xiao Han. At the critical moment, Xiao Han will definitely come forward and kill the demon clan. The next day. Early morning. This was the moment of the decisive battle between the human clan and the demon clan. Everyone in the Xianxia region was solemn and quiet. All kinds of true energy rushed to the 9 heavens, dyeing the sky into colorful light, extremely magnificent. Tens of billions of pairs of eyes stared in the direction of the demon metropolis. 2 hours later. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a mass of blood-red demonic cloud boundless, covered the sky and the sun, rolling from the direction of the demon metropolis. In this terrifying demonic cloud, it was filled with evil and monstrous demon qi. This mass of demonic cloud was still constantly changing color, turning into a terrifying color like the blood sea of hell, overwhelming the mountains and overturning the seas. Supreme oppressing the world. Crack, crack. As the demonic cloud floated, the space began to disintegrate and collapse inch by inch. An extremely dangerous aura descended from the sky, attacking the hearts of every human in the Xianxia region. The sky above their heads began to tremble, and cracks appeared in the sky. The sky was collapsing. In the demonic cloud. It kept shaking, making the sound of destruction. The energy that could destroy heaven and earth was brewing and emanating in the demonic cloud, and the sun was blocked. The world was dark. It was like the traces of a natural disaster of the end of the world. Boom! A torrent of demon qi descended from the sky. In a split second, the battle formation that the human warriors had formed crumbled. The warriors of the physical body realm in the periphery were all sent flying, spitting out blood. They fell to the ground. The warriors of the true energy realm in the inner periphery were also trembling. There was a stifling feeling in their chests, their blood and chi were surging, and their souls began to tremble in pain. Some of the true energy realm in the first level. The true energy realm in the second level, including the true energy realm in the third level, could not stabilize their bodies. They were blown away in all directions, spitting out blood and injured. Even Wu Fu. His face was pale. Oh no! Too powerful. We haven't even fought, and our 10 billion human allied forces are already showing signs of defeat. How terrifying are the demons hibernating in the demonic cloud. They only released a bit of their aura, and it completely suppressed the true energy in my body, and I even have a terrifying feeling that my true energy is being forcibly devoured. At this moment, the demonic cloud completely dispersed. Ha 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 ha. Too weak. Too weak. Weaker than ants. Endless laughter and mockery burst out in the sky. Then, the army of the demon clan had appeared above the Xianxia domain. Thousands of great demon emperors. Millions of ultimate mutant demon emperors. Endless, densely packed ordinary demon emperors that looked like locusts. The lineup was magnificent. Powerful. It would only take a tenth of a breath for this demon army to charge forward, and this plane would explode. For example, the thousands of great demon emperors standing in front of them. Any one of them was a terrifying existence that could instantly kill a tower master. I can crush all of you ants with one finger. Unimaginably weak. I don't even know how to kill them. Bang! 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 The ancient giants and the 12 elders that were hovering around the Xianxia pagoda were all shocked by the terrifying demonic aura circulating between heaven and earth. They all spat out blood and were seriously injured. Puff! 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 Countless ancient giants and true energy realm martial artists all spat out blood and retreated rapidly. There was no way to fight this battle. They were not on the same level at all. The 10 billion human allied forces could barely hold on for a second. It was indeed a battle between giants and ants. Despair. A deep sense of despair gripped every member of the human race. The densely packed humans knelt down, looked up at the sky, and shed silent tears. They had lost all hope. The entire Xianxia region was dead silent. You, Tower Master, leader of the human race, come out, kneel and speak. One of the demonic emperors violently pushed the pagoda master up, causing him to kneel on both knees. Human race. We humans will never be a match for the demon clan. Our life level is inferior to the demon clan. The tower master hysterically howled. We humans are lowly. We are born lowly. We can only be the slaves of the great demon clan, their food. We can't resist. We are worse than ants. How can we resist the greatest creatures in the universe? Kneel, surrender, and be willing to be the slaves of the demon clan, to be their food. This is our honor. Don't resist. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 and ha ha ha, well said. The monstrous emperors let out excited laughter. Then, an ultimate variant demon emperor carried 2 large buckets of excrement and served them. Human pagoda master, your words are very good. Amongst the lowly races of the human race, you are considered to be slightly smarter. Then, our monster race is also fair in rewards and punishments. This is the feces of the monster race great emperor. Eat it. This is a gift. Enjoy it, understand? Don't waste it, or I'll suck your brains dry. A great demon emperor stepped on the tower master and knocked him to the ground. Yes, yes, thank you for the gift, great demon lords. The tower master forced a strange expression and hurriedly grabbed the dirty things in the buckets and put them into his mouth. Ha 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 ha. By the way, I now announce that any human who is willing to enjoy the excrement of the great demon emperors will be spared from death. Ha 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 ha. Many great demon emperors roared. At this moment, you demon clan should eat excrement. However, I won't give you this chance. Because I'll kill all of you. All of you will explode. A cold voice rang out from the great demon pagoda. A young and thin figure slowly rose from the top of the great demon pagoda. His gaze was like a king looking down on the world, and he had a peerless domineering air about him. Xiao Han is out of seclusion. Countless humans roared. Hope was reborn. Chapter 547. In this dimension, the final battle between the human race and the demon race was finally taking place in the Xianxia domain. Billions of humans formed an alliance to resist the attack of the demon race. However, the scene of the battle was thousands of miles away from what any human had expected. The battle was not intense. It was not tragic. It was not heroic. There was no possibility of them being evenly matched. There was no possibility of both sides suffering heavy losses. One-sided. It was a completely one-sided battle. Among the demon race, not to mention the mutated demon emperors and ordinary mutated demon emperors, there were more than 1,000 demon emperors at the level of the Sky Pillar leader. Moreover, each demon emperor could completely destroy the native demon emperor of this dimension. Great Emperor Woodfern. Each demon emperor only needed to lift a finger to destroy the demon hero Pagoda. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a battle between ants and giants. Even the Pagoda Lord of this plane was kneeling in midair, howling in grief and eating feces. His half-immortal body was dim and devoid of light. Just as the humans of this dimension fell into deep despair and were about to be destroyed helplessly, Xiao Han, who had been in seclusion all this time, finally appeared. Xiao Han slowly rose from the top of the Xianxia pagoda alone. Then, he walked step by step as if he was taking a stroll in a park. However, the wind and clouds were surging in all directions. A gust of wind blew past, fluttering Xiao Han's clothes. Xiao Han's long hair fluttered slightly, and his entire body was filled with elegance. For some reason, once Xiao Han appeared, the shattered wounds in the hearts of the billions of humans that had already collapsed rapidly healed. An inexplicable strong confidence rose in their hearts. Billions of eyes of the human race stared at Xiao Han. None of the humans spoke. They just stared at Xiao Han with worship in their eyes. He prayed and prayed for blessings. It was as if he was looking at an omnipotent God who reigns supreme in the heavens and the earth. As for the demon army, seeing Xiao Han's appearance, the crowd instantly fell silent. The beast monarchs and beast dominators stared at Xiao Han with greedy eyes, as if they were about to make a move. Ah! This person is Xiao Han. He is also the silver-masked demon emperor. He once snuck into the demon capital and kidnapped Yan Lang. In his heart, there was indeed the origin energy of a high-level demon clan. Ha ha ha! At this time, the pagoda master put down the food in his hand. His voice was extremely perverted. He had completely lost control of his emotions. Oh! Pagoda Lord! The corners of Xiao Han's mouth twitched as he glanced at the pagoda lord. A disgusted look appeared in his eyes. Is it delicious? I heard that on the eve of the final battle, you actually fled and abandoned the plane. Of course, everyone has their own ambitions. If you fled, then so be it. But why are you submitting to the demon race now? Coming to the territory of our human race to eat such *T. Sigh, you're really worse than a pig or a dog. Pooh! Hearing Xiao Han's mocking and cutting remarks, the tower master was furious. A mouthful of blood shot out from his mouth. He spat out 10 meters of blood, but his face was filled with a sinister smile. Ha 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 ha! Xiao Han, go ahead and humiliate me. Humiliate me as much as you like. It doesn't matter. Because you'll die even faster than me. Even earlier. Ha 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 ha! Nah. The allied forces of the demon race from the alien plane have arrived. With your strength alone, you can't turn the tide. You'll definitely die. Moreover, now that I've surrendered to the demon race and become their slave, they may not kill me. I can still live. According to my vital functions, it won't be a problem for me to live for another 1,000,000 years or even 10 million years. And you're going to die immediately. Ha 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 ha. All the humans in this plane will die. No one will know about my disgraceful behavior today. Ha 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 ha. Live on. That's the best. Xiao Han, you're complacent and think that you're a heaven-defying genius. Compared to you, my aptitude is like a firefly competing with the sun and moon. But, ha ha ha, you're going to die. But I can live on. Ha 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 ha. Don't you find it ironic? Ha 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 ha. Your fate is ironic. Ha 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 ha. The pagoda lord laughed crazily. Xiao Han was not angry at all. He lowered his head slightly and pondered, as if he was considering something. Oh. You're the silver-masked demon emperor? You're also the most powerful human in this plane? Not bad. You're able to remain calm under the aura of our demon race army. That's commendable, said a demon emperor with a golden horn on his forehead. His body was like an abyss, and under the surface of his body were dense demon veins. His demonic power was as violent as the sun, moon, and stars. He was not in a hurry to kill Xiao Han. Instead, he began to talk with assurance. Now that the demon race army had surrounded and controlled the Xianxia domain, and thousands of peak-level demon emperors were controlling the situation, it was impossible to reverse the situation. Therefore, these demons did not rush to attack Xiao Han. It was as if they were playing with their prey with their thin fingers. The humans in your realm are very weak and can't be mentioned in the same breath as the humans in my realm. However, Silver Mask Demon Emperor, your spirit and aura have surpassed that of the human clan's Tower Master in my realm. You're really extraordinary. You must have the aptitude to ascend and become an immortal. But it's a pity. Shut up. Suddenly, Xiao Han interrupted the demon Thearcha's lengthy speech. You demons, all of you, shut up. I'll kill you later. Before that, I'll clean up my sect and kill this shameless pagoda lord first. He made the humans in our plane lose face. Now, I'm going to execute him on behalf of all the living beings of the human race in the entire plane and the Xianxia domain. We'll settle the internal affairs first, then settle the external affairs. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Xiao Han's words caused the demon race army to burst into laughter. All the demon emperors and demon emperors were convulsing with laughter. Ha 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 ha. What an idiot. He really thinks he's an immortal. Even if an ordinary immortal descends, he won't be able to destroy the demon race army at its peak. Ah ha ha ha. In an ordinary plane, any pagoda lord can only die in front of us. I'm not going to suck this human's brain. He's sick in the head. His brain must be cloudy and it won't taste good. Dig out his heart. However, on the side of the human clan, although they vaguely felt that it was indeed very difficult for Xiao Han to fight against the elite coalition army of the demon clan alone, they did not know why when Xiao Han said those words. They did not know why. They believed it without a doubt. Because Xiao Han's manner of speaking was already unparalleled. At this moment, Xiao Han's words and actions. Naturally, there was a sense of arrogance and bossiness. It meant that he had already grown up. The belief of invincibility and the belief of victory were planted in the depths of every human's heart. Idiot! A villain intoxicated by success. A trash who was born as a living target. I'm now under the protection of the Demon Race Coalition Army. There are thousands of demon emperors. Can you kill me? Ha 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 ha. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Kill me. I'm right here. Kill me if you have the guts. The pagoda lord's mind was already in serious trouble. His whole person showed a sense of insanity. He stood up, pointed at Xiao Han, and laughed loudly. Humph. Insignificant human race. If you can really be under the protection of us demon race emperors. If you kill this pagoda lord, we will also lose face. A red-faced demon looked at Xiao Han coldly. The demon chi around his body was surging like a sea of blood. I want to kill you. Suddenly, Xiao Han gathered all his essence, chi, and spirit. The solid spiritual power star in his brain became thicker and thicker. It was completely condensed. All my accumulation, foundation, and life potential have been compressed to a point. It's about to explode. Break through the 70th true meridian in one go and start the 10th round of refining talismans. However, I still need a detonating point. And killing this human pagoda lord is the best detonating point. It will ignite all my accumulation and potential and explode. Dominate the world. This pagoda lord. He once bullied me in the past. He once threatened me and forced me to go to the demon capital to assassinate my husband. More or less, he left a shadow in my heart. Today, I will kill this pagoda lord with my own hands. It can make my heart completely perfect and pure, flawless and untainted. In this way, I will ignite my accumulation and break through the 70th true meridian. My achievement will be completely heaven-defying. I will surpass immortals. Pagoda Lord die. Xiao Han let out a clear roar. Dragons and tigers accompanied him in all directions. Clang, A bright saber light illuminated the dusky sky. It was like the first ray of light before dawn. The first ray of dawn. This saber light did not have any violence, killing intent, or ferocity. There was only reason, a great will, and the essence of the saber Tao. The saber light flashed. It contained a supreme spiritual power fluctuation, and it could do as it pleased. The saber light slashed towards the pagoda lord. Time seemed to slow down, and then it became fast again. Under this saber light, all the mortals, and even the demons, were affected. They couldn't help but recall the past. In a flash. Impudent. He actually dared to attack. Stop him. We can't let him kill the pagoda lord in front of us. This is a slap in the face. We can't let him succeed. More than 1,000 of us demon thearchs are gathered here. If a young human kills the people we protect in front of us, we will be abandoned by the demon god. In the blink of an eye, dozens of terrifying demonic hands grabbed the saber light. These demonic hands emitted a power that could destroy the past and the present, suppress the sun and moon, and sweep through the wilderness. Once they grabbed, the surroundings were filled with the terrifying sounds of planets disintegrating and exploding. However, the saber light was many times faster than light. It was also extremely sharp and domineering. The dozens of demonic hands either did not manage to grab the saber light in time or were directly cut by it. It was irresistible. The saber light pierced through the pagoda lord's body. Roar! The pagoda lord let out a heart-wrenching scream. His entire body began to shatter and disintegrate. His half-immortal body began to collapse. All the array formations in his body were destroyed, and the treasures in his storage ring all exploded and fell out. In less than a tenth of a breath, the pagoda lord was disintegrated into dust by the saber light and scattered with the wind. At that moment, Hong! The true meridians in Xiao Han's body emitted a dazzling divine light. True Qi surged out from his 69 true meridians like a river and formed a natal talisman. On the natal talisman, there were birds, beasts, mountains, rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars, countless runes, immortal aura, and thousands of rays of light. It was a spectacular sight. A terrifying pressure spread in all directions with the natal talisman as the center. The air in the surroundings withered, the light twisted, and the space caved in. At that moment, pang! The innate talisman shuddered violently, and then emitted a crashing sound. Streams of immortal qi and true qi began to repeatedly cleanse the innate talisman. Xiao Han is starting to cleanse the natal talisman. He's opened the 70th true meridian. The 10th round of cleansing. The number one powerhouse of the human tribe let out a heart-wrenching howl. Chapter 548. After killing the Tower Master, Xiao Han's true qi burst out from his body and condensed into his natal talisman. This natal talisman was more than 10,000 zhang long and wide. It was boundless, covering the sky and covering the sun. Its entire body emitted a dazzling brilliance, and it was as warm as white jade. Water, fire, wind, thunder, and all kinds of strange phenomena rolled on it. A terrifying pressure caused sand and stones to fly in all directions. Many demon emperors in the army of the demon race could not stand still and could not help but retreat. Waves of true qi that could destroy heaven and earth shot out from the natal talisman, causing the heavens and the earth to shake violently. The tremors shocked the demon race coalition army, and made the hearts of the humans tremble and cry out in excitement. In the previous 9 rounds of cleansing, Xiao Han had completed a total of 67,000 cleansing of the natal talisman. This way, the pure true qi power of the natal talisman had almost exceeded 100 trillion cauldrons. Such a powerful true energy, without the support of any true energy divine art, could kill countless pagoda masters with just a bit of it. For example, Xiao Han, the tower master of this plane. Not to mention resisting him, just the slightest fluctuation of true qi from Xiao Han's natal talisman was enough to turn him into dust. Now, this natal talisman was floating in the air. Endless yuan qi of heaven and earth swarmed towards it, causing the space around it to cave in continuously. Moreover, immortal music was lingering on it, and the immortal qi and spiritual qi of heaven and earth were constantly washing and refining the natal talisman. Xiao Han was in the 10th round, which was also the last round of cleansing the natal talisman. Hua hua, hua 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 hua, hua 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 hua, hua hua, Hua 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 hua, hua 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 hua. Again and again, the natal talisman was continuously being cleansed. Every time it was cleansed, the natal talisman's size increased. Every time it was cleansed, the aura and pressure of the natal talisman skyrocketed. Ah! An unparalleled hero. Unparalleled, above the immortals. Xiao Han, the immortal of the land. The great hero of my plane. The descent of deities. Over 10 billion humans were crying and shouting at the top of their lungs. He kept kowtowing to Xiao Han's life talisman, praying and submitting. Xiao Han hovered in the air below the natal talisman and looked at the demon army indifferently. There was a kind of spirit that even if there were millions of people, he would still go forward. The 10th round of cleansing. 5,000 times. 5,500 times. 6,000 times. 7,000 times. 8,800 times. 10,000 times. In less than 10 breaths, the natal talisman had been cleansed more than 10,000 times. Furthermore, the speed of the cleansing was getting faster and faster. There was no end to it, and it would never stop. Above the 9 heavens, there was holy light sprinkling down continuously, with all kinds of immortal chi energy, some of the immortal chi in this plane. They were all sucked into the life talisman, causing the true energy of the life talisman to grow without end. As the number of washes skyrocketed, Xiao Han's natal talisman was increasing in length, width, and height. Soon, it covered the entire Xianxia domain. The jade natal talisman represented sacredness, nobility, and exquisiteness. It was warm, hard, and inviolable. It also had a firm will, and a peerless spirit that would rather die than live in dishonor. As soon as Xiao Han's natal talisman enveloped the entire Xianxia domain, it seemed to have turned into jade. The ground had turned jade-colored. All of the buildings had turned jade-colored. Looking from afar, the Xianxia domain could be seen as jade. In the distance, the humans who were paying attention to this battle couldn't help but kneel down, as if they were looking at a miracle, and kowtowed repeatedly. Ah! It has been cleansed more than 10,000 times. 15,000 times. When Xiao Han cleansed this natal talisman for the 9th round, he had cleansed it 15,000 times. But now, the 10th round of cleansing had broken this record. No! It's crazy! It has reached 20,000 times. Countless Xianxia kowtowed, roared, and cried. On the side of the demon army. Finally, countless demons realized the power of this young man in front of them. They realized that they had seriously underestimated this seemingly small human opponent. Impossible! In this world, in the mortal world, how can anyone refine such a profound natal talisman? There can't be such a genius in the human race. This natal talisman is like the sun, moon, and stars, containing the great Tao of heaven and earth. It can easily kill any tower master. How can this guy be so powerful? This small plane shouldn't have given birth to such a monster-level human expert. Countless demons let out cries of terror. At this time, a large number of ordinary demon emperors, and even mutated demon emperors, couldn't calm down and directly flew into the sky, ready to escape. Puff, 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 puff. Any demon emperor who tried to escape would be shattered into pieces by the natural chi fluctuations of the natal talisman as soon as their bodies flew up into the air. Not even a speck of dust would be left. Ah! We can't escape. The demon race army was finally showing signs of collapse. Furthermore, something that made the demon clan even more alarmed happened. As soon as the bodies of the shattered demon overlords collapsed, a large amount of their body powder was absorbed. A powerful demonic chi vortex was emitted from Xiao Han's left arm. The demonic chi vortex was in the shape of a funnel, and it sucked in the pieces of the exploded bodies of the demons like a whirlwind. Jejia, jejia, jejia. At the same time, a terrifying will was emitted from the depths of Xiao Han's heart. The will of a demon god was emitted. It let out a joyful and hearty laugh. Wisps of demon gods were added to Xiao Han's left monarch palm, causing it to devour the essence of the demon corpses at a speed 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times faster than before. The demonic chi vortex emitted from the left monarch palm also began to expand, from the size of an acre to the size of 10 acres. It was like a horrifying mouth that was about to devour someone. He's devouring the bodies of the demons. His left arm. It emitted the supreme aura of the demon race. Kill him. Don't run, attack him now. He's trying to break through to the next realm. At this moment, his condition is extremely unstable. He can't activate his true Qi divine art effectively. Now is the best chance to kill him. Surround him and kill him. Destroy his natal talisman. Scatter all of his true Qi. Yes, all his energy and true Qi are used to refine this natal talisman. He won't have time to deal with us. At this moment, he's at his weakest. Kill him. Kill him. He's finally exposed the treasure of the demon race. How can the treasure of the demon race fall into the hands of a human? Kill him. Thousands of monarch beasts. It let out an earth-shattering roar, and waves of ferocious demonic aura shot toward Xiao Han. All kinds of demonic arts and treasures bombarded Xiao Han's natal talisman. The attacks of thousands of monarch beasts. It could be said that they could destroy the ages and destroy countless planes. As they attacked, countless illusions appeared, destroying heaven and earth. The spatial crystal walls all exploded and split apart. I'll interrupt your breakthrough. I'll cause your true Qi to backfire and self-destruct. An extremely powerful monarch beast transformed into a golden hammer. It smashed toward Xiao Han with an unknown force of hundreds of millions of cauldrons. Hee. I'm refining my natal talisman and naturally can't be distracted. I can't use true Qi to deal with you. However, Xiao Han's trump card is not true Qi attacks. All the demons. Die for me. Destroy them all. Xiao Han's body was unmoving. Boom! Xiao Han's body suddenly trembled. His body gradually grew, and lightning flickered all over. Earth Qi spread out, and the embryonic form of the dual attribute immortal body appeared. It was supported by the indestructible golden body. Xiao Han's entire body became like a god of war. He was completely invincible, dominating the universe. Looking around, he couldn't find an opponent he could fight against. Boom, boom, boom. The first to arrive was a small portion of the demonic aura attack that struck Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han's indestructible golden body dissolved some of the attack's power. Then, the Starry Sky Dominator and Thunder God Tyrant body brazenly withstood the attack, protecting Xiao Han from harm. The next moment, Puqi, from Xiao Han's Sea of Consciousness, a majestic pillar of natal saber Qi burst out. This natal saber Qi was supported by supreme mental power. It could slay gods and slay immortals, dominate the myriad realms, and not be affected by the 6 paths of reincarnation. It could endure myriad tribulations and live eternally. Previously, when Xiao Han had swept through the Tower Masters outside the Genius Zone, he'd only released his solid mental power to kill. He hadn't used his natal saber Qi. Now, Xiao Han didn't hold back. Not only did he use his mental power to attack, but he also used his trump card, the great accomplishment natal saber Qi. Mental power combined with saber intent. A powerful combination. The saber slashed out, destroying both gods and ghosts. Within the saber light, the phantom of the heavens appeared, as well as a door in the unseen world. This door was tightly shut, but it still exuded the aura of nature, uncanny workmanship, and a domineering saber aura. A powerful mental storm tore through everything, accompanied by the saber light. Pa pa pa, pa 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 pa. The densely packed demonic sovereigns were shredded into tile-like fragments by this saber. Then, all the fragments were automatically absorbed into Xiao Han's left demonic sovereign palm. Xiao Han's eyes were completely bloodshot. With a flash of his saber, he killed 487 demonic sovereigns. One saber slaying 100 demonic sovereigns. What was domineering? This was domineering. What was swift and fierce? This was swift and fierce. What was invincible? This was invincible. Ah! This human is invincible. Some demonic sovereigns dodged Xiao Han's saber in an extremely embarrassing manner and fled in all directions. However, although they managed to dodge, their demonic bodies had already been shaken by the saber Qi and the mental storm. As soon as they dodged, their demonic bodies began to peel off and be destroyed. They let out howls like pigs being slaughtered. We shouldn't have come to this dimension. There's an invincible human hiding here. Dead. I can't accept this. Puff, 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 puff. The bodies of the demonic sovereigns exploded one after another. Moreover, those demon emperors, whether they were ordinary demon emperors, mutated demon emperors, or ultimate mutated demon emperors, were all cut into pieces by the aftershocks of the saber chi. The sky was filled with demon blood and demon corpses. The entire Xianxia region resounded with the demons' desperate wails and cries. It was a tragic scene. What demon race? What demon emperors? It's useless. I, Xiao Han, will kill you like pigs and dogs. Chapter 549. Xiao Han launched an unparalleled attack. His solid mental strength was enhanced by the great accomplishment Natal Saber Chi, and he even created the shadow of the Gate of the Saber Realm. This attack was Xiao Han's strongest attack at the moment. Last time, when he was besieged by countless human tower masters, Xiao Han did not use his strongest attack because they were all of the same race. At this moment, facing the demon clan, Xiao Han no longer held back. With a slash of saber light, countless demon sovereigns were killed. Even the peerlessly powerful demon thearchs were killed in one move. A total of 487 demon thearchs were killed. Moreover, although some demon emperors did not face the attack head-on and dodged it, their bodies were soon shattered. The number of demon emperors killed by the aftershock of the saber chi also reached 187. In other words, Xiao Han killed 674 demon emperors with one slash. This kind of attack was rare. This was completely the attack of an immortal. Now, the demon race army had been smashed into pieces by the impact. Just now, when the army of the demon clan descended upon the Xianxia domain, it was a one-sided situation, completely crushing the human clan. Now, as soon as Xiao Han attacked, he killed countless demon sovereigns, a total of 674 demon thearchs. How could it not be a one-sided battle? A clash. A perfect clash. This slash caused the 10 billion humans to be completely enraged. None of them could control their emotions and began to shout Xiao Han's name. Some of them even shouted, "Long live Xiao Han! Long live Xiao Han!" However, Xiao Han knew his own strength. Although that saber strike just now was tyrannical and destroyed everything in its path. But it also consumed a lot of mental strength. It consumed a lot of mental strength and natal saber chi. This slash consumed almost half of my mental strength. Xiao Han knew. At this moment, the remaining demon emperors. They were not injured at all by Xiao Han's slash. There were about 400 of them who were only slightly injured. They watched helplessly as their attacks were destroyed by Xiao Han's saber. Moreover, many of the demonic thearchs and demonic sovereigns beside them died. It was a scene of devastation. Dense demon aura and demon body fragments, including demon blood and demon souls, they were all absorbed by Xiao Han's left arm. They all felt a deep sense of despair. They deeply felt Xiao Han's strength and invincibility. They had the illusion that they weren't facing a mortal, but an immortal who had descended from the immortal world. Some of the surviving beast emperors began to think of escaping. At that instant, a golden-horned monarch beast let out a cry of agony. "Let's work together. Let's work together again. Attack!" Those who weren't killed by that human with a single slash were the lucky survivors. All of them were the strongest demonic thearchs. That slash just now must have consumed a lot of energy. We still have a chance. The life force of this human youth. He was still immortal, but just now, he had used an immortal's attack. There was no way he wouldn't pay a price. Using the body of a mortal to attack with the means of an immortal. He must be at the end of his rope now. Don't be afraid. Since we were able to survive that slash just now, even if we were to face the same slash again, we wouldn't necessarily die. All of you have seen it, right? He has a supreme demon treasure on him that can absorb the corpses and souls of our dead demon clan. Kill. Fortune is found in danger. Kill him. Take his treasures. Execute the forbidden arts. Even at the cost of destroying your body, exploding your demonic meridians, burning your blood, kill him at all costs. Amidst the roar of the golden-horned demon sovereign, the surviving few hundred demon sovereigns finally hardened their hearts and decided to join forces to fight Xiao Han to the death. At this moment, they were not only using their sure-kill demonic arts, but they were also using all kinds of forbidden arts. Sky Beast Remnant Body. A monarch beast exploded and turned into a blood dragon. Its aura was twice as ferocious as before. Monarch Beast Sacrificial Art. A demonic emperor's demonic blood burst out of its body, causing its demonic body to expand continuously. In an instant, it turned into an ancient, godlike monster and pounced toward Xiao Han. Formation of 10,000 beasts. A monarch beast's body burst out countless characters of the beast tribe, forming a demonic formation. The demonic formation was strong enough to trap an immortal and kill everything in its path. All the monarch beasts went all out. In order to kill Xiao Han, they used all their strength and paid a terrible price. Some of the monarch beasts suffered damage to their bloodline and genes after launching such an attack, causing their levels to drop. Some even suffered great damage to their vitality and could not recover within 10,000 years. They only had one goal: to kill Xiao Han, to snatch Xiao Han's left arm, to dig out Xiao Han's heart. The attacks of hundreds of monarch beasts and the violent demonic aura were enough to destroy the world. Fortunately, their attacks were all focused on Xiao Han. Therefore, this plane and the others in the Xianxia region were not affected as much. At this moment, boom! In the sky, Xiao Han's natal talisman shook violently. The 10th round of cleansing was finally completed. Just now, Xiao Han did not stop the monarch beasts from executing their forbidden arts immediately. Instead, he gave them the chance to execute their ultimate moves. Xiao Han was waiting for his natal talisman to complete its cleansing. Now, Xiao Han had finally succeeded. After unlocking the 70th acupoint, the 10th round of cleansing of the natal talisman had been cleansed for a total of 50,000 times. This round of cleansing far exceeded any of Xiao Han's previous 9 rounds of cleansing. My seclusion for a few days to squeeze out my foundation was not in vain. Now, Xiao Han's entire aura had risen to another level. With a slight movement of his body, he could completely destroy an area. Wherever he went, the space shattered and everything turned into chaos. A large amount of space would evaporate. In between breaths, the mountains and rivers shook. Xiao Han's natal talisman was crystallized, emitting a noble and inviolable aura. It had a sense of twisting the universe, breaking fate, jumping out of the 5 elements, and reversing yin and yang. It was unparalleled. Billowing holy light poured down. Waves of immortal Sanskrit chants came from this natal talisman, cleansing people's hearts. Saber light and sword shadows floated in the air. The tide surged and the river water lapped against the shore. Rolling up the snow, wind and clouds gathered. They were all within. At this point, Xiao Han's natal talisman had been cleansed for a total of 117,000 times after 10 rounds of cleansing. The pure qi contained in it alone had reached 180,000 billion cauldrons. Powerful power. I can finally feel the incomparable power of true qi. Billowing steam. Good. My mental energy and saber qi have indeed been greatly depleted. Then, I will use this true talisman. Come and shatter these demon thearchs. Die! I will destroy all of you. Suddenly, Xiao Han raised his right hand. He clenched his right fist. This terrifying talisman directly turned into streams of light and merged into Xiao Han's right fist. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Xiao Han's right fist immediately turned into the eye of a storm. A hurricane raged, blowing countless spatial crystal walls apart. At this moment, hundreds of the strongest demon thearchs counterattacked with their strongest attacks. All of them bombarded near Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han also gathered the true qi contained in one of his natal talismans. All of it gathered on his right fist, and he punched out. This punch contained an aura that even immortals would tremble in fear. This punch was like billions of volcanoes erupting together. This punch was like billions of heavenly dragons roaring together. This punch was like billions of planes being destroyed at the same time. Xiao Han's punch did not contain any true qi or skills. It was just a punch with all his strength. It was like a thunderbolt, an eagle flying in the sky, a goshawk catching a rabbit, and a divine dragon flying in the sky. This punch was the essence of power, and it could break through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Bang! Finally, the punch formed by Xiao Han's natal talisman collided with the joint attack of hundreds of demon thearchs. Rumble! 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 The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire plain began to move. The continental plates were moving. The crust was shattering everywhere. countless heavenly tribulations and strange phenomena appeared. Time and space seemed to have stopped. Boom, 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 all the human true Qi realm martial artists in the Xianxia domain, all the ancient giants and giants, spared no effort to release the true Qi stored in every true acupoint in their bodies, burned the supreme-grade true Qi spirit stones, and released a layer of true Qi shield to protect the plane as much as possible, so that it would not be destroyed by the attack of Xiao Han and the demons. There was a kind of aurora between heaven and earth and the entire plane. Under this kind of light, no one could open their eyes. The battle between Xiao Han and the demons only lasted for a breath, and then it ended. There was silence between heaven and earth. Xiao Han won. Did he win? Our plane, how is it now? Every human in the Xianxia domain raised their eyes and looked at the sky. However, the aurora was so bright that they could not open their eyes. They all put their hands over their eyes and tried their best to look at the sky. Slowly, the aurora dissipated. It was no longer dazzling. Everyone's vision changed from blurry to clear. They could finally see it clearly. At this moment, in the sky, there stood a proud solitary figure of a young man. He had his hands behind his back. Around him, there were countless pieces of demon corpses floating. These pieces of corpses fell into the funnel-shaped vortex emitted from his left arm, and were refined. Silence. There was silence between heaven and earth. Billions of people focused their eyes on the young man in the sky. After a few hundred breaths, the young man in the sky smiled slightly. We won. Xiao Han. We won. Billions of people finally burst into tears, and all of them knelt down. Xiao Han. Just now, Xiao Han's natal talisman turned into a punch, with a force of 20 trillion cauldrons, and smashed the attacks of all the demon emperors. With one punch, hundreds of demon emperors were blown into pieces. It was a complete victory. Chapter 550. It was an unprecedented battle. A peerless battle. It was finally over. It ended with the victory of the human clan. A quiet and peaceful atmosphere once again appeared between heaven and earth. The air was filled with the fragrance of plants from the distant mountains. The oppressive atmosphere had completely disappeared. The layers of dead gray in the sky also faded into nothingness. The sky returned to its blue color and was full of vitality. Some of the plants and flowers that were originally withered and dried up tenaciously supported themselves, and bloomed with exuberant vitality that represented prosperity. The streets and alleys of the secular world were originally shrouded by the overwhelming demon qi. The atmosphere was so strange and oppressive that even the animals were suffocating. Every household closed their doors. But now, the sounds of chickens crowing and dogs barking resounded in the streets and alleys again. If these sounds were in normal times, they would seem particularly anxious and irritating. But now they were no less than celestial music. The plane returned to normal. Peace. At this moment, the billions of humans in the Xianxia region all looked up at the sky. They had gone through a lot from despair to the present rebirth. The ups and downs in their hearts were simply indescribable. They felt like they had survived a disaster. Like survivors after a disaster. All of them quietly shed tears. Some of the young chivalrous spirits even burst into tears. Soon, they fixed their eyes on the young man who was floating in the void like a lone crane. It was this young man who, in a desperate situation, turned the tide with his own strength and destroyed the entire demon clan army. In a few moves, he killed thousands of powerful demon emperors. It could be said that he was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Like a hot knife through butter. As if he had entered an uninhabited land. This was the means of an immortal. Xiao Han. Now, Xiao Han had become the leader and protector in the hearts of these demons. God. Faith. Xiao Han did not immediately land. He was still standing in the void. His eyes were slightly dazed. He seemed to be thinking about something. Xiao Han did not move, and none of the billions of humans below dared to move. Xiao Han did not speak, and none of the billions of humans below dared to speak. At this moment, the funnel-shaped demon chi vortex released by the demon emperor's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm was getting bigger and bigger. The sky was filled with demonic blood, the remnant soul of the demon emperor, and the fragments of the demon emperor's body. All rivers flowed into the sea as they were devoured and refined by the funnel-shaped vortex of demonic qi. Xiao Han's entire left arm glowed brilliantly, emitting an ancient demonic glow that was extremely evil and powerful. It looked like Xiao Han's left biscuit emperor's palm. It actually wanted to devour and absorb all the fragments of the corpses of the monster race army. Only then was he willing to let it go. Countless demonic emperor crystal shards, demonic emperor mystic arts, and demonic emperor mystic arts poured into Zhuabing emperor's palm tattoo like a tidal wave. Kong, 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 Kong. Pieces of shattered demon emperor crystals reassembled themselves on Xiao Han's left biscuit emperor's palm and embedded themselves into the grooves on left biscuit emperor's palm tattoo. One after another, the demonic Thearcha's ultimate killing techniques fused onto Xiao Han's left biscuit the arch tattoo. Ancient demon clan runes flashed continuously in Xiao Han's mind. Moon-swallowing thousand demons technique. The demon the arch immolates. Sky demon remnant body technique. Myriad demon immortal trapping formation. Demon the arch sun shooting art. Hum, hum, hum. These forbidden secret runes attacked Xiao Han's soul, trying to forcefully fuse into Xiao Han's soul, allowing Xiao Han to master these demonic the arch mystic arts. However, there were too many mystic arts flocking into his soul, causing Xiao Han's brain to almost explode. If it wasn't for the fact that his soul and mental strength were too strong, Xiao Han would definitely have either gone crazy or died from his brain exploding. Moreover, on Zhuabing Emperor's palm, the demonic veins were awakening crazily like mushrooms after the rain, and the capacity of each demonic vein was increasing exponentially. Absorbing the essence of the entire monster race army, thousands of demonic thearchs, millions of mutated demonic emperors, ultimate mutated demonic emperors, and countless ordinary demonic emperors, it was too much, it needed a period of time to digest. Therefore, Xiao Han made a prompt decision, focused his eyes and looked down. At this moment, Xiao Han, 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 Xiao Han. The billions of humans below started barking and roaring at the top of their lungs. Even those ancient magnates and elders completely lost their composure, wept in pain, and kowtowed like pounding garlic. Everyone. Xiao Han smiled faintly. As soon as he spoke, the billions of humans below all quietened down. This was authority. As soon as he spoke, the billions of humans were silent. Xiao Han completely had the authority of a peerless leader. No one dared to disobey his orders. Now, the disaster has been averted. Elders, please lead the demonic hero army to the demon metropolis, and kill all the remaining demon race in our plane. Then, our plane will be unified by the human race, and there will be no more demon emperors. I have already sensed it with my mental strength. In the demon metropolis, there are only some ordinary demon emperors. There are very few of them, and most of them are demon generals. We can handle it. Yes. Yes. The 12 elders stood up together and stood with their hands on the ground. Xiao Han nodded slightly. In this war, although we have expelled and eliminated the demon race and saved the plane. However, the plane is also in a state of desolation and has suffered a lot of damage. Now, true Qi realm cultivators, please go everywhere, comfort the people, and encourage everyone to rebuild their homes. Many damaged areas should also be rebuilt as soon as possible. Xiao Han paused for a moment, looked at the 12 elders, and said with a smile, "Elders, I have a few spatial coordinates here. They were told to me by some demon heroes from other planes while I was adventuring in the Genius Zone. How about this? Immediately enter their plane according to the coordinates of this space and ask for some material assistance from them. In return, after 10 years, I will give them a place to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. This time, I have refined a lot of places in my body. Even if there are immortals who want to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure with me, there should be extra places. We can share some with the demon heroes from other planes." Yes. Leader Xiao Han, you are really far-sighted. The 12 elders all nodded. I am not a leader, Xiao Han said seriously. However, before I go into seclusion, there are some things that I need to remind everyone. Seclusion? Xiao Han just came out of seclusion. Now he wants to go into seclusion again? Xiao Han's true Qi realm is going to break through again. Is Xiao Han going to go into seclusion to break through to the 8th stage of true Qi, the talisman formation realm? As soon as they heard that Xiao Han was going to go into seclusion again, the 10 billion people below all whispered to each other and discussed. Sect Master. Xiao Han looked at Wu Yu again. Wu Yu immediately understood what he meant and immediately said with a smile. Xiao Han, don't worry. I have antidotes for all sorts of poisons. Master Yen Lang will refine them as soon as possible. You can go into seclusion with peace of mind. That's good. Xiao Han relaxed and smiled. Then, he floated into the Demon Hero Pagoda and found a spirit house. As if there was no one around, he went into seclusion without any distractions. Outside. If I am not wrong, Xiao Han's seclusion this time should be to cultivate the art of refining the demon race. Wu Yu nodded slightly and smiled. There is a secret treasure of the demon race on Xiao Han that can devour and absorb the essence of the demon race. Just now, the demon race army was destroyed. The essence of all the demon emperors and demon emperors was devoured by Xiao Han. Xiao Han must need time to digest it. Yes, when junior brother Xiao Han first started his cultivation, his trump card was the demon power and various demon arts. Dongfeng Qin suddenly realized. This. Feng Ling was extremely shocked as he screamed out. Such a huge demon race army, led by thousands of demon emperors, is enough to trample any ordinary plane in the mortal world. Now, Xiao Han is going to absorb all the essence of this demon race army. Then, to what extent will his demon power soar? With that said, the 10 billion people were so scared that they did not dare to breathe. I can't make a hasty evaluation yet. However, if Xiao Han absorbs and refines all the soul essences of this demon army and nourishes his left arm, then Xiao Han's demon technique's combat power will not lose to his life talismans. In this way, Xiao Han will have the ultimate killing skills of both the human race and the demon race. He will definitely become a peerless figure. Not only will such a person not be found in the mortal world, but it is also impossible for the immortal world to have a dual cultivator of the human race and the demon race. Wu Yu looked at the Xianxia pagoda and smiled. In short, no matter what Xiao Han cultivates, as long as his battle power increases, our plane will become safer and more prosperous. It is always a good thing for our plane. Everyone, disperse. Don't disturb Xiao Han. Now, everyone gradually understood that Xiao Han's seclusion this time was to cultivate the demon race's secret arts. Everyone was extremely shocked and curious at the same time. They did not know what would happen after Xiao Han came out of seclusion. However, it was very strange. Although they knew that Xiao Han cultivated the demon arts, none of the humans felt repulsed. They all felt that no matter what Xiao Han cultivated, it was reasonable. All of them should trust him completely. Soon, the human clan gathered in the Xianxia region dispersed to do their own things and do their best to restore the plane. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. In the sky. Wu Yu led Dongfeng Qin, Feng Ling, and other people of the Pure Rain sect back to the Pure Rain mountain range. Sect Master, I don't know how strong Junior Han's battle power will be once he comes out of seclusion after merging with the essence of the demon army. Since ancient times, there has never been a person who can be compared with Junior Han. To be able to master the essence of the two races, this is actually 1,000 years of strange things, Dongfeng Qin said. Wu Yu looked in the direction of the distant Pure Rain mountain range. Let Xiao Han cultivate freely. Whether it's the demon arts or the true Qi divine technique, as long as it can improve his battle power, there is no harm. 10 years later, there will be many immortals participating in the second layer of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. If Xiao Han does not improve his battle power crazily during this period of time, I'm afraid he will suffer a great loss when he fights with the immortals. Yes, with Junior Han's current battle power, he is completely invincible in the mortal world. No Tower Master is Junior Han's opponent. But once an immortal descends, I'm afraid Junior Han will be in trouble. Seriously speaking, with Junior Han's current battle power, I'm afraid he won't be able to deal with even the most ordinary immortal. Moreover, in a few years, the immortals that descend to the various planes will definitely not be mediocre. They must be extremely talented and powerful immortals. Xiao Han must improve his battle power by any means necessary. I don't want to see Xiao Han being trampled by the immortals. Chapter 551. Demon Hero Region. Demon Hero Pagoda. In a mental secret chamber, Xiao Han went into seclusion again and began to cultivate. He sat cross-legged. Xiao Han's seclusion this time was different from the previous seclusion. Seriously speaking, it was completely different. Previously, Xiao Han cultivated true qi. The true acupoints all over his body lit up and burst forth with a holy light that shone through the ages. His body was surrounded by layers of colorful lights and auspicious clouds. The overflowing true qi made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Bathed in this light, one could feel warmth, justice, peace, and greatness. But at this moment, Xiao Han's body was full of demonic aura. The evil demonic aura constantly swept and rolled, bursting forth with the howls of evil ghosts and souls, bursting forth with the heart-wrenching sound of tens of thousands of demons crying and wailing. In the secret chamber, the evil demonic illusion of the demon realm kept appearing. All kinds of demon realm plants kept growing. If an ordinary person was in such an environment filled with demonic aura, their mind would definitely collapse, their soul would be contaminated and corroded, and they would either go crazy or die. Xiao Han, on the other hand, was enjoying himself. The demon the arch left arm palm greedily devoured the demonic aura energy. The entire demon race army of thousands of demon thearchs, countless demon emperors, their corpses, and soul essences were all absorbed by my demon the arch left arm palm. Now, I'm refining these resources bit by bit to nourish and strengthen my demon the arch left arm palm. Originally, my left arm demon monarch's palm couldn't refine such a huge amount of resources due to its quality. It would take a long time for my left arm demon monarch's palm to refine a slightly powerful demon monarch's corpse. But now, the left arm demon monarch's palm seems to have been modified by the demon god's will. Xiao Han also had many doubts. He slowly raised his left arm. At this moment, the tattoo on the left arm of the demon monarch seemed to have formed an evil and self-contained demon clan's plane. It was filled with the corpses, consciousness, and soul fragments of the powerful and evil demon clan. If any of these fragments were to reach the human realm, it would cause an apocalypse with unimaginable consequences. Right now, the tattoo on the left arm of the demon monarch was frantically refining the resources and energy, causing the quality of the left arm of the demon monarch to rise and evolve continuously. The speed at which the demonic monarch left arm refines the corpses and souls of the demonic race is more than 10,000 times faster than before. Furthermore, the capacity of this left monarch beast's palm has increased by more than 10,000 times. For example, this left demon emperor's palm used to be like a skinny man who could only eat 3 bowls of rice in one meal. But now, it has become a huge monster, a giant, a monster that can eat hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of tons of food in one meal. If it was in the past, I wouldn't have been able to refine such a huge amount of demon race energy. Once it surged into the demonic the arch left arm palm, it would definitely explode. Moreover, the most abnormal thing is that when the demonic the arch left arm palm absorbs and refines the demonic clan's energy, there are no restrictions, and there are no bottlenecks. When it breaks through, it seems to have no upper limit. Before this, Xiao Han's demonic the arch left arm palm seemed to be affected by genes. Therefore, it had to constantly mutate and improve its quality in order to absorb the demon race's energy and awaken the demonic meridians. Sometimes, when awakening the demonic meridians, there would be restrictions. It had to find an opportunity to break through the shackles and open the demonic meridians. At this moment, the demonic the arch left arm palm no longer had any shackles. It was like a bottomless abyss. No matter how huge the demon race's energy was, it could be absorbed together. It would absorb everything. Without a doubt, Xiao Han's demonic the arch left arm palm had been transformed. It had undergone a complete transformation. It had been turned upside down. It was reborn. Now, it was as if the interior of the demonic the arch palm had formed a small world with stable order. It was extremely sturdy, and there was even a thick dark red space crystal wall. Moreover, it seemed to be able to communicate with the demon realm beyond the 9 heavens. In the interior of the demonic the arch palm, countless demonic meridians shuttled back and forth like destructive demonic dragons. There were also many fallen angels with blood-red wings singing, sprinkling down the glory and light of the demon god. The singing and faith of the ancient demon race lingered. The densely packed demon race's energy fragments dissipated like snowflakes under the terrifying demonic aura of the demonic the arch palm. They merged into each demonic meridian and became nourishment, causing the demonic meridians to continuously awaken. Tens of thousands of demonic meridians awakened at the same time, and the capacity of each demonic meridian was expanding. At the same time, the demon emperor crystals that had been shattered into powder were perfectly repaired. They were like the most beautiful gems in the world, and they were embedded into the grooves of the demonic the arch palm. The essence of the demonic mystic arts flowed into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness like a gentle mountain spring, imprinting on Xiao Han's mental energy star so that Xiao Han could master these mystic arts. Even the demonic the arch mystic arts inheritance lingered in Xiao Han's soul. Moreover, before this, whenever Xiao Han's demonic the arch palm was exhausted, he had to kill demons to absorb their energy or absorb the heavenly desolate demon fruit to replenish the lost demonic force. But now, the demonic the arch palm had formed a world of its own, and demonic aura circulated in it. Even if the demonic force was exhausted, it could replenish itself. Oh my God! Now, the demonic the arch palm has exceeded the scope of a demonic the arch. It has evolved into an evil creature that is superior to any demonic the arch. Xiao Han saw that his entire left arm was shining brightly, emitting streams of high-level demonic chi natal energy. The origin energy was definitely more powerful than any of the powerful demonic thearchs from the alternate dimensions that Xiao Han had killed earlier. All of a sudden, the wind and clouds on Xiao Han's left arm rose again, and a change occurred. On his left arm, densely packed reverse scales grew out. These reverse scales were extremely ancient, sharp, and engraved with exquisite and demonic mysterious patterns. Billowing thoughts were transmitted from them. They shone with a demonic luster. The sharpness of each reverse scale could cut through the sky and tear apart all living things. It was much more terrifying than an immortal artifact flying sword. Soon, Xiao Han's left arm was covered with reverse scales. They were densely packed. It was a ghastly sight. Now, not to mention the use of demonic secret techniques, Xiao Han's claws alone could tear everything apart with a sharp reverse scale. For example, although the demonic thearchs that he had killed earlier had strong and impregnable bodies, they would be as fragile as paper under the cutting of the reverse scales. At this moment, Xiao Han finally looked at his heart when he sensed the drastic changes in the demonic the arch palm on his left arm. It's a demon god. A wisp of the demon god's consciousness has modified the demonic the arch palm on his left arm. It has made the demonic the arch palm on his left arm surpass the demonic the arch level. That's right. The demon god was the overlord of the universe. Killing immortals was as easy as drinking water and eating. It was easy for it to modify a demonic the arch palm. It only needed a wisp of its consciousness to complete it. Damn it! The demon god is causing trouble. Xiao Han cursed. Then he gathered his mind power and released a mind wave, which permeated and swept across his left arm. Xiao Han was worried that the demon god would use the opportunity of modifying the demonic the arch palm on his left arm to control his limbs with its supreme will. Fortunately, Xiao Han finally discovered that the wisp of the demon god's consciousness only nourished and evolved the demonic the arch palm on his left arm. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Xiao Han was much more at ease now. Forget it. I can't resist the demon god's will. It wants to modify my demonic the arch palm on my left arm, so I'll let it do as it pleases. All in all, it's good to be able to increase my combat strength. After all, immortals will descend in a few years to look for me. Immortals are arrogant. They won't be polite to me, right? Therefore, with this evolved demonic the arch arm, I have more means to protect myself. Xiao Han threw all his worries to the back of his mind and focused on observing the changes in the demonic the arch palm. During his previous trip to the demon metropolis, Xiao Han had killed many demon emperors, including many mutated demon emperors and ultimate mutated demon emperors. As a result, the demonic the arch palm on his left arm had mutated a few times and benefited a lot. When he left the demon metropolis, the demonic the arch palm on his left arm had awakened 600,000 demonic meridians. The capacity of each demonic meridian was 150 times that of ordinary demon emperors. It had 9 billion cauldrons of pure demonic power. At that time, the 9 billion cauldrons of power was enough for Xiao Han to defeat ordinary powerhouses in the demonic hero pagoda. He could even rely on demonic techniques to fight against the powerhouses of the ancient era. However, after reaching the genius zone, even if the demonic the arch palm was not suppressed, the mere 9 billion cauldrons of power would not be of much use. For example, Xiao Han's demonic power and demonic technique would not be able to fight against the likes of Li Xiaotian, who had trillions of cauldrons of power. After improving his flesh shell, mental strength, saber intent, and true qi realm, Xiao Han originally thought that his demonic the Arch-Palm had become useless and would no longer be able to help him kill his enemies. However, the situation had been reversed. Awakened. 700,000 demonic meridians. 800,000 demonic meridians. 900,000 demonic meridians. The capacity of the demonic meridians increased by 200 times. Increased by 300 times. Increased by 400 times. Demonic qi was like smoke. The demonic power was soaring. The quality of the demonic the Arch-Palm on his left arm was getting stronger and stronger. Poof, poof, poof. Many reverse scales grew crazily, and demonic symbols flashed. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that there were tentacles growing on the demonic the Arch-Palm. The tentacles were extremely strange and terrifying. They were crimson and soft, like the tentacles of an octopus. These tentacles trembled slightly and burst out with an incomparably evil sneer, as if they were alive. However, Xiao Han realized that the tentacles were not living creatures. Instead, they had a close connection with his mental waves. It was as if the evil tentacles were born from his mental waves. Xiao Han closed his eyes slightly. With a thought, the tentacles began to extend and swim in all directions. With another thought, the tentacles began to shrink and retract under the skin of the demonic the Arch-Palm. They were like the tentacles of a snail. He could use his mental power to control the tentacles at will. Not only did the tentacles possess strong power, but they were also extremely tough and dense. They even contained a terrifying power that could devour everything like a black hole. It seems very interesting. After understanding that the tentacles were just an extension of his mental power and the demonic the Arch-Palm on his left arm, Xiao Han became playful. Poof, 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 poof. The dense tentacles shot out from Xiao Han's left arm demonic the Arch-Palm. These tentacles easily penetrated the walls of the Xianxia pagoda and penetrated into many secret rooms. Through these tentacles, Xiao Han could very clearly see. The female demon hero Elaine, who was in charge of this floor of the spirit house, was in an elegant and clean bathroom. Her smooth skin, her curvaceous body, her protruding peaks, her sunken and serene areas, including the luxuriant grass, were all exposed to the tentacle's scanning range. The other tentacles also saw some demon heroes who were drinking in the lounge. He saw some male and female monsters having sex with each other. They were enjoying themselves and enjoying themselves. They saw some demon heroes who were praying and worshipping Xiao Han. Poof, poof, poof. The dense and thick tentacles shot out of the demon hero pagoda. They swayed in the wind. The demon hero pagoda, which had stood for 10,000 years, was now like a monster full of tentacles. It was incredible. Ah! What's that? Some of the demon heroes who were standing in the square outside the demon hero pagoda were scared out of their wits when they saw the countless tentacles that shot out. However, in the next moment, Xiao Han had already retracted his tentacles. Don't panic. It must be Xiao Han. He's cultivating a supreme demonic technique. Everyone, do your own things and don't disturb Xiao Han's cultivation. The demon heroes finally calmed down and bowed deeply to the area where Xiao Han was cultivating in seclusion. Only then did they quietly disperse, not daring to make a fuss. To be continued. Chapter 552. It's not a problem for every tentacle to kill a demonic emperor. Even if I can't strangle him to death, I can at least entangle him and trap him, giving me a chance to attack. Xiao Han played around for a while before retracting all of his tentacles. Moreover, he was discovering more and more of the wonders of these tentacles. Each of the tentacles has a powerful devouring and absorbing power, as well as demonic qi that can pollute true qi. In this way, even if I don't die immediately after being entangled by the tentacles, I will be devoured by the tentacles bit by bit. Amazing, truly amazing. Xiao Han continued his seclusion in the Xianxia Pagoda's secret mental chamber. 10 days and 10 nights of seclusion. No distractions. In these 10 days of seclusion, Xiao Han had already gained a thorough understanding of the mutated and evolved demon monarch left arm palm. Reverse scale. Antennae. It was an evil creature born from the left arm of the demon the Arch. As a result, the demonic Monarch palm's offensive and destructive power increased explosively. However, the most obvious change was within the demon emperor's palm. The space crystal wall inside the demon emperor's palm grew thicker and thicker, becoming impregnable. It formed a world of its own. High-level demonic chi circulated endlessly, and all kinds of demon world phenomena were born and destroyed. The demon vein was like an evil dragon. Fallen blood angels of the demon realm were born and destroyed one after another. They were constantly splashing the glory of the demon god and strengthening the demon god's blessings. His demon meridians continued to awaken. The capacity of the demonic meridians continued to expand. Demon veins awakened. 5 million demon veins. 6 million demon veins. 7 million demon veins. The demon veins' capacity has expanded by 1,000-fold, magnified by 1,500 times. It was 1,700 times larger. The demon monarch's palm was going to absorb and refine all the energy essence of the demon race army, awaken as many demon veins as possible, and expand the demon veins' energy. In the end, hideous and terrifying bone spikes protruded from the left arm of the demon emperor. These bone spikes were stained with ancient demon blood. It was a very pure demon bloodline that was many times more noble than the demon bloodline in the mortal world. Deep within that bloodline was the most primal and thick demonic energy that came from the beginning of the eternal universe. There were even some demonic runes flashing on the bone spurs. I can feel a terrifying demonic power flowing through my left arm like a surging river. Xiao Han could not help but raise his left arm. Puff, 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 puff. Under the control of Xiao Han's mind, the scales, spikes, and antennae on his left arm retracted and retracted into the demonic god's palm. This made Xiao Han's left arm look no different from a human's. His skin was translucent like jade and full of vitality. On his left shoulder, there was a beautiful and realistic demonic god's palm tattoo. Xiao Han slowly spread open the 5 fingers on his left hand. Demonic chi swirled around his 5 fingers. Indistinctly, one could hear the roars and anger of the ancient demon race, as well as the hymn to the demon god. With a slight movement of his palm, a demonic ocean, a demonic palace, a demonic plain. Furthermore, with the restoration of countless demon emperor crystals, as well as the refinement of over 1,000 demon monarch inheritances, Xiao Han had grasped thousands, or even tens of thousands of demonic arts and secret arts. Because the demonic god's palm on his left arm had evolved, Xiao Han could use any demonic art or forbidden art as he pleased. My combat strength has reached the peak. Xiao Han casually waved his hand. A thick demonic chi rushed out like a beacon of smoke. Within a breath, it turned into a centipede, spider, poisonous bee, demonic mosquito, demonic insect, psychedelic butterfly. Although these demonic creatures were formed by demonic chi, they were vivid and lifelike. They flew around in this secret mental room, corroding the air and devouring the space. This is merely an ordinary demonic technique sealed in a demonic emperor crystal, the ancient 6 poisons of the demon realm. However, when I use it now, it's enough to easily kill dozens of human tower masters. I know tens of thousands of such demonic techniques, as well as many forbidden techniques. I'm already invincible in the human realm. Xiao Han sighed emotionally. All the demonic arts and demonic arts that surged into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness had been integrated by him. I'm about to come out of seclusion. Xiao Han smiled faintly. Just a little bit more. The demonic god's palm on my left arm will absorb all the energy fragments. At that time, I'll come out of seclusion and return to the Pure Cloud sect, the Pure Cloud mountain range. The Pure Cloud sect. At this time, Jing Yanxue, Lan Shirong, and Princess Mo Hen were leading a large group of Medicine King Valley disciples to do odd jobs behind Yan Lang. They packed up bags of herbs and placed freshly made pills into medicine bottles. Sect leader Wu, the cure for this plains plague is in these pills. Yan Lang twisted his beard and smiled. His face was slightly tired, but his eyes were extremely excited. Master Yan Lang's divine skill in refining medicine, I admire you, sect leader Wu said sincerely. I thank Master Yan Lang on behalf of all the people in the world. These days, Master Yan Lang has not slept or rested. He has done his best. It is truly admirable. This merit alone is enough to make up for the mistake of judging the demon hero pagoda. Ha ha ha, Sect leader Wu is too polite. In fact, the reason why the calamity of the world could be successfully resolved was because of my master Xiaohan. He killed the demon emperor that spread the plague, causing the plague to weaken by a lot, giving me time to refine the antidote. At this time, Xianxia said in a low voice. Sect Master Wu, did my man really single-handedly kill countless great demons from other planes? Yes, Sect leader Wu said seriously. If not for Xiaohan, this plane would have been destroyed long ago, and all the human race would have perished. Xiaohan saved this plane with his own strength. Hearing sect leader Wu personally confirm it, the three girls were overjoyed. They were overjoyed and their eyes were filled with happiness. When will he come back? After surviving the disaster, the three girls missed Xiaohan very much. They could not wait to see Xiaohan immediately, throw themselves into his arms, and act like a spoiled child. Xiaohan is in seclusion, comprehending demonic techniques. I do not know when he will come out. Sect leader Wu suddenly smiled. However, all of you don't have to worry. After your man emerges from his closed-door cultivation, he'll become a peerless hero that's completely invincible in the mortal world. Unless he is an immortal, no one can defeat him. It's a pity that I can't witness junior brother Xiaohan's peerless style of killing hundreds of powerful demon emperors with one punch. What a pity! Xiao Mingqiu stood at the edge of the cliff, sighing and beating his chest. Feng Ling and Dong Fengqin laughed at the side. Eldest senior brother, look, the great rivers and mountains of our plain have once again recovered their vitality. Everywhere is vast and beautiful, and the common people live in peace and contentment. They sing and dance to celebrate peace, and it's a flourishing age. Feng Ling looked into the distance and spoke emotionally. All of this is thanks to junior brother Xiaohan. Dong Fengqin also sighed. Suddenly, Feng Ling changed the topic. However, although it looks like a painting, there are hidden dangers. Junior brother Feng Ling, you mean after a few years, immortals will come to our plane? Xiao Mingqiu immediately frowned. Yes, during the adventure in the Genius Zone, junior brother Xiaohan has become the target of public criticism. Everyone knows that he has a purple immortal key, including the immortals. After a few years, there will be many powerful immortals who will come to our plane to look for Xiaohan. We can't understand the thoughts of these immortals. We don't know how they will treat us mortals. Once the immortals have a dispute with us, it will be 10 times or even 100 times more dangerous than those monster clan emperors. I hope that Xiaohan can make great progress in his seclusion this time. Devil Hero Region. Devil Hero Pagoda. Xiaohan's spiritual secret room. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, the left arm of the demon monarch refined all the energy essence of the entire demon clan army. Not a single drop was left. Perfect. Xiaohan stood up directly. His body was tall, invincible, majestic, and imposing. I've awakened 80 million demonic veins, and the capacity of each demonic vein has expanded to 5,600 times that of an ordinary demonic emperor. This means that when I strike out with my left arm, I'll be able to unleash 40 trillion cauldrons of pure strength. Not bad, my combat strength has skyrocketed, and I've improved tremendously. At least the time I spent in seclusion to crazily refine the demonic race's energy was not wasted. After Xiaohan broke through 70 true acupoints and cleansed the true talismans 10 times, the true chi on a natal talisman was only about 20 trillion cauldrons. However, a wave of the demon monarch's palm now had 40 trillion cauldrons of mighty power. The power of the demon monarch's palm was twice as powerful as the natal talisman. Moreover, the demon monarch's palm was also modified by the will of the demon god, causing it to evolve and mutate. Dense reverse scales, bone spikes, and tentacles grew out. Every reverse scale, every bone spur, and every tentacle had a quality that was not inferior to an ordinary offensive immortal artifact. Xiaohan also mastered more than tens of thousands of demon techniques. Among them were some forbidden techniques that were powerful enough to destroy the world. At this moment, Xiaohan casually stood there, and his body was surrounded by demon wind, and his demon light shone brightly, illuminating the world. Every single one of his pores and cells exuded an aura and pressure similar to that of an ancient, terrifying giant. Unknowingly, Xiaohan's temperament became lawless, as if he was above the ages, suppressing the heavens. He had a domineering aura, as if he was the sole ruler of the heavens. Poof, poof, poof. The densely packed tentacles seemed to be extremely happy, swimming and growing on his left arm. The bone spikes were blood red, and the reverse scale was sharp. Xiao Han's entire left arm was ferocious and terrifying. You can emerge now. Xiao Han smiled in satisfaction. His left arm returned to normal. All of his true qi was boosted by the wondrous cultivation method of the spirit turtle's true qi, covering his left arm. It did not leak out at all. Xiao Han directly came out of seclusion with his hands behind his back. Xiao Han walked out of the mine's secret room. He teleported out of the Demon Hero Pagoda. In the square outside the Demon Hero Pagoda. Xiao Han collar chalk sleeve. Xiao Han collar chalk sleeve. Xiao Han collar chalk sleeve. Countless demon heroes knelt down on one knee to Xiao Han. Xiao Han collar chalk sleeve. You've come out of seclusion? A few elders also flew out of the Demon Hero Pagoda and knelt in front of Xiao Han respectfully. There's no need for that, Xiao Han said with a faint smile. I have no intention of being the master of this plane. I just don't want to be tied down by the mortal world. With my temperament, I'm not suited to make this collar and sleeve. You can choose one of the 12 elders to be the leader of the chalk sleeves. Xiao Han collar chalk sleeve. You don't want to be chalk sleeve. You. The elders and the demon heroes all panicked. Don't worry. If the plane encounters any danger, I, Xiao Han, will do my best to save it no matter where I am. I'll leave now. You guys can rebuild the plane properly. Xiao Han's figure had already drifted far away after he finished speaking. He was nowhere to be found. Xiao Han's words came in the wind. In a few years, the immortals will come to our plane. I will also return to the sect in advance to make preparations. To be continued. Chapter 553. After Xiao Han finished the mutation of the Demon Emperor's left arm, he returned to the pure mountain range without stopping. He didn't stay in the Xianxia region for long. After experiencing such a huge change, Xiao Han's heart was a little touched. Now, he was eager to return home. He wanted to reunite with his wives and tell them about their parting, so that they could have a good time together. Whoosh! A gorgeous demonic light flashed across the sky, leaving a beautiful arc in the air. In less than a breath, Xiao Han accurately used illusory movement and flashed from the Xianxia region to the pure mountain range, his true inheritance mountain peak. With Xiao Han's demon power, the effect of using illusory movement was almost the same as teleportation. If Xiao Han used his full strength, he could flash from the extreme west to the extreme east in less than a breath. On the true inheritance mountain peak of Xiao Han, the medicine field was crisscrossed with a strange fragrance, colorful butterflies fluttered, and bees danced. Many beautiful maidservants were working in the medicine field with tools such as medicine hoes in their hands. Sometimes they would stop and chat with laughter. Sometimes they would talk about some intimate things. Among them, several of Princess Mo Hen's personal maids were gathered together, whispering and chatting with a smile. Mo Zhu, do you think the son-in-law will visit us in the future? After all, we have been with the princess since we were young. Our royal family also has a rule. When the princess gets married, we, as maidservants, will also marry. We hope that the son-in-law will visit us one day. I will also marry him. I hope that young master will one day come to visit us. Even if it's just once, my life will not be in vain. TSK. What status do we have? How can we expect the son-in-law to visit us? The son-in-law is now the leader of this plane, and he will become an immortal in the future. Alas! How can we be worthy of the son-in-law? Ha ha ha! You girls, do you want to seduce the son-in-law? Outside the huts on the other side of the medicine field, Jing Yanxue, Lan Shirong, and Princess Mo Hen were holding medical books and reading. At this moment, buzz! The space in front of them fluctuated, and Xiao Han was already standing in front of them with a smile. Ah! The three women were so shocked that they dropped the medical books in their hands onto the ground. Then, their beautiful eyes widened as they stared straight at Xiao Han. There were thousands of words in their hearts, but they couldn't say a single word. 3 wives, I'm back. Hee hee. Xiao Han smiled and then opened his arms. Come, give me one each. For a moment, the 3 women forgot themselves. Their passionate tears silently rolled down their cheeks. However, they didn't care about it and directly threw themselves into Xiao Han's embrace. It was as if they couldn't wait for Xiao Han to melt them. They didn't hesitate at all. The Great Hall of Ascension. There's a faint demonic aura descending upon our sect. Xiao Han has returned. Wu Yu exclaimed. Xiao Han's true inheritance mountain peak. At this moment, Wu Hao, Xiao Mingchu, Fang Ling, Dongfang Qin, Yan Lang, as well as a Chou and the rest who had just returned from their training outside, a dense group of true disciples surrounded Xiao Han like stars surrounding the moon. Cheers and laughter. Everyone talked to their heart's content. Brother, this is a lady that I got to know during my training. She has already become my wife. Hee. Ah Cho was extremely bashful as he introduced a beautiful and delicate female of the true Qi realm to Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. Senior Ah Cho, you have a good eye. Xiao Han patted Ah Cho's shoulder with great force. A strong friendship spread in all directions. However, you have to work harder. Look at me, I have 3 wives, and you only have 1. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Dongfang Qin scuttled over from the side and pulled Xiao Han's sleeve. He smiled wretchedly and said in a low voice, Junior brother, it's not just 3, it's 4. Huh. Xiao Han was startled. Look. Dongfang Qin pointed. Under a hawthorn tree at the edge of the cliff, there was a lady with smooth skin and her entire body was bathed in a graceful and luxurious true qi. Her beauty was unparalleled. She smiled charmingly at Xiao Han and gently stroked her hair. Who else could it be other than Mo Qing Tong? In an instant, various scenes of him and Mo Qing Tong in the hex trial flashed in Xiao Han's mind. Xiao Han looked at Mo Qing Tong and could not help but be a little dazed. Pfft. Mo Qing Tong laughed involuntarily and then gracefully walked towards Xiao Han. We, the people of the Jianghu, don't bother about trifles. Mo Qing Tong directly held Xiao Han's arm as if she was afraid that Xiao Han would run away. 3 sisters, in the future, I will be the eldest and you will be the youngest. If anyone bullies you, just say my name. Xiao Han, do you have any objections? Ha! Xiao Han was dumbfounded. What? Xiao Han, at that time you and I. Now you want to go back on your words? Didn't we agree to be each other's angels? We swore to the stars and moon. Mo Qing Tong looked at Xiao Han with grievance. The happiness that I, Mo Qing Tong, want must be firmly grasped. Xiao Han, don't even think of escaping in this life. In the distance, Heaven's devil old man's eyes were filled with tears. Brother Wu, my most beloved disciple has been given to your Xiao Han. Say, in the future, your pure rain sect must treat Qing Tong well. This child has been lonely and pitiful since childhood. She is a poor person. Heavenly devil old man, why do I feel that it is Qing Tong who wants to forcibly occupy my Xiao Han? Wu Yu was speechless. The night. The sky was full of stars. On the true inheritance mountain peak of Xiao Han, piles of bonfires were lit. Many beautiful female disciples danced cheerfully and enthusiastically in front of the bonfires. Delicacies and good wine were endless. The Pure Rain sect was celebrating. Many disciples drank themselves to the point of being dead drunk. Xiao Han, you must have gained a lot from your seclusion this time, right? Wu Yu said with a smile. Xiao Han also smiled. I guess I can't find an opponent in the ordinary world. However, I don't know if I can protect myself when the immortals descend in a few years. Yes. Wu Yu nodded. Xiao Han, there are at least a few years before the immortals descend. What have you done in these few years? Now, almost all the demon clan in our plane has been annihilated, and it has become a paradise for the human clan. This disciple's cultivation would never be able to progress in this plane, or even in the countless ordinary planes of the mortal world. In these few years, I want to have a good tour. Relax my mind. Spend some time with Xianxia and the others. Xiao Han looked at his wives. Yes, now, in these few days we, the demon heroes, have been going everywhere to kill the remnants of the demon clan, and almost all the demon clan in this plane have been killed. The plane is peaceful. Xiao Han, you should rest well. Wu Yu drank a mouthful of wine, his eyes deep in thought. When I was a child, I saw my uncle's family have their brains sucked dry by the demon clan, and they died tragically in the manner. At that time, I made a vow that in this life, I must do my best to exterminate the demon clan. After so many years, although this vow was not fulfilled by me, but, in any case, it was the disciples of my Pure Rain sect who accomplished this great cause. With that, Wu Yu poured a cup of wine and silently prayed. All the demon hero brothers who sacrificed themselves, Wu Yu offers you a cup. I hope that you will know in the afterlife that the plane is peaceful today. Late at night. Xiao Han, Mo Qing Tong, Princess Mo Hen, Xianxia, and Lan Shirong were in the same room. Xiao Han had been holding it in for a long time. At this time, he was very impatient. Unable to control himself, he directly tore Xianxia, Lan Shirong, and Princess Mo Hen's light robes. Mo Qing Tong watched from the side, her face red and her breathing rapid. Although she did not bother with trifles, she was still a virgin and had not been inhumane. Xiao Han might as well go all the way. He also pulled Mo Qing Tong over and stripped her in 2 or 3 moves. This night, they were entangled to death. The 4 women did their best to please him. In the following period of time, Xiao Han lived a peaceful and secluded life in the untainted mountain range. Fishing, admiring flowers, playing in the water, taking beauties on an outing. Carefree and leisurely, Xiao Han lived a contented life that only admired mandarin ducks and not immortals. Although the creatures of the plain all knew that Xiao Han had already returned to the untainted mountain range. But no one dared to disturb him. However, in the mundane plains, many temples were built to worship Xiao Han. The incense was endless, and it was extremely prosperous. Occasionally, Xiao Han would also sit on a boulder at the highest peak of the untainted mountain range. His gaze would look into the distance, and his spiritual fluctuations would also spread out wantonly. Now, Xiao Han's spiritual fluctuations were unreasonably strong, and it was not a problem for him to cover the entire plain. It's been so many years, Yunrong. Where exactly are you? Xiao Han's eyes revealed a strong longing. Yunrong, in order to save me, you did not hesitate to harm yourself and took a highly toxic medicine. According to the calculation of time, the period of time since the poison took effect has long passed. Could it be that Yunrong you? In the depths of Xiao Han's eye sockets, there was a trace of worry, but more than that there was doubt. Xiao Han muttered to himself. No! With my current spiritual strength, in the secular world, I am invincible. Even some low-level immortals, in terms of pure spiritual strength, I am afraid that they are no match for me. When spiritual strength is strong to a certain level, there will be a kind of faint sixth sense. Now, I have a premonition. Yunrong, it seems that she did not die from the poison. And, in such a large plain, there is not a trace of Yunrong's aura left. Could it be that Yunrong is no longer in this plain? Xiao Han used his spiritual fluctuations to cover the entire plain and searched carefully, but actually did not find a trace of Xiao Yunrong's aura. After all, Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong had spent a lot of time together. Before the 2 of them parted, Xiao Yunrong had even secretly kissed Xiao Han. It could be said to be unforgettable. Therefore, Xiao Han was absolutely not unfamiliar with Xiao Yunrong's aura. Even if Xiao Yunrong had passed away, her aura should have lingered for a long time before dissipating completely. But in this plain, Xiao Han did not find any trace of Xiao Yunrong's aura. Moreover, the mysterious sixth sense seemed to be telling Xiao Han that Xiao Yunrong had long since left this plain. Forget it, I am already powerless to find Yunrong in this plain. I hope Yunrong is still alive. In the future, when my cultivation base is strong again, I will definitely go to other plains to find Yunrong. In this life, I must find Yunrong. Chapter 554. 3 years. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. 3 years had passed since Xiao Han returned to the Purity Mountain Range from the Devil Hero region and lived a happy and contented life. In these 3 years, Xiao Han had enjoyed all the blessings in the world. In addition to bringing his wives on a leisurely tour of the ethereal mountain range, Xiao Han and his wives also disguised themselves and went to various places in the 4 regions and the great wilderness to experience the local customs. Their footprints were all over the plain. In these 3 years, there were no disasters in the plain. The country was prosperous and the people lived in peace. It seemed that the luck of the plain was prosperous. The development of the plain was flourishing, becoming more and more exuberant. It was like a drop of water falling into a pot of oil, sizzling and boiling. Moreover, with the help of other high-level plains, Xiao Han's plain was now filled with dazzling buildings. Many important cities had roads paved with gold bricks and horses made of white jade. Flowers were everywhere. In just a short span of 3 years, the plain's development had improved many times compared to before. Moreover, Yanlang finally broke down and refined the immortal elixir that Xiao Han brought back from the genius zone into countless divine medicines. This was even more amazing. Yanlang was indeed a genius, a god-level alchemist. He broke down and refined the immortal elixir that was not suitable for mortals into divine medicines that were most suitable for mortals. Although this kind of divine medicine had different attributes, it could be effectively absorbed by mortals, breaking the shackles of life and improving the level of life. So that when mortals cultivated true qi, they would be irresistible and no longer have any bottlenecks. Countless divine medicines were distributed like flowing water. First of all, the disciples of the Pure Cloud sect, according to their seniority, received different amounts of divine medicine. Then, in the hero region, the talented and righteous heroes also received divine medicine. Finally, in the secular sects and empires, some of the selected martial artists also received divine medicine. The 4th year, Wu Fu finally broke through and advanced to the 10th level of true qi. He opened 101 acupoints in his body, opened the heavenly eye, and cultivated into a half-immortal body. In addition, the faint immortal aura in the divine medicine nourished his body, making his half-immortal body extremely strong, flowing with a sage-like aura. Xiao Ming Chu opened the heavenly eye, half-immortal body. Dongfang Qin opened the heavenly eye, half-immortal body. Fong Ling opened his heavenly eye, half-immortal body. Yan Lang and Mo Qing Tong opened their heavenly eyes and became half-immortals. Ah Cho, True Qi Level 9 True Treasure Realm. Princess Mo Hen, Jing Yanxue, and Lan Shirong had all reached Level 9 True Treasure. Apart from these people, all of the true disciples of the Pure Rain sect had reached Level 10 True Qi. Xiao Chen had opened all 100 true acupoints. However, he had yet to open the 101st true acupoint to open the heavenly eye and condense the half-immortal body. The inner sect disciples, outer sect disciples, and inner sect disciples of the Pure Rain sect had all entered the true qi realm. Even those disciples who had poor aptitude and could only remain at the fleshly body realm for the rest of their lives, after obtaining 1 or 2 godly medicines, would break through the limits of their genes and step into the ranks of Level 1 or Level 2 Jinqi realm, soaring to the heavens in one go. Right now, the massive Pure Rain sect had hundreds of thousands of disciples and all of them were at the true qi realm. Not a single one of them was at the physical body realm. The lineup was so strong that it left one dumbfounded. Even the founder of the Pure Cloud sect, Wu Hongyi, had never dreamed that the Pure Cloud sect would be as prosperous as it was today. Back to the Xianxia region. The changes in the Devil Hero region were even more shocking. Apart from Yan Qi who had already disappeared, the 12 elders and the surviving ancient giants had all opened 101 true acupoints, opened the heavenly eye, and condensed the half-immortal body. Apart from them, all the ancient giants and some devil heroes whose strength was close to the ancient giants had also cultivated to the peak of level 10 true qi, opened the heavenly eye, and condensed the half-immortal body. In just a few years, this plane had given birth to thousands of half-immortals. In other words, this plane had thousands of pagoda masters. A plane with thousands of pagoda masters was already the symbol of a high-level plane. Xiao Han's plane had originally been extremely weak. After countless years, only one pagoda master had been born. When he went outside, he was bullied and oppressed everywhere. But now, there were thousands of pagoda masters, and a large portion of them could completely defeat the previous pagoda masters. As a result, the plane had gone from weak to strong, completing a complete transformation. Moreover, the current Xiao Han's plane was filled with auspicious clouds and auspicious qi, immortal qi, and true qi. The entire plane showed a jade-like luster, with traces of heaven on earth. In this plane, the quality of the fruits and rice grown were extremely high, close to the immortal fruit. Immortal rice nourished mortals, making them stronger and prolonging their lives. Now, this plane would definitely be ranked among the top of the ordinary planes in the entire universe. In addition, this plane had Xiao Han, so it was almost impossible for any other ordinary plane to surpass this plane. Invincible in the plane. *** Mountain Range. *** Sect. Xiao Han's True Inheritance Mountain Peak. At this time, in Xiao Han's True Inheritance Mountain Peak, a large group of people gathered outside Xiao Han's living room. Xiao Han paced back and forth outside the house, anxious and battered. Wu Yu, Heavenly Devil Old Man, Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, Shangguan Wudi, and the others were also accompanying Xiao Han. Xiao Han, don't worry. Qing Tong will definitely give birth smoothly. Wu Yu kept saying. Calm down, calm down. At this moment, Mo Qingtong's loud cry sounded in the house. Xiao Han, I don't want to give birth. It hurts. Ah! Xiao Han stomped his feet heavily. Qingtong, you must hold on. It turned out that today was the day of Mo Qingtong's labor. In the past few years, Xiao Han and his wives had always been more careful, taking various measures to prevent his wives from becoming pregnant with his own flesh and blood. After all, there were only a few years before the opening of the second stage of Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. At that time, Xiao Han would enter and compete with many immortals. Besides, there had always been a hidden danger in Xiao Han's heart. As long as the demon god's soul was not eliminated, Xiao Han would not be able to live in peace. How could he dare to be a burden? However, even so, Mo Qingtong was still pregnant. Master, please be at ease. This old servant personally refined the abortion medicine for mistress. Nothing can go wrong. Yan Lang also said nervously. Moreover, this old servant has taken mistress' pulse. It's a young master. Ah! In the house, Mo Qingtong suddenly let out a long cry. Then, wah wah wah, a child's loud cry rang out. Suddenly, outside the house, it was quiet. Xiao Han, Wu Li, the Heavenly Devil Old Man, Xiao Mingchu, and all the other true disciples of the Cloud sect were all silent. Xiao, 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 xiao. Then, rays of holy light shot up from the house, filling the sky with auspicious clouds, immortal cranes, immortal apes, and all kinds of strange phenomena. It was a spectacular sight. A strange phenomenon from the heavens. This child's talent is extraordinary. Wu Li said excitedly, trembling. Boy or girl? Xiao Han roared. Congratulations, young hero Xiao Han. Lady Qingtong has given birth to a young master for you. An old woman's excited voice rang out in the house. Jing Yanxue, Princess Mo Hen, and Lan Shirong rushed out of the house, their faces full of excitement and tears. Ha 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 ha. I'm also a father. Xiao Han couldn't help but cry. That night, Xiao Han was holding a cute baby boy with crystal clear skin, a faint holy light lingering in his pores, and big black eyes that kept rolling. Junior brother Xiao Han, your son is 80% like you, and 20% like Qing Tong. Xiao Mingchu said anxiously. Come, junior brother, give me a hug. Eldest senior brother, it's not your turn yet, right? Dongfang Qin took the baby boy from Xiao Han's arms and teased him with a smile on his face. Xiao Han, this child has inherited your invincible talent and genes. He will definitely become a great person in the future. Give him a name. Wu Li looked at the baby boy in Dongfang Qin's arms with a loving expression. Xiao Han thought for a moment, then said. Although the plain seems to be peaceful, there are undercurrents surging. Based on the time, the immortals will descend to our plane soon. I only hope that my son can live a peaceful and happy life. Let's call him Xiaoan. Xiaoan. Wu Li nodded. Good name. As a father for the first time, Xiao Han also began a busy and happy life, raising Xiaoan with his 4 wives. Moreover, Xiaoan became the darling of the Pure Cloud sect when he was born. Hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Pure Cloud sect all regarded Xiaoan as their treasure. Yan Lang even specially refined some top-grade sacred medicine and medicinal baths for Xiaoan to take and bathe in every day. Xiaoan grew up in such an environment and inherited Xiao Han's excellent genes. He would definitely become a great person in the future. In the future, he would definitely be a legend. One night, Xiao Han lay on the spacious soft couch, holding Xiaoan in his arms, playing with him. Princess Mo Hen was massaging Xiao Han's feet. Jing Yanxue was gently massaging Xiao Han's shoulders, and Lan Shirong was snuggling up to Xiao Han's body. At this time, Xiao Han handed Xiaoan to Mo Qingtong to breastfeed. Mo Qingtong carried Xiaoan over and suddenly said softly, Xiao Han, Why are you always depressed recently? Did we make you unhappy? Ha! Xiao Han looked at Qingtong. At this time, Qingtong had a faint red mark between her eyebrows. Although she had given birth, her charm was even better than before. She had the charm of a young woman, and her Tower Master level cultivation made her a goddess in the eyes of any man. Xiao Han's heart surged with a tender affection, and he shook his head slightly. It's not because of you, but the day of the immortal's arrival is getting closer and closer. Since I have Xiaowen, I naturally have more and more concerns. Xiao Han, are you worried that the immortals will make things difficult for our son? Humph. If anyone dares to touch my Xiaowen, even if it's an immortal, I won't be afraid. Qingtong said coldly with a sense of protectiveness. Of course, if the immortals dare to touch our family, I will kill them. Xiao Han said sternly. The night sky was clear. It was like the most beautiful gem in the world, spotless and breathtakingly beautiful. The East region's most prosperous empire. Sun Yao Empire. Sun Yao Empire's imperial city. Imperial palace. Imperial garden. The emperor of Sun Yao Empire was in the imperial garden of the imperial palace, inviting his trusted officials to a banquet. They were enjoying the moon and discussing state affairs. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, ever since Xiao Han and Cha Xiu led us to wipe out the demon clan in this plane, the air in our plane has become extremely pure and sweet. There's no longer the smell of the demon clan. It's a scene of prosperity. Yes, that battle back then was truly an unprecedented battle. Xiao Han killed the entire demon clan army by himself. The immortals descended to earth. Even the immortals in heaven are no better than this. The emperor of Sun Yao Empire also nodded repeatedly. At this moment, boom, 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 boom. The originally clear night sky was suddenly filled with thunder and lightning without any warning. Then, a violent gale and heavy rain descended. Boom! A colorful vortex bloomed directly over the imperial city of the Sun Glory Empire. And then, whoosh! A meteor flashed by. However, the thunder, the storm, the five-colored vortex, and the meteor all flashed by within a few breaths. After a few breaths, the thunder stopped abruptly, the wind dispersed, and the rain disappeared. The night sky returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Ah! My dear officials, what's going on? The emperor stood up in horror and scanned the surroundings with his true qi, but found nothing unusual. It's strange. The thunder and the storm came quickly and left even faster. Your Majesty, it seems that a meteor fell into our imperial city. A graceful young woman smiled gently. Ha ha! Your Majesty, I'm afraid you saw wrong. How could there be a meteor in the storm? The officials all laughed in a relaxed manner. Sun Yao Empire's imperial city. A young man in white walked on a street of the imperial city with his hands clasped behind his back. He seemed to be very curious about the imperial city and looked around. His eyes were like gems, starry sky, and moonlit night. This is the plane of mortals? Although the air doesn't have the charm of immortals, this plane is quite prosperous. Hee, it should be right. This is the coordinates of this space. It can't be wrong. Ha 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 ha. You Xianxia, have finally reached the mortal world and walked around. Hee, right, I'm looking for a mortal called Xiao Han. He has many places to enter the second floor of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Chapter 555. The young man in white seemed to be interested in everything that happened in the imperial city of the Sun Glorious Empire. He ran to the bustling night market and looked around. Then, he saw a stall selling candied haws. His eyes lit up and he rushed over. The young man in white grabbed a candied haw and sniffed it. Then he put it in his mouth. After chewing for a while, he praised the stall and turned to leave. Sir, you haven't paid the bill yet, the young woman said anxiously. The young man in white paused, scratched his ears, and said in a low voice. That's right, the elders in the sect told me some things about the mundane world. It seems like we have to use currency to buy things like clothing, food, housing, and transportation. It's not like the immortal world where we trade for things. However, I don't have the currency of the mundane world. With that said, the young man in white took off a jade pendant from his waist and handed it to the young woman who was selling candied fruits. He chuckled. I won't take advantage of you. Here, this is a jade pendant carved from top-grade warm jade from the celestial realm. It's enough to buy a lot of candied haws. Ha! Celestial realm warm jade? The young woman took the jade pendant with a puzzled expression. Well, this celestial realm is the name of my hometown. It's just a small town, not as prosperous as here. Ha ha ha. The young man quickly changed his words and turned to leave. Ah! This jade is so exquisite. The young woman was stunned as she held the jade pendant in her hand. The white-clothed young man wandered in the luxurious night of the glorious Sun Empire, enjoying the moving and graceful scenery to his heart's content. This time, our sect master and the elders worked hard to open the space-time channel between the celestial realm and the mortal world, allowing me to teleport down. However, because the spatial barrier of the mortal realm is too weak and unstable, senior brothers and sisters with stronger celestial physiques and celestial force are unable to teleport down. Otherwise, the aura on their bodies would be enough to shatter this mortal realm. As for me, with my celestial physique and celestial force, I can just barely descend to the mortal realm. I'm one of the most talented disciples among the younger generation in the Flying Yang sect. Many elders encouraged me and thought that I might be able to condense a high-grade immortal physique in the future, or even become an immortal emperor. But I'm still far from that. But I won't disappoint the elders and the sect master. This time, exploring the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is a great opportunity for me. Xianxia, will definitely not lose to the young talents of the other sects in the immortal world. So, this white-robed youth was actually someone who had descended from the immortal world. It was a young immortal. Finally. An immortal had finally descended from Xiao Han's plane. Yes. Our Flying Yang sect managed to obtain a spot with great difficulty. Xianxia was fortunate enough to be chosen by the sect leader and the various elders. Sect leader and Elder Chalk had expended so much celestial force to open this space-time wormhole and allow me to descend. I carry the hope of the entire Fei Yang sect. This time, the outstanding young immortals of the various sects in the immortal world have all descended. The competition is very fierce. Who doesn't want to obtain Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure? My Fei Yang sect isn't much of a force in the celestial realm. We've only obtained one spot, and it was obtained with great difficulty by Elder Chalk's connections. However, it's said that this spot is slightly better than the other spots. I heard that there's a mortal in this realm called Xiao Han, and the celestial key he obtained is the most valuable celestial key, the purple celestial key. I wonder if this purple celestial key will give me an advantage when I search for treasures. Forget it, I must bring back the celestial treasure for the sect. I want to revitalize the sect. Xianxia, must also take this opportunity to embark on the path of an immortal emperor. Yes, I've just arrived. Wait until I'm familiar with the rules of this plane, then I'll find that mortal Xiao Han and ask for a spot to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. The white-robed young immortal disappeared into the night sky. Late at night. Deep in the wasteland. Deep in the wasteland that was as silent as a graveyard. This was a continuous mountain range. There were no human countries, and there were many ancient beasts in the mountains. Occasionally, there would be a sound of trampling on the ground, or a violent roar. It was a ghastly sight to behold. At this moment, boom, rumble, rumble, rumble. Heaven and earth suddenly began to shake violently. A terrifying energy descended from the sky. This was a light beam that was like a raging wave. It fell straight down from the sky, like an aurora. The vibration of the space shattered the trees and mountains within 1,000 miles. All the beasts in the mountains were annihilated. The air even turned into a rapid sound wave attack. Sonic booms came from all directions, cutting the space into pieces. In the middle of the sky, a funnel-shaped vortex appeared. A stalwart figure slowly walked out from within. Ha 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 ha, ah ha ha. I've finally reached the mortal world. Ha 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 ha. This is really interesting. Sigh. It's really troublesome in the immortal world. No matter what I do, I'm bound by rules and regulations. Those old antiques always talk about immortal rules. I'll be punished at every turn. Damn it, so boring. Now that I've finally obtained a quota to descend to the mortal world, I must have some fun. Ahahaha. Anyway, There are still a few years before the date of entering the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. I can have some fun in this mortal world for a few years. How can I have fun? Ha ha ha. The beauties of the mortal world. Wealth. Yes, and power. Ha 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 ha. As for that Xiao Han, I'll find some time to meet him. This time, I'll obtain the quota to enter the second round of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove from him. However, don't expect me to be polite to him. Mortals are like dogs. If he doesn't serve me obediently, I'll definitely crush his balls. Ahahaha. As he spoke, a giant man with golden skin and immortal light all over his body walked out. His body moved and swept across all directions. On this night, countless people in Xiao Han's plain, whether it was in the east, south, west, or north regions, or in the great wilderness, witnessed the strange phenomenon of meteors falling from the sky. Some people wanted to capture this phenomenon, but there was no trace of it. Of course, many people regarded this meteor phenomenon as a purely natural phenomenon and didn't care about it. However, Devil Hero region. 12 elders floated around the Devil Hero pagoda. In between their eyebrows, the heavenly eye opened, and a beam of light shone in all directions. Coincidentally, meteors fell from the sky not far away. Wang, wang, wang. The heavenly eye of the 12 elders released misty light at the same time and shone on the meteors. In the next moment, pooh, 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 pooh. The 12 elders vomited blood at the same time. The light in the heavenly eye dimmed down, and even the heavenly eye closed slightly. It's immortal chi. Extremely violent and strong immortal chi. In that meteor, there was pure immortal chi. Just now, when we used the heavenly eye to probe, we suffered a backlash. One of the elders said in horror. The other elder, Elder Chalk, gasped. Did people from the immortal world descend upon our plane? Calculating the time, there is still about 56 years before the opening of the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. It seems that it is indeed the time for the immortals to descend. Hiss! Countless meteors fell tonight. If each meteor represented the arrival of an immortal, then the number of immortals that descended to our plane should be extremely large. Oh no! Oh no! With the descent of an immortal, it is hard to predict whether it will be a blessing or a curse. Immediately inform Xiao Han Ling Cha Xiao. Inform Xiao Han Ling Cha Xiao immediately. This is no small matter. Starry Night Transmission. Purity Mountain Range. Purity Sect. Xiao Han had just finished making love with his wives and was lying on the bed. At this moment, Xiao Han's mind swept slightly. There is actually the smell of immortal chi near my purity sect. It is extremely strong and pure. Could it be? Xiao Han suddenly jumped up from the bed. Purity Mountain Range. The main peak. Led by Wu Yu, Xiaoming Chu, Dongfang Qin, Feng Ling, and other core disciples gathered at the main peak. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meteors fell from the sky. Auspicious clouds rolled. Sect Master, I'm afraid these meteors aren't that simple. Xiao Mingchu's heavenly eye opened, and he frowned. If it is a blessing, it is not a curse. If it is a curse, it cannot be avoided. It seems that the thing that I have been worried about all these years has finally come. Wu Yu's pupils contracted slightly. At this moment, the yen chivalrous token in his arms trembled slightly. He took it out and scanned it with his mind. Then he said, "The elders sent a message. They have already speculated that the immortals have descended. It coincides with our sect. It should be the immortals." Xiao Han's voice rang in the main peak. Under the moonlight, Xiao Han, dressed in plain clothes, approached from afar. Junior brother Xiao Han. Xiao Mingchu and the others looked over. I have already used my mind to scan the entire plane. Now there is real immortal chi in the east, south, west, north, and great wilderness. It is extremely pure immortal chi. It is completely different from the immortal chi that drifts in our plane. I think that from tonight onwards, the immortals above will gradually descend to our plane. Xiao Han raised his eyes and looked at the sky. Not only our plane. Now, all the geniuses who participated in the Genius Zone adventure and obtained the quota to enter the second round of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure will definitely be visited by the immortals. The world is in chaos? The world is prosperous? Wu Yu was in a trance. It is really difficult for us mortals to understand the heart of the immortals. But there is no doubt that a new chapter has begun. Xiao Han, you have refined a purple immortal key and a blue immortal key. I believe that there will be immortals coming soon. It doesn't matter. I will deal with whatever comes my way. Even if the immortals come, I will deal with them one by one, Xiao Han said resolutely. To be continued. Chapter 556. That night. Xiao Han and the rest were not in the mood to sleep, so they simply stayed at the main peak of the mountain range. Stargazing. And Xiao Han, subconsciously, was also waiting for the immortals to come and find him. After all, Xiao Han had refined 2 immortal keys with him, and had a total of 270 places to enter the second round of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. When an immortal descended to this plane, he would not look for anyone but Xiao Han. I wonder what the immortals are like. Xiao Han could not help but guess. Since I'm already here, let me, Xiao Han, see your true colors. So, Xiao Han waited for the immortals to visit in the mountain range. However, after waiting for 7 days and 7 nights, it was strange that no immortals came to find Xiao Han. This made Xiao Han extremely speechless. Western Region. In the 4 regions of the East, South, West, and North, the population was the most prosperous. There were as many sects in the empires and kingdoms. However, in comparison, the Eastern region was the most prosperous, followed by the Southern region, and the Northern and Western regions were more barren. Especially in the era when the demon race was rampant, the Northern and Western regions were sometimes tortured, and the people had no way to make a living. Although the plane had achieved the great unification of the human race, the Northern and Western regions had also been greatly improved. But some regions were still bitter cold. At this moment, in a border city of the Western region, people dressed in coarse hemp clothes were busy making a living. At the end of the streets, there were peddlers and servants. Let's go and find a living immortal to treat us. Since 7 days ago, the living immortal came to our Purple Vine City and opened a clinic that can treat all kinds of diseases. These few days, he has already cured many patients. You know Jianghu, right? Tuberculosis that has accumulated for many years. He has already been cured by the living immortal. I don't have spare money to find a living immortal to treat me. You don't know this, right? The living immortal treats patients for free. Ha ha ha, otherwise, how can he be called a living immortal? Let's go. Ha 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 ha. In an ordinary house on a street in the city. At this moment, there was already a sea of people outside the house. There was a long queue, waiting for the living immortal to treat them. Inside the house, it was a green-robed youth. Her hair was tied up in a simple bun with a wooden hairpin. She had an oval face and a jade-like face. Stars and clouds flickered in her eyes. He was checking the pulse of a pregnant woman with a big belly. And she's the daughter of a noble family. The young man in green smiled gently. Living immortal, please prescribe some medicine for me to take. The pregnant woman smiled sincerely. Ha! The green-clothed young man faintly smiled and extended his right index finger. He touched the space between the pregnant woman's eyebrows. Then he said, "That's enough. Hey, next." Behind the azure-clothed youth was a young woman dressed in colorful clothes. She had a noble and otherworldly aura, and she called out impatiently. She waited for the pregnant woman to thank her and leave before she muttered her complaints. "Elder brother, why did you come here to treat these mortals?" The elders and the sects spent a lot of effort to open up a space-time wormhole so that we could descend into the mortal world. We should be looking for Xiao Han. What's so fun about this place? Junior sister. Mortals are really suffering. Suffering from all kinds of illnesses. So pitiful. The green-clothed young man reprimanded. Although mortals are not as good as us immortals, they are still living beings born from the world. This time, I descended into the mortal world to accumulate merit. It couldn't be better to treat these mortals. After accumulating a lot of merit, a few years later, when I enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure, I will be able to gain something. Merit and karma circulate in the world. I'm doing good deeds now, but in the future. Stop! Senior brother, you still haven't changed your bad habit of nagging after coming to the mortal world. What kind of logic is this? Entering the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure and treating mortals here are two completely different things. The young woman in colorful clothes said with dissatisfaction. Aya, junior sister. Don't make a fuss. There are still a few years before the second round of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure opens. Isn't it better to play in the mortal world for a few years? The green-clothed young man smiled. Suddenly, the young woman in colorful clothes frowned and said with a serious expression. Senior brother, you can play here, but I have to remind you that we, the White Dragon sect, are sworn enemies. The Dragon Sun sect also has outstanding young immortals who were teleported to this realm. I heard that it's Giant Spirit and Xiong Mozi. Senior brother, we have to be careful. Don't let those two see us. Otherwise, although we're in the mortal world, I'm afraid. Eastern Region. Dragon Scale Empire. Back mountain of the Imperial City. The volcano of the Imperial City was crowded with people. A magnificent temple had been built on the mountain. The incense was very abundant. Xiao Han's statue was enshrined in the temple, accepting the worship of the people in the world. At this moment, a green-clothed young man with a sword on his back stood in the middle of the temple. His eyes flashed with a sharp light as he looked at Xiao Han's statue. The corner of his mouth twitched, and his eyes emitted an extremely displeased expression. Ridiculous! Ridiculous! Bang! In the next moment, his aura changed greatly. A sharp sword chi rose from his body and soared into the sky. His aura became unparalleled, extraordinary and refined. At this moment, he was like a towering heavenly sword, making all the swords in the world submit to him. The worshippers who had been lighting incense in the temple were all sent flying by his aura. They were thrown into disarray one by one. How can mortals accept incense offerings? This is ridiculous. The mortals in the world are so ignorant and stupid. They don't worship immortals, but mortals. Xiao Han? What's that? How can he accept the offerings of mortals? Damn it! He's the #1 genius in the genius zone, but he's still an ant in front of us immortals. I, the Divine Sword Prince, must teach this Xiao Han a lesson. Bang! The formless sword chi sliced through the statue of Xiao Han in the temple, turning it into powder. Eastern Region. Maple Empire. Imperial City. A bare-chested man who looked like an ancient giant arrived at the Maple Empire's palace. There was a dragon-shaped aura surging from his body, and his aura was domineering. The aura of this bare-chested man. It suppressed the entire palace. Tens of thousands of people were silent. Ha 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 ha. This is the palace of the secular world? The bare-chested giant walked towards the throne in the Golden Palace. You are? You. The emperor and the ministers were so scared that their bodies were numb, and they were trembling like chickens. Oh, it's like this. I also want to be the emperor for a few years. You are the emperor of this country? Get out of here. I will replace your position and be the emperor for a few years. I want to experience the joy of power in the secular world. The bare-chested giant finally sat on the throne. Ha 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 ha. This seat is very fun. It's comfortable. It's really comfortable to sit on. No wonder countless mortals would fight with their lives for this seat. Even if they were as close as father and son, they would still kill each other. Ha ha ha. Listening. Oh no. I'm giving the order now. Immediately spread the word across the country. Choose the most beautiful women. 5,000. No. Choose 10,000 beauties. Go now. Ha 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 ha. Countless immortals arrived at Xiao Han's plain. However, these immortals did not go to find Xiao Han as soon as they arrived. Instead, many immortals were playing in the secular world for fun. After all, life in the immortal world was too boring for them. Now that they finally arrived, they could play freely. Moreover, they had a sense of superiority. When they played, they were unscrupulous and did whatever they wanted. Some immortals occupied the throne of the secular world. Some immortals snatched women at will in the secular world for fun. Of course, there were also some immortals who were kind and did good deeds in the secular world. In short, the order of this plane had undergone a drastic change because of the arrival of a large number of immortals. *** Mountain Range. *** Sect. Xiao Han's True Inheritance Mountain Peak. Xiaowen. Haha. Xiao Han was holding his son and laughing. His wives were also laughing hysterically at the side. After playing for a while, Xiao Han handed Xiaowen to Mo Qingtong. Then, Xiao Han and Yan Lang walked to the other side of the mountain peak. Master, we've been waiting for many days, but the immortals still haven't come. The temperament of immortals is really hard to understand. Yan Lang said with some worry. It can't be that they think too highly of themselves and want Master to visit them personally, right? Heh. Xiao Han smiled slightly. In fact, although I'm immortal and my life level is far inferior to immortals, but the problem is, the quota to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is firmly in my hands. Ha! Yan Lang was slightly stunned. A purple immortal key and a blue immortal key have been refined into my body and become a part of it. Immortals can't snatch them away. Once I die, these two immortal keys will also be annihilated. So, immortals can't kill me. Even if I let them kill me, they won't dare to. Xiao Han seemed to have figured out some key points. Yan Lang, you must know that it's not that easy for immortals to descend. They can't come down just because they want to. I think they need to spend an endless amount of immortal strength to forcefully open a space-time tunnel from the immortal world to our human world. The consumption is huge. With such a huge consumption, they can only teleport down. How can they easily waste this opportunity? If I die, they will be teleported down for nothing. It will be like drawing water with a wicker basket. Ah, that's right, Master. Speaking of which, you do have the upper hand. The quota to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is in your hands. You can give it to whoever you want. The initiative is completely in your hands. Yan Lang's eyes also brightened. At this moment, he's here. Suddenly Xiao Han's eyes lit up. After waiting for so many days, an immortal finally came to visit. At the foot of the mountain range, a man dressed in ordinary clothes and barefoot stood in front of the mountain gate of the mountain range. He wore an ordinary long robe. His appearance and temperament were like a scholar in the secular world. His body didn't show any auspicious aura or strange phenomenon. There was a kind of feeling of returning to simplicity. This mountain range is undulating and full of spiritual energy. It's really a place with great talents. No wonder it could nurture an outstanding talent like Xiao Han. The ordinary-looking man faintly smiled and said in a natural and unrestrained manner. To be continued. Chapter 557. This man stood at the foot of the Purity Mountain range, enjoying the beautiful scenery of the mountain and sighing with emotion from time to time. It was obvious that he held the Purity Mountain range in high esteem. At this time, a few disciples guarding the mountain noticed him and immediately flew in front of him. These disciples guarding the mountain were all at the first level of true qi. Ever since Yan Lang refined the divine medicine, all the disciples of the Purity sect had benefited and reached the true qi realm. Using a true qi realm disciple to guard the mountain gate was an extremely extravagant thing. In such a large plain, only the Purity sect could afford such a thing. When these disciples guarding the mountain saw this ordinary man, they immediately felt ashamed of their inferiority. Although this ordinary-looking man's body didn't seem to have any energy fluctuations, it was very strange that when these true qi realm disciples faced him, it was as if they were commoners in the secular world, facing the emperor who sat high on the dragon throne in the throne room. Cramped, bewildered, flustered. May I ask who you are? The disciples guarding the mountain also changed their way of addressing the ordinary-looking man. Furthermore, all of them descended and stood in front of the ordinary-looking man in a well-behaved manner. It was as if they were giving him orders. Even the disciples guarding the mountain are at the true qi realm? This sect is indeed very prosperous. The ordinary man muttered to himself. Then he smiled warmly. Everyone, no need to be so polite. I am Jia Lanzi, and I have come to pay a visit to the genius of your sect. Xiao Han. Ah, so you want to see our senior brother Xiao Han. The moment these few disciples who were guarding the mountain heard Jia Lanzi mention Xiao Han, they naturally felt confident. Their faces also radiated a proud glow. At this time, friend, a guest from afar, please come to my Purity sect's main peak for a chat. Xiao Han's voice came from afar, gentle and pleasant. Ha ha ha. Brother Xiao is indeed mysterious, to actually know of my arrival. Good, very good. Jianghu's brows relaxed as he laughed heartily. Purity Sect. Main Peak. Back Garden of the Purity Sect. Xiao Han, Wu Feng, Xiao Mingchu, Feng Ling, Dong Feng Qin, and other leaders of the Purity Sect met Jianghu in the back garden filled with flowers. They sat down. Xiao Han's gaze was unwavering as he looked at Jianghu. He displayed an indifferent expression, neither servile nor overbearing. Even though Jianghu was an immortal, he was still an immortal. Xiao Han's heart, on the other hand, was filled with the aura of ancient immortals. Moreover, this was not the first time Xiao Han had seen a real immortal. When Xiao Han left the demon capital, he was enlightened by a celestial. That celestial's strength was probably far superior to Jianghu's. As for Wu Hao, Xiao Mingchu and the others, they were unable to maintain their composure. Immortal! Immortal! Your Excellency! Your Excellency is an immortal from the immortal world. Xiao Mingchu asked in shock. Ha ha ha! Jianghu laughed unconcernedly. It's just a descendant from the immortal realm. In the mortal world, they were known as immortals, but in the immortal world they were nobody. All living things are equal, so there's no need to be too restrained. Immortals are really powerful. Wu Li sighed. Rumors are not as good as seeing with one's own eyes. Mr. Jianghu, you've already reached a state where you've returned to your natural state. But when I look into your eyes, I have an illusion. It's as if your eyes can absorb our entire plane. It's too mystical. Sect Master Wu doesn't have to be so polite. Jianghu's temperament was also extremely easygoing. This time, there are many true immortals descending from the immortal world. This is no longer a secret. Then, I will have an open and honest talk with everyone. It can also be considered as making friends. Making friends with immortals? This. Dong Feng Qin couldn't believe his ears. Xiao Han, my friend, I already know a lot about your deeds. Heh, with your age, it's really not a trivial matter to reach your current cultivation level. In the mortal world, it's unique, and no one can match you. Even in the immortal world, it will cause immortals to look at you. You obtained the first layer of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure, and the title of the strongest in the genius area is well deserved. Today, I also found that there are traces of immortal qi in your body. It seems that you are already condensing immortal qi. Becoming an immortal is just around the corner. It's worth celebrating. Furthermore, when I heard about your battle with the demon race army, I couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Smashing several demon monarchs with one punch, this kind of method is almost an immortal's method. Powerful, powerful, admirable, admirable. Heh, Jianghu, my friend, you are really kind. Xiao Han also smiled in a friendly manner. Xiao Han also knew that it was because of his combat strength and valor that he won some respect from this immortal in front of him. In addition, Xiao Han's heart and Zhuabing Emperor's palm were also perfectly shielded. At least, this Jianghu in front of him did not have any abnormalities. Feng Ling said, "We have always been worried that the people descending from the immortal world will be unruly and will not treat us mortals as humans. However, Sir Jianghu, you are modest and polite. You are a sincere gentleman. There are good and evil people descending from the immortal world this time. I will tell you about these things." Jianghu's face became slightly serious. "I am willing to listen to Brother Jianghu's teachings," Xiao Han said humbly. "I dare not say that I will teach you." Friend Xiao Han is also a dragon among men. It is already a foregone conclusion that you will ascend and become an immortal one day. Friend Xiao Han and I can be considered to have hit it off at first sight. Then, let's just treat this as a casual chat between friends. Jianghu's voice was extremely gentle and pleasant, making people feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. After a pause, Jianghu said slowly, "What is an immortal? Now, allow me to speak on your behalf." There were many versions of records about immortals and the immortal world in the ordinary mortal plane. Most of them were unverified and could not stand up to scrutiny. Now, a true immortal was speaking about these things, causing Xiao Han and the others to hold their breaths and listen attentively. Mortals want to become immortals. There are two ways. The most important one is Through the cultivation of true qi. Reaching the 10th level of true qi. Breaking through the 101 true acupoints of the body and opening the heaven's eye. After opening the heaven's eye, one can find some immortal qi floating in the lower realm and use it to wash the body, causing one's body to be slightly contaminated with immortal qi. After that, through enlightenment, one can welcome the heavenly tribulation. Once the heavenly tribulation comes, one needs to use one's mind, soul, body, true qi, and other means to resist it. Once one survives, one will be swept up by the heavenly tribulation and directly enter the immortal world. This is the so-called ascension. Of course, if one cannot withstand the heavenly tribulation, that is the end result of being reduced to ashes. After entering the immortal world, one can use true immortal qi and immortal pills to train their body and convert their true qi into immortal qi. That is when one becomes an official immortal. Convert true qi into immortal qi. Wu Li nodded, not fully understanding. Brother Xianxia, the power of immortal qi is many times greater than true qi, right? Of course. Xianxia nodded with certainty. Not only is the power of immortal qi many times greater than true qi, but the body of an immortal is also many times stronger than that of a mortal. After all, it is a true immortal body. Even if a mortal explodes with the strongest true qi attack, it will not be able to shake the immortal body and break its defense. Therefore, in theory, a mortal can never kill an immortal. Mortals use cauldron as a unit of measurement. Xianxia said seriously. And in our immortal world, we use dragon to describe immortal qi. Dragon is a noble creature that lives in the immortal world. Its power is enough to topple mountains and overturn the seas. In our immortal world, we use dragon to describe how much immortal qi an immortal has. Xianxia's gaze swept across Xiao Han and the others. Let me give you an example. In the mortal world, the power of 10 trillion cauldrons is equivalent to the power of one dragon in the immortal world. Do you understand what I'm saying? 10 trillion cauldrons is equivalent to the power of one dragon in the immortal world? Xiao Mingqiu and Dongfang Qin exclaimed. My destiny talisman has about 20 trillion cauldrons of power, which is equivalent to 2 dragons of immortal strength. And my left biscuit emperor's palm has about 40 trillion cauldrons of power, which is 4 dragons of immortal strength. Xiao Han calculated silently. Xianxia continued. In the immortal world, ordinary immortals are called true immortals. Above true immortals are the noble immortal emperors. True immortals are divided into 10 levels. Level 1 true immortals have 1 to 10 dragons of immortal strength. Generally speaking, level 1 true immortals have no status in the immortal world. They are similar to the common people in the mortal world. Level 2 true immortals have 11 to 20 dragons of immortal strength. This is similar to a local tyrant. It is equivalent to a local tyrant in the mortal world. In many immortal world sects, the younger generation of immortals are almost all level 2 true immortals. Level 3 true immortals have 21 to 30 dragons of immortal strength. In the immortal world sects, they are considered senior disciples. Level 4 true immortals have 31 to 40 dragons of immortal strength. They are the backbone of the immortal world sections. Level 5 true immortals have 41 to 50 dragons of immortal strength. They can be used to refine some simple immortal weapons. Level 6 true immortals. 51 to 60 dragons of immortal strength. They are basically the top disciples of the immortal world sections. Level 7 true immortals. 61 to 70 dragons of immortal strength. They are the elders and sect masters of the immortal world sections. They also have some important positions in the immortal world. Level 8 true immortals have 71 to 80 dragons of immortal strength. Level 9 true immortals have 81 to 90 dragons of immortal strength. Level 10 true immortals have 91 to 100 dragons of immortal strength. Above level 10 true immortals are immortal emperors. As for the power of immortal emperors, it is not convenient for me to describe it. Of course, the immortal strength I am referring to is pure immortal strength. If you use some immortal arts, the immortal strength will also be enhanced. It is the same principle as the true qi cultivators in the mortal world, who enhance their true qi divine arts to increase the power of their attacks. This is only the immortal strength of an immortal. Of course, an immortal does not only have immortal strength. The immortal body is also a very important part of it. The immortal body is more mystical than a mortal body. One cell is a world. One drop of blood is an ocean. For ordinary immortals, the level of immortal strength is directly proportional to the immortal body. A level 1 true immortal with a level 1 immortal body must have 1 to 10 dragons of immortal strength to shake a level 1 immortal body. A level 2 true immortal with a level 2 immortal body must have 11 to 20 dragons of immortal strength to shake a level 1 immortal body. And so on. Of course, there are some immortals who purely cultivate their bodies. The power of an immortal body is extraordinary. At this point, Xianxia looked at Xiao Han with a faint smile. Friend Xiao Han, if I am not wrong, you should be tempering your immortal body. Your body contains lightning and earth, two immortal body characteristics. It is difficult for a mortal's true qi attack to break your defense. However, you only have a tiny embryonic form of these two immortal bodies. You have not been able to formally temper and forge them into real immortal bodies. However, in the mortal world, it is absolutely rare to be able to temper an embryonic form of an immortal body. The second way for mortals to become immortals is to condense an immortal body in the mortal world, and then forcibly penetrate the barrier between the mortal and immortal realms to enter the immortal world from the mortal world. However, this way of becoming an immortal is too heaven-defying. As far as I know, in the entire immortal world, all those who ascend from ordinary realms to become immortals rely on cultivating true qi, opening the heavenly eye, and capturing immortal qi. This causes their bodies, hair, and skin to have a little bit of immortal characteristics. Then, they rely on enlightenment to welcome the heavenly tribulation. Creating an immortal body purely with a physical body, going against the heavens to become an immortal. None. Absolutely none. This way of becoming an immortal only exists in legends. Because mortals cannot withstand such terrifying power. Even if one condenses a level 1 immortal body, it is equivalent to 1 to 10 dragons of immortal strength. This kind of power, directly added to the body of a mortal, would cause the body to explode. Moreover, a level 1 immortal body is not enough to forcibly penetrate the barrier between the mortal and immortal realms. I estimate that one would need at least a level 2 or 3 immortal body. In other words, to rely on tempering an immortal body and ascend to the immortal world, one's body needs at least 11 to 30 dragons of immortal strength, which is 110 trillion ding to 300 trillion ding of power. Xiao Han's scalp was also numb. The power of my body is only 5 trillion ding, which is less than 1 dragon of immortal strength. To be continued. Chapter 558. After listening to Xianxia's explanation, Xiao Han finally had a better understanding of the difference between mortals and immortals. As for Wu Yu, Xiao Mingqiu, and the rest, they were so shocked that their jaws dropped, unable to close. Indeed, the difference between mortals and immortals was like the difference between heaven and earth. The two could not be compared. Xiao Han, for example, cultivated his true energy in defiance of the heavens. He expanded his meridians 2,553 times and cleansed his natal talismans 117,000 times. Such a record was already the best in the Devata realms. In countless ordinary realms, there was no one who could surpass him. Because of this, Xiao Han's true energy power could almost instantly kill any pagoda lord of any plane in the universe. A natal talisman had a shocking power of 20 trillion cauldrons. 20 trillion cauldrons of true energy was the limit that mortals could achieve. It was the highest in history. However, 20 trillion cauldrons of true energy was only equivalent to 2 dragons of celestial strength. What did 2 dragons of celestial strength mean in the celestial world? It was a level 1 true immortal. Moreover, it was a cannon fodder among level 1 true immortals. In other words, mortals who stood at the top of the pyramid were the most ordinary peddlers in the celestial world. Any young disciple of a sect in the celestial world with the strength of a level 2 true immortal with 11 to 20 dragons of celestial strength could easily destroy anything in the mortal world. My previous thoughts were indeed naive. At this time, Xiao Han's mouth was filled with bitterness as he secretly complained in his heart. I thought that with the power of my true qi, I would be able to defeat him. I thought that with my true energy and demonic strength. Until now, I could at least protect myself against ordinary immortals. But now, it seems that I was too naive. I'm not even a match for an ordinary level 1 true immortal. Xiao Han, my friend, There's no need to be upset. Jianghu noticed that Xiao Han's mood had changed. He immediately comforted him. Xiao Han, my friend, you're already invincible among mortals. In the future, when you ascend to the celestial world and become an immortal, there will definitely be many sects in the celestial world that will recruit you and nurture you carefully. Your development in the celestial world will be smooth sailing. In a short period of time, you might even become a level 2 true immortal or even a level 3 true immortal. Xiao Han. There's no way to compare them. Wu Li also spoke up. Xiao Han cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. He thought to himself, that's right, I'm just a mortal. There's no need to compare myself to immortals. Furthermore, my mental power is likely even stronger than that of a level 1 or 2 true immortal. Furthermore, as long as I cultivate to the point where I can open the gate of the saber realm and receive the ancient saber soul into my body, I will still be able to slay immortals. Let's get back to business, Jianghu continued. Tell me about the immortals who descended upon this plane. Brother Jialon, speak. Xiao Han's mental power concentrated once again. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is enough to cause an uproar even in our immortal world. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao was ranked 3rd in the immortal world. He was like a heavenly venerate. Moreover, his wealth was number 1 in the immortal world. In the immortal world, there was a saying that Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's wealth was equal to the sum of all the wealth in the immortal world. Although this statement is a little exaggerated, it's not far from it, Jianghu said with a straight face. Ever since Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao disappeared from the immortal world, all of his treasures disappeared along with him. In our immortal world, countless young immortals like me have dreams of finding Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. That's because that treasure is enough for countless young immortals to fulfill their hot-blooded dreams, to become an immortal emperor. Countless sects in the immortal world also yearned for Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure to make their sects rise, to dominate the immortal world. When Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure appeared, the entire immortal world was in an uproar. It's completely boiling over. Countless sects and immortal emperors from all over the immortal world were all excited. However, when we found out that the first level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove, the Genius Zone, was only open for mortals, and immortals were not allowed to enter. At that time, countless immortals were so angry that they vomited blood. The entire immortal world was filled with wails and cries, and the cries of the cuckoos and blood apes could be heard. Countless immortals fainted. Fortunately, the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure can be opened to us immortals. As long as we find a mortal hero in the Genius Zone and obtain an immortal key, we will be able to obtain a place to enter the treasure. This is a matter of life and death, causing the immortal world to rejoice. Countless immortals spread the news to celebrate. The importance that the immortal world places on the exploration in a few years is unimaginable. This time, a few supreme immortal emperors from the immortal world came up with a plan to control the overall situation and distribute the places to explore the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, Jianghu said solemnly. Distribute? How does the immortal world distribute? Xiao Han was also very curious. First of all, immortals have to directly descend from the immortal world to an ordinary plane in the lower realm. Immortals with strong immortal power and immortal body cannot descend. Even the space crystal wall of an ordinary plane will collapse and explode once a powerful immortal descends. Therefore, according to the strength of an ordinary plane space crystal wall, the immortal world believes that only level 1 or 2 perfected immortals can descend. Level 1 or 2 perfected immortals' immortal power and immortal body will not cause the space crystal wall to collapse. Moreover, the immortal power of a level 2 perfected immortal cannot exceed 15 dragons. I understand. Xiao Han nodded solemnly. In other words, those who descend this time all have immortal power of 15 dragons or less. It is impossible to exceed 15 dragons. 15 dragons was the limit of immortals who descend. 15 dragons in the mortal world was equivalent to 150 trillion ding of power. Xiao Han also had an idea in his heart. Jianghu continued to narrate. The immortal world's plan is to distribute all the places to the various immortal world sections. Then, the various immortal world sects will compete for the extremely precious places. There are countless immortal world sects participating in the competition. Every immortal world sect can obtain a place to descend. They are all the young disciples of the sect. After all, the backbone of the sect. The senior disciples have too much immortal power and can't descend. Only the young disciples can obtain this opportunity. Oh. Brother Xianxia, does that mean you are also an outstanding talent of one of the immortal world sects? Xiaohan asked. You can say that. In my sect, among the younger generation, my talent are the best in the world. Xianxia nodded slightly. Brother Xiaohan, generally speaking, there are almost no level 1 perfected immortals among the sect's geniuses who descend. They are all eliminated during the selection process. Almost all of them are level 2 perfected immortals with immortal power of 11 to 15 dragons. Among them, according to the information I received, most of them have 11 to 13 dragon immortal force. Those with immortal power of 14 dragons descend. The number is relatively small. Those with immortal power of 15 dragons are even rarer. Oh, I see. Xiaohan said in his heart. I wonder how much dragon immortal power this brother Jialan has. Suddenly, a strange thought flashed through Xiaohan's mind. I don't know what level of true immortal the immortal I met outside the demon metropolis was. According to brother Jialan, if the immortal power exceeds 15 dragons, he won't be able to descend. Could it be that the immortal who enlightened me was only a level 2 perfected immortal? Xiaohan suddenly asked. Right, brother Xianxia. Could it be that those with more than 15 dragons, such as level 3 perfected immortals, level 4 perfected immortals, or even immortal emperors, cannot descend? Xianxia was stunned by Xiaohan's unexpected question, but he still answered. Theoretically, yes. After all, the space crystal wall of the mortal world is too thin and fragile. Although level 1 perfected immortals and level 2 perfected immortals with less than 15 dragons can descend, if they go all out, they can still destroy the space crystal wall of the mortal world. But, if they have a very high realm, reaching the realm of immortal and human unity, they can truly return to their natural state. With the help of some heaven-defying immortal artifacts, they can travel between the mortal world and the immortal world. But there are not more than a few such immortals in the entire immortal world. And these immortal emperors will not be bored and waste their energy to travel to the mortal world to play. For example, a few years later, they will explore the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. The immortal emperors who have the ability to descend have made a pact with each other that they will not descend personally. They are also interested in Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, but they will not do it themselves. They will only send the young talents from the sects under their jurisdiction to compete fairly. Oh, I see. Xiaohan nodded slightly. Brother Xiaohan, Jialanzi's voice suddenly rose a little. Brother Jialanzi, feel free to speak your mind. Xiaohan knew that Jialanzi seemed to want to say something important, so he said politely. Then, Brother Xiaohan, I'll be straightforward. Jialanzi was a straightforward person. If the information I received is not wrong, then Brother Xiaohan has obtained 2 immortal keys in the Genius Zone. One is a blue immortal key, which can allow 70 people to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. The other is a purple immortal key, which can allow 200 people to enter the expedition. The 2 keys add up to 270 spots. Excluding Brother Zhao's spot, there are 269 spots left. Oh, that is indeed the case. Xiaohan nodded. But this time, there are 300 level 2 perfected immortals teleporting to Brother Zhao's realm. Jialanzi looked at Xiaohan meaningfully. The current situation is that there are too many monks and not enough gruel. What's going on? Hearing this, Xiaohan was stunned and immediately frowned. There are more than 200 spots, but there are more than 300 immortals. How are we going to distribute them? Moreover, among these spots, I want to bring some ordinary people in this realm. Moreover, I have also promised some of my friends in other realms to give them spots. How are we going to distribute them now? Brother Xiaohan, this is the reason why I came this time. Jialanzi looked at Xiaohan with burning eyes. My sect conveyed to me that the distribution of the spots should be decided by Brother Xiaohan. To be continued. Chapter 559. What? Xiaohan will be in charge of allocating the quotas? Jialanzi's words were earth-shattering. Shocking Wu Hongyi, Xiao Mingchu, and the rest. X-Guan. The quota for immortals to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure trove was actually decided by a mortal? Could he handle it? Ah, Brother Jialon must be joking. Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh at himself. Little brother's words carry little weight. How could immortals be willing to listen to me? Brother Xiao Han, listen to me, Jialanzi said solemnly. The disciples of the immortal world sects that descended from the immortal world to this plane this time are a mix of good and bad. A mix of good and bad? Xiao Han was stunned. And, Brother Xiao Han, the sects in the immortal world are similar to the sects in the secular world. Some sects had a rather great reputation in the immortal dimension, and they upheld justice and received the love and respect of the people of the immortal dimension. On the other hand, some sects in the immortal dimension were, they had a terrible reputation. Some of their disciples committed crimes in the immortal world. Brother Xiao Han, perhaps you mortals will have some misunderstandings. They thought that the disciples of the various sects in the world of immortals should be upright, sage-like, and carefree and unfettered on cranes. In fact, that wasn't the case. Some of the sects in the world of immortals were actually quite despicable. They even exploited ordinary immortal citizens. In the celestial realm, sects, immortals, and even celestial emperors, there are good and evil. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Where there are people, there will naturally be Jianghu, and there will also be good and evil. In that case, some of the immortals descending to this plane are from sects with bad reputations in the world of immortals. Due to various reasons, they've been granted a spot to descend as well. These immortals usually reside in the world of immortals. Although he was behaving badly. But there were always rules and regulations governing immortals. Thus, they won't be too out of line. But when they reach the secular world, without any restrictions, I'm afraid they will create a storm in the secular world. I've always been worried that such an impetuous immortal would descend and not treat us mortals as humans. Wu Yu interrupted. It seems there really is such a black sheep of the immortal world. Yes, Jialanzi said solemnly. The immortal realm isn't as pure as I imagine it to be. There would also be intrigue and deceit. Indeed, a portion of the immortals would be taken away. It was not an exaggeration to call him a black sheep. These immortals would definitely run amok in the secular world. Their characters are extremely vile. If we don't control them, they will do evil things. Jialanzi continued. The majority of the immortal emperors above are still strictly against allowing these black sheep to descend in order to prevent them from wreaking havoc in the world. However, there were a few immortal emperors who turned a blind eye. It seemed like he had received some benefits, or perhaps it was out of consideration for his feelings. They actually allowed them to descend. Brother Xiao Han, there are more than 200 slots, but more than 300 immortals have descended to this plane. I have to say, some of the immortal emperors have failed in their duties. Then, before I left, a few benevolent immortal emperors specially instructed me through our sect master that I must control the situation. I cannot allow those black sheep to destroy the stability and prosperity of Brother Zhao's plane. I cannot watch as those fellows torment the mortals. Then, Jialanzi looked deeply at Xiao Han. The few big shots have specially instructed that the matter of the slots will be decided by Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao can refuse to give those black sheep who run amok a slot and make them scram out of this plane. As for me, I will assist Brother Xiao to maintain the situation. Oh, Brother Jialanzi, what do you mean? Xiao Han also came to a slight realization. At this moment, Jialanzi's eyes slightly opened. His eyes flashed with the strange phenomenon of the changing nebula. His eyes seemed to be able to swallow the plane and absorb the 8 desolates. Brother Xiao, don't hold back. The slots will be distributed by you. If there are immortals who are not satisfied, Brother Xiao, please rest assured that I will make them obedient. At this point, Jialanzi's aura became even sharper. The few big shots above and my sect master have instructed me to directly execute those immortals who misbehave when necessary. Life and death. Hearing this, Xiao Han, Wu Li, and the others looked at each other. Then, Brother Jialanzi, the sect you belong to in the immortal world should be extremely powerful? Feng Ling could not help but ask when he heard Jialanzi's words and actions, which were domineering and dictating everything. In the immortal world, the sect I belong to is indeed flourishing. It is known as the strongest sect in the immortal world. It controls countless sects in the immortal world and is highly regarded by the immortal emperors above. Xianxia nodded. So it is a big sect with the support of immortal emperors above. No wonder they would come down to enforce the law and eliminate the immortals sent down by other sections. Various thoughts came one after another in Xiao Han's mind. It sounds nice to say that he wants me to decide the slots to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Judao's treasure. But in fact, he is also using me. It is even possible that this Xianxia wants to use this opportunity to eradicate dissidents. This person is definitely a powerful figure. The sect he belongs to must be extremely powerful in the immortal world. Xianxia seemed to have already understood Xiao Han's thoughts. He smiled slightly. Brother Xiao, I am not trying to use you. In fact, the allocation of the slots is still up to Brother Xiao. I am only assisting from the side. If Brother Xiao decides not to give me a slot, I will not make things difficult for Brother Xiao. I will just return to the immortal world. Ha! At this time Wuyu spoke. Xiao Han, you cooperate with Brother Xianxia. Ha! Xiao Han was stunned and looked at Wuyu. Wuyu pondered. As Brother Xianxia said, among the immortals who descended to our plane this time, there will definitely be those who commit crimes, and there will definitely be those who are unruly. When they descend, they are no longer under control, and all the desires that have been suppressed in their hearts will be released without restraint. Perhaps in the eyes of these immortals, we mortals are no better than pigs and dogs. Xiao Han, as the master of this plane, you must step forward and stop them. You cannot let the common people be implicated and tormented. Immortals are indeed superior to us mortals, but well water does not interfere with river water. If they want to stir up trouble in our mortal world, we will not sit idly by and do nothing. However, Xiao Han, with your current battle strength, it is indeed difficult to contend with those immortals. Therefore, you need to cooperate with Brother Xianxia. Wu Yu's meaning was extremely obvious. To put it bluntly, Xiao Han and Xianxia were just using each other. Because Xiao Han firmly controlled the quota to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Judao's treasure, Xianxia could use the excuse of assisting Xiao Han to righteously eradicate dissidents. Those immortals in the immortal world who had conflicts of interest with Xianxia would all be expelled, or even killed. As for Xiao Han, he would not be able to expel those lawless immortals who descended, so he had to rely on Xianxia's strength. In this way, if they chose to cooperate, it would be of great benefit to both sides. Don't worry, Brother Xiao Han. I will hide by your side, and you will act. If you think that the immortals should be expelled, expel them directly. If they know what's good for them, then it's fine. If they are cunning and treacherous, or even resist Brother Xiao Han, then I will make a move and make them scram. Xianxia looked at Xiao Han meaningfully. Moreover, Brother Xiao Han, this way, you will benefit a lot. Ha! Xiao Han was stunned again. Before we left, the big shots above have given instructions. They also think highly of Brother Xiao Han's talent. The #1 genius in the mortal world is indeed not to be underestimated. In the future, when you become an immortal, I'm afraid that the big shots will fight to recruit you. Ha! Therefore, any immortals who are expelled by you but refuse to accept it and want to attack you, I will eliminate them. All the immortal pills and immortal treasures they carry will all belong to Brother Xiao Han. Brother Xiao Han, do you understand what I mean? Is that so? Xiao Han's heart moved. Every immortal who descends will be bestowed with a few treasures by their sections. These treasures can even be called life-saving treasures. After all, the exploration of the second layer of Immortal Emperor Judao's treasure is a direct competition between the younger generation of immortals. At that time, it will be extremely tragic. In order to increase their competitiveness, the immortal world sects will not hesitate to give their extremely precious treasures to the disciples who represent their sects to compete for Immortal Emperor Judao's treasure. Heh! In other words, every young immortal who descends to the mortal world will become extremely rich. Xianxia looked at Xiao Han with a faint smile. If they break the law, then their treasures will belong to Brother Xiao Han. So, Brother Xiao Han, are you interested? Brother Xiao Han, don't worry, I will definitely not touch the treasures of these immortals. Moreover, the quality of the treasures of these young immortals will probably surpass the treasures piled up in the Genius Zone. Of course, they definitely cannot be compared to the many divine treasures in the second layer of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure. But there is no doubt that they will surpass the Genius Zone. Is that so? Hearing this, Xiao Han's heart palpitated. Even the eyes of Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, and the others lit up. Finally, Xiao Han made a decision. Then it's decided. I will cooperate with Brother Jialanzi to decide the 269 places to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure. Those tyrannical immortals will definitely not give them places. They will be expelled directly. If they resist stubbornly, then Brother Jialan will take action and exterminate them. Exactly. Jialanzi also smiled. This is also to protect the reputation of the immortal world. We cannot let the mortals misunderstand the character and virtue of us immortals because of some black sheep. After a pause, Jialanzi continued. Then, Brother Xiao will choose a day to accompany me to travel the 4 regions and the great wilderness of this plain, and take the initiative to search for immortals who descend. Brother Xiao will give those with good conduct a place, while those with despicable conduct will be expelled directly. All right. Let's start with the southern region. Xiao Han also smiled and nodded. Take the initiative to search for immortals who descend. Chapter 560. Xiao Han and Jialanzi slapped their palms together and made an oath, setting up various treaties of cooperation and alliance. He was preparing to set off and travel around the north, south, east, west, and north regions, as well as the great wilderness. He wanted to find the immortals who had descended from the immortal world to this plane and decide who would be given the quota. As for the immortals who committed atrocities, Jialanzi would kill them. All the treasures from the immortal world would belong to Xiao Han. This can be considered as using each other. Cooperating with immortal Jialanzi is like asking a tiger for its skin. However, if I think about it carefully, the benefits to me are also great. Xiao Han silently pondered and weighed the pros and cons. Brother Jialan, if that's the case, I'll have to trouble you to temporarily stay in my 6 Peaks mountain range for a few days. Once I'm ready, I'll leave the mountain with Brother Jialan. Xiao Han said with a smile. It is a blessing to be able to stay in such a beautiful place for a few days, Jialanzi said happily. He seemed to like the geomancy of the 6 Peaks mountain range. In that case, let me bring Brother Jialanzi to the mountain peak where we receive our guests. That place has a few acres of fish ponds, a few evergreen trees, and a few strands of flowers and grasses. The beauty of nature is extremely close to that of the mortal world. I believe that Brother Jialan will definitely like it. Wu Li also said politely. Excellent, excellent. Jialanzi was overjoyed. Night. Xiao Han's true inheritance mountain peak. In the living room. After Mo Qingtong coaxed Xiaoan to sleep, she gently placed him in the cradle. Afterwards, she sat down together with Xiao Han, Princess Mo Hen, Lan Shirong, and Jing Yanxue. Xiao Han had already told his wives about Jialanzi's visit and the current situation of the plain. Uncle, I can't believe immortals really came to our Unity Mountain range. I wonder what immortals look like and if they're any different from us mortals. Hee, Uncle, I'll go see immortals with my own eyes tomorrow. Although Jing Yanxue had already become a charming young woman, the mischievousness of a young girl had not changed in the slightest. At this moment, her big eyes flashed as she curiously looked at Xiao Han. Yanxue, don't mess around. Why are you going to see immortals? Don't be fooled by the fact that your true qi cultivation is outstanding, but in front of an immortal, you're still too weak. If anything goes wrong, Sect Master and Xiao Han won't be able to protect you. Mo Qingtong reprimanded him slightly. It's all right. Xiao Han gently embraced Jing Yanxue. Immortal Jialanzi, who came to our Pure Rain sect, is rather friendly. In truth, although immortals are superior to us mortals, the world of immortals is the same as that of us mortals. There will be many battles. Immortals have emotions, desires, and ambitions. Of course, there are also kind-hearted immortals. The most troublesome thing is that more than 300 immortals will descend from the 200 slots. When the time comes, it'll be hard to avoid trouble and conflicts. Moreover, some immortals don't have a good reputation in the world of immortals to begin with. Xiao Han, Do you really plan on going down the mountain with Xianxia to distribute the spots? Immortals are arrogant and unruly. When the time comes, will they make things difficult for you? Mo Qingtong said worriedly. Yes, this person will definitely not listen to my orders and will definitely make things difficult for me. Pestering me endlessly, even threatening and enticing me. Xiao Han laughed. Therefore, I must cooperate with Xianxia. The key question now is whether or not Xianxia can protect him. If he can't defeat those infamous immortals, I'll suffer as well. After a pause, Xiao Han became spirited and said seriously. Going down the mountain this time and interacting with immortals is also a kind of training for me. In a few years, the exploration of the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove will inevitably lead to confrontation with immortals. It's not a bad thing to get used to it in advance. My ambition is not just to be the king of this plane. Sooner or later, I will fight with immortals. Being a yes-man and fearful of immortals for my entire life is not my character. Moreover, I will take advantage of this opportunity to obtain immortal treasures. To plunder the treasures of some immortals. Perhaps I can also find an opportunity to increase my battle strength. Right now, my battle strength is far from any of the immortals that descend. If I enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove like this, it's no different from asking for humiliation. Go down the mountain. I've already decided to go down the mountain. I support you. Princess Mo Hen suddenly said firmly. In the next moment, all the girls nodded. In these few days, Xianxia indeed stayed in the Pure Mountain range. He was also very easygoing. Every day, he played chess with Wu Du and occasionally expressed his views on mortal martial arts. He got along very well with the upper echelons of the Pure Cloud sect. After Xianxia saw Xiao Han's son, Xiaoen, he liked him very much and gave a small flying sword to Xiaoen. This flying sword was given to Xianxia by an elder of the sect when he was young. After refining it with a drop of blood, it could be kept in the body. When fighting, the flying sword could change according to one's will and cut off the head of a person 1,000 miles away. It was very powerful. Of course, Xiaoen was still young and could not refine this flying sword for the time being. The flying sword was kept by his mother, Mo Qingtong. 5 days later. Finally, Xiao Han and Xianxia were ready and were about to go down the mountain. Many of the Pure Rain sect's true disciples, led by Wu Yu, Xiao Mingqiu, and the others, came to send them off. Their faces were filled with worry and concern. Xiao Han's wives and Yan Lang looked at Xiao Han nervously. Xiaoen also began to cry. Xiao Han, be careful, Wu Du said seriously. Don't advance rashly. The entire plane is centered around you. If anything happens to you, the plane will be in danger. Xiao Mingqiu, Fong Ling, and the others were also full of concern. Xiao Han's wives could not help but start sobbing. Ugh! There's no need to make it look like we're parting forever, right? Xiao Han did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he also deeply felt the concern of his family, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Suddenly, Xiao Han said very seriously, "Don't worry, I will definitely come back alive. Moreover, the spot to enter the second level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure is in my body. The immortals will not dare to harm my life. Everyone, please don't worry about Brother Xiao," Xianxia also said solemnly. With me, Xianxia, protecting Brother Xiao, I will definitely protect Brother Xiao. I will not let any other immortals touch a single hair of Brother Xiao. After a pause, Xianxia looked at Xiao Han again. Brother Xiao, let's go. Don't worry, I will release a strand of divine will to protect the Pure Mountain Range. If there is any danger in the Pure Mountain Range, I will be able to teleport over immediately to protect you. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Xiao Han also released a strand of divine will to protect the Pure Mountain Range. If there was any emergency, Xiao Han could move like an illusion and directly return. Just like that, the two reluctantly bid farewell to the Pure Mountain Range and descended the mountain. Xiao Han was dressed in a white robe. His hands were empty, and he did not carry any weapons. However, he wore a few storage rings on his hands. He was calm and composed as he walked in front. As soon as Xianxia descended the mountain, he changed into a thick cloak and a mask. His entire body was covered tightly, leaving only a pair of eyes outside. He walked barefoot, like a monk who had achieved Tao. At this moment, Xiao Han suddenly discovered that Xianxia had already completely concealed all the immortal qi in his body. Not a single trace of it was leaked. His every movement and temperament were completely no different from that of a mortal. Xiao Han clicked his tongue in wonder. He couldn't help but release his divine will to scan Xianxia's body. After careful observation, he discovered that Xianxia's disguise could be said to be perfect. Under Xiao Han's careful observation, he could not find any flaws at all. Even Xianxia's heartbeat, breathing rate, and skin temperature were exactly the same as a mortal's. Brother Xiao, I will hide by your side. When I don't need to make a move, I will be well behaved. Hee hee. Xianxia laughed. That's fine. Xiao Han also nodded. Then, let's start the search from the pure mountain sex territory in the Beacon Fire Empire. We will search for the immortals scattered in the Beacon Fire Empire. Everything will be decided by Brother Xiao. From this moment on, I will be a pawn by Brother Xiao's side. Xianxia said with a faint smile. At this time, Xiao Han's heart trembled slightly. We are going to search for immortals. Brother Xianxia has no intention of making a move. Does he want me to try and find the immortals scattered everywhere? Heh. Is he deliberately testing me? Hee hee. If it was any other mortal, finding 300 immortals in such a large plain would be countless times more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. But I, Xiao Han, can easily sense immortal qi. All right, Brother Xianxia, I will let you see the wonders of I, Xiao Han. You don't need to make a move. I, Xiao Han, will naturally be able to find the immortals. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's heart settled. Then, he silently released his immortal qi, covering the entire Beacon Fire Empire from all directions, carefully sensing the immortal qi. And Xianxia was indeed testing Xiao Han on purpose. He wanted to see if Xiao Han could accurately find the immortals among the countless mortals in the vast sea of people. One had to know that the immortals that descended this time would mostly conceal their immortal qi and blend in with the mortal world. To find them would not be an easy task. At this time, Xiao Han's body slightly moved. Then, his immortal qi stopped at the border of the Beacon Fire Empire. In a small city bordering the Beacon Fire Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire, Xiao Han discovered a faint immortal qi rising. This strand of immortal qi is extremely faint, but it is extremely lively and elegant. If it wasn't because of the talismans left behind by the immortals in my heart and the 10,000 immortal grand formation that is overflowing with immortal qi, causing me to soak in immortal qi for a long time, I definitely wouldn't have discovered it. Yes, there's no mistake. In the small city bordering the Beacon Fire Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire, there must be an immortal. Brother Xianxia, this little brother has discovered something. Xiao Han turned around and smiled at Xianxia. Oh! Xianxia was surprised. If this little brother didn't guess wrongly, there is an immortal hibernating in the small city bordering the Beacon Fire Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry there immediately. Boom! All of a sudden, the true acupoints on Xiao Han's body overflowed with colorful lights. True qi soared into the sky and casually transformed into an ice-horned dragon. Xiao Han leaped onto the dragon's head and beckoned to Xianxia. Brother Xianxia, come on up. No way. Brother Xiao really discovered an immortal hibernating in the mortal world? It is indeed in the small city bordering the Beacon Fire Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire. That's right. Qu'est-ce Brother Xiao is truly mystical. Among the mortals, no one can compare to you. Xianxia secretly admired. One man and one immortal, riding on the ice-horned dragon formed from Xiao Han's true qi, flew with the speed of a flowing light towards the small success realm enshrouded with immortal qi. To be continued. Chapter 561. Whoosh, the ice chi dragon turned into a cold flame and crossed the vast territory of the Beacon Fire Empire with extreme speed, heading straight for the Blazing Sun Empire. At this moment, high up in the sky, the heavenly wind roared. The momentum was extremely shocking. Xiao Han stood still on his dragon head, allowing the heavenly wind to blow on his body. The heavenly wind, which could uproot trees and destroy mountains, hit Xiao Han's body like a hammer, but instead, Xiao Han's body directly exploded. The embryonic form of the Thunder God Tyrant body and the Starry Sky Dominator body was no trifling matter. Jia Lanzi, on the other hand, was calm and at ease. His body did not release any energy fluctuations. However, before the winds reached his body, they quickly separated from his left and right sides. It was a spectacular sight. Brother Xiao, your physique already has a trace of the embryonic form of an immortal body. I'm sure there's a rare special physique in your genes. Amazing, truly amazing. It seemed that Jia Lanzi did not know that Xiao Han had relied on large amounts of immortal pills to condense the embryonic form of an immortal body. Mortals did not have the fortune to enjoy immortal pills. This was common sense, and Jia Lanzi naturally would not think in this direction. I'm far from even a level 1 immortal body. What's there to talk about? Xiao Han laughed self-deprecatingly. Brother Xiao, no need to feel inferior. With your talent, becoming an immortal is only a matter of time. Moreover, Brother Xiao has an immortal affinity. There was no doubt about this. To be able to find an immortal hidden in the vast sea of mortals, this was definitely an anomaly. Brother Xiao is a genius with a special sense for immortal qi. This is the foundation of immortal ascension. When Brother Xiao's true qi cultivation reaches the level of opening the heavenly eye, because you have an immortal affinity, it is easy to comprehend. Welcome the great tribulation of immortal ascension. Everything will come naturally. Jia Lanzi said seriously. Xiao Han only smiled. Brother Jia Lanzi is too polite. I can sense the aura of immortals in the small cities bordering the Beacon Fire Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire. However, Brother Jia Lan and I are so close. Yet I am unable to sense the dormant immortal qi on Brother Jia Lan's body. Heh, Brother Jia Lan is the one with true ability. In the immortal world, you must be a super genius who enjoys a great reputation. Ha 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 ha, Jia Lanzi laughed heartily. Brother Xiao thinks too highly of me. All right, we're almost at the city. I'd like to see which sex immortal is hiding here. Hidden Dragon City. One of the major cities bordering the southern region's Beacon Fire Empire and Blazing Sun Empire. The people of this city were swift and fierce. Many of them were peddlers and commoners. They cultivated the martial way and had strong bodies. In the past, the Beacon Fire Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire. Their relationship was not that harmonious. The two countries were at the border. Conflicts were common. Therefore, as the border between the two countries, it was hard for the natives of the Hidden Dragon City not to be tough. Currently, this plain was becoming more and more prosperous. The enmity between the Beacon Fire Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire that had existed for many years had already been completely resolved. The two empires were in harmony, but there were still martial practitioners flying between the two empires from time to time. This caused the flow of people in the dragon-subduing city to be extremely huge. The place was bustling with activity and bustling with activity. At the same time, at a certain street corner in dragon-subduing city, a blue-robed scholar had set up a stall. He hung a white cloth casually and shook his head as he called out. This blue-robed scholar was a fortune-teller. However, he did not have the slightest air of an immortal. Instead, he was listless and listless. His voice was soft and weak. He exuded a languid demeanor. He shook his head, looking like a pedantic poor scholar. Many passers-by, whether they were commoners or martial practitioners, did not stop in front of his stall. This caused him to be completely ignored. Some passers-by even mocked him. Fortune-telling? What a joke! Just a poor scholar who failed the imperial examinations and had nowhere else to go. He wants to swindle people here and fish in troubled waters. Ha ha ha. Fate is nothingness. It is the most ever-changing. It is as unreal as the moon in the water. Even in the mortal world, a peerless expert like Leader Xiao Han could not predict the fate of others. A lowly fellow dares to spout nonsense and calculate the fate of others. A short-sleeved scholar gently waved his folding fan and said with a chuckle, "Say, others laugh at me for being too crazy. I laugh at them for not being able to see through me." The blue-robed scholar had a helpless expression and shook his head again. In this mortal world, there is no one with intelligence. What a pity, what a pity! Ha 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 ha. The short-sleeved scholar waved his fan and laughed loudly at the side. The blue-robed fortune-teller suddenly stopped and glanced at the short-sleeved scholar. Then, he said seriously, "Brother, you should hurry back home." Go home? Why would I be in a hurry to go home? The short-sleeved scholar said mockingly. I am here to expose your deceitful tricks. Don't tell me you are cursing my house for being burglarized? That's not true, the blue-robed fortune-teller said seriously. Brother, your official wife is having an affair with another man. Why don't you go home and take a look? Ah ha ha ha, Uft, ha 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 ha. As soon as he said this, the passers-by in the surroundings all laughed wildly. Each and every one of them laughed so hard that they were swaying back and forth and gasping for breath. Idiot! You're talking nonsense. The short-sleeved scholar was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He was about to rush over and give the blue-robed fortune-teller a beating. Fortunately, the passers-by in the surroundings stopped him and dragged him away. The short-sleeved scholar walked away while cursing. You're such a pedantic elementary scholar. The moment you open your mouth, you start spouting nonsense. You'd better leave quickly. If he comes back later, he'll definitely beat you to death. A young woman wearing an embroidered gown spat. Wait a moment. This brother is indeed coming to find me. However, he is not going to beat me, but to kneel and thank me. The blue-robed fortune-teller said confidently. Then he sighed softly. Furthermore, I cannot leave yet. I am still waiting for someone. Haha. He should be here soon. Spectators from all directions. They were angry again. They were amused again and dispersed. Whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Han and Jia Lanzi had already arrived at Tiger Subdue City. Jia Lanzi was still dressed like a monk. His head and face were completely covered and he walked barefoot in the city. Xiao Han also sealed all the true qi in his body and walked away with his head slightly lowered. In this small border town, there was almost no one who had seen Xiao Han with their own eyes. Moreover, there was no large temple built to worship Xiao Han. This allowed Xiao Han to walk in the city without worry of being surrounded. It's here. Xiao Han nodded his head with absolute certainty. This is the first time I have come out and taken the initiative to find the first immortal. I just don't know if this immortal is good or evil. However, judging from this wisp of immortal qi, it is pure, flawless, and peaceful. He should not be one of those evil black sheep of the immortal world, right? Jia Lanzi only smiled. He did not say much. Xiao Han closed his eyes slightly and gathered his mental energy again. He locked onto the direction of the wisp of immortal qi and walked over. Xiao Han walked 3 steps at a time, heading straight for the wisp of immortal qi, closer. Closer and closer. The immortal hiding in this city is about to surface once I turn a corner. I wonder what the first immortal to take the initiative to find me looks like. I just hope he doesn't get into a fight with me. Xiao Han was a little nervous. At this time, the blue-robed fortune-teller suddenly smiled and said softly, He's coming. Finally. Xiao Han saw the blue-robed fortune-teller sitting lazily behind the stall. It's him. Xiao Han was extremely certain. An immortal disguised as a fortune-teller. There's no mistaking it. Jia Lanzi stood at the back, not saying a word, not moving an inch. The blue-robed fortune-teller raised his eyes and looked at Xiao Han. Their eyes met, and they actually smiled at each other. Sigh, fortune-teller, fortune-teller. 5,000 years can be calculated, the blue-clothed fortune-teller cried out again. Then he shook his head and said, In such a big world, no one understands me. How sad, how lamentable. Mister, please read my fortune for me. Xiao Han smiled and walked over to sit down. Just like that, passers-by stopped in their tracks. Eh? Someone actually fell for it. Quick, look. Someone took the bait. Someone asked this swindler to read their fortune. Oh? What do you want to read? The blue-robed fortune-teller looked at Xiao Han with a faint smile. Xiao Han was also very interested. He already knew that the other party was an immortal. Now, this immortal was so good at acting that he wanted to read his fortune. This made Xiao Han want to play around. Moreover, after seeing this immortal with his own eyes, Xiao Han realized that this immortal did not seem to be an immortal who would do whatever he wanted. He was relieved and asked casually, Then, let me read the future. In a few years, I will face the greatest challenge in my life. I will be competing with many tyrannical people. I want to read the fortune and misfortune. At this time, wah! Stop hitting me. I won't dare to do it again. I won't steal a man any more. Suddenly, the sound of a woman's heart-wrenching cries could be heard from afar. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw the short-sleeved scholar with a folding fan, who had just gotten into an argument with a blue-robed fortune-teller. At this moment, his face was tense, and his right hand was dragging the hair of a disheveled woman. As he beat her, he walked toward the blue-robed fortune-teller's stall. Who told you to steal a man? Pung! The short-sleeved scholar with the folding fan kicked the woman's waist again. Seeing this scene, the onlookers had already guessed what was going on. Just now, the blue-robed fortune-teller had indeed said that the short-sleeved scholar's wife was having an affair at home, and that he wanted the short-sleeved scholar to go home quickly. At that time, everyone laughed and thought that the blue-robed fortune-teller was taking revenge and purposely cursed the short-sleeved scholar. But now, it was true. It was actually true. Damn, this is godly. A group of onlookers were extremely shocked. From the corner of his eyes, Xiao Han glanced at the short-sleeved scholar with a folding fan and was slightly taken aback. Then, he looked at the blue-robed fortune-teller again and his expression became serious. Mister, please read my fortune. To be continued. Chapter 562. Xiao Han had originally thought that this blue-robed fortune-teller was just an identity that the immortal had created to fool around in the mortal world. The so-called fortune-telling was just a pretense. But now, it seemed that was not the case. The short-sleeved scholar with a folding fan had already collapsed in front of the blue-robed fortune-teller's stall. His voice was filled with tears, and he was kowtowing as if he was pounding garlic with his head. Living immortal. You really are a living immortal. Just now, this lowly one's words offended the living immortal. I hope that the living immortal will forgive this lowly one's mistake and not take it to heart. Indeed, that bitch of mine was having sex with my neighbor, Jianghu. When this lowly one went back just now, he happened to see them. The two of them were passionately in love and had a good time. I gave them a good beating and they both confessed. Sigh, it's all in vain that I've been running around all year round. Sigh. I've been on guard day and night. The short-sleeved scholar with a folding fan had fainted from crying and was carried away by the people around him. At this moment, the scene was completely silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the blue-robed fortune-teller. Xiao Han said in a serious tone. Mister, please read my fortune for me. No problem. No problem. The blue-robed fortune-teller's eyes were also focused. Circles of dazzling halos shot out from his eyes like dazzling gems. You want to read your fortune and misfortune in the future? Fine. I'll do it for you. You've already gone through a major calamity. Sigh. In your life, one calamity has just passed, and another calamity has arisen. In the next few years, your calamities will be crueler than the one before. Each calamity will be more difficult than the one before. Your fate is full of misfortune. Let me see if you can survive each calamity. The blue-robed fortune-teller's expression became more and more serious. He pinched his fingers together and calculated. Shockingly, the blue-robed fortune-teller. His hands moved faster and faster. He stared at Xiao Han, and his forehead was instantly covered with dense beads of sweat. What's going on? I've divined everything in the universe, the past and the future. Why can't I divine your future? I can only vaguely divine that your future will be filled with calamities and misfortunes, but I can't divine whether or not you'll be able to survive those calamities. In fact, to me, your future. What's going on? This. I can't divine it. I can't divine it. The blue-robed fortune-teller's face was filled with panic. His facial features were distorted, and he looked as if he had entered a state of cultivation deviation. Suddenly, pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from his mouth. Mr. Yu. Xiao Han was also flustered by the situation. At this moment, Jianghu, who had been standing at the back, spoke gently. Master Divine Diviner. Why do you have to do this? Xiao Han could vaguely feel that something was amiss. A gentle immortal qi emanated from Jianghu's body and enveloped the blue-robed fortune-teller. Immediately after, the blue-robed fortune-teller's expression relaxed, and he once again glowed with a gentle luster. He raised his eyes to look at Xianxia, and his eyes were filled with shock. Then he said in a low voice, "Forgive my poor eyesight, brother Xianxia, you've come as well." Noon. Xiao Han, Xianxia, and the blue-robed fortune-teller sat in a private room of an elegant restaurant in dragon-subduing city. The table was filled with delicacies. The blue-robed fortune-teller, the divine diviner, devoured the delicacies on the table like a gust of wind. His table manners were extremely unsightly. "This divine diviner, you're an immortal after all. Can you not eat in such an unsightly manner?" Xianxia took off his cloak and revealed his true appearance with a wry smile. The delicacies of the mundane world are truly unbearable. In fact, they're not inferior to the delicacies of the celestial realm. "Xiao Han, I didn't expect you to be with Xianxia." The divine diviner wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and looked at Xiao Han again. "How strange. I, the divine diviner, am a disciple of the divine diviner sect in the celestial realm. In terms of fortune-telling, no one can surpass me among the younger generation of immortals, but I can't divine Brother Zhao's fate. It seems like Brother Zhao's future is beyond our control. I can even divine the fate of immortals, but why can't I divine the fate of a mortal?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Let nature take its course. Don't force it. Let's get straight to the point. Master Godly Diviner, we came to Xiao Han's realm to get a spot to enter the second level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. Therefore, we have to respect Xiao Han and not force him. This is the will of my sect, as well as the will of the big shots above. Divine Diviner, there are a total of 300 immortals who have come to Xiao Han's realm, but there are only 200 spots. It's up to Xiao Han to decide how to distribute the spots. Do you have any objections?" The divine diviner licked his lips and said, "Of course I have no objections. Since it's the will of your sect and the higher-ups, I, the divine diviner, naturally won't dare to stand out. I'll comply." Good. Xianxia smiled warmly and looked at Xiao Han. "Brother Xiao, it's up to you whether or not to give the divine diviner a spot." "Oh." Xiao Han was taken aback. All of a sudden, Master God Diviner rose to his feet and bowed deeply to Xiao Han. "Brother Xiao, I'm Master God Diviner, a disciple of the Divine Diviner sect in the immortal world." It took a great deal of effort, including the sect master and the elders, to open a space-time tunnel that allowed me to teleport here. I'm truly burdened with the responsibility of revitalizing the sect. I hope Brother Xiao will be lenient and grant me a spot. I'll be eternally grateful. Divine Diviner, you don't have to do this." Xiao Han could never have guessed that Master God Diviner, an immortal whose battle prowess and position in the immortal world couldn't match up to Xianxia, would actually lower himself to immortal. What a strange person. "Divine Diviner, please take a seat," Xiao Han said graciously. The divine diviner was very nervous, but he still sat down. "It's like this," Xiao Han said, calculating in his mind. "There are 269 spots on my side. Among them, in my plane of existence, there are 39 spots for mortals, and some of the most outstanding people in this plane would like to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to try their luck with immortality. I've also promised 30 spots to mortal heroes from other planes. In other words, there are 200 spots for you immortals." Gasp! Master Divine Diviner gasped. More than 300 immortals fighting for 200 spots. That's not good. Too many monks, not enough gruel. Then, Master Divine Diviner looked at Xiao Han with tears in his eyes. "Brother Xiao, about the spots. Could you make an exception?" Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han burst into laughter. "Master God Diviner, you're a kind immortal, and you've never done anything evil in the mortal world. There's no reason for me not to give you a spot. Besides, you're the first immortal I've ever taken the initiative to find. You're very lucky. That's fine." "What? You're really giving me a spot?" Master Divine Diviner cried out in joy. "Brother Xiao, you're a true friend." Ha ha ha. "Xiao Han, have you decided to give Master Divine Diviner a spot?" Xianxia asked. It's decided then." Xiao Han didn't hesitate. "Very well. Xianxia took out a jade tablet and a jade pen, then began to carefully inscribe. Master Divine Diviner, I'll record down your spot now. In these few years, if you don't commit any crimes in this realm, then before you enter the second level of the Immortal Emperor's treasure vault, Xiao Han and I will inform you to come to the Unity Mountain Range and meet us. Yes, yes, I'll follow the rules, Master Divine Diviner hurriedly said. After lunch, Xiao Han and Xianxia continued on their way to find the next immortal to decide whether or not to give him a spot. Master Divine Diviner didn't follow them. He stayed in Hidden Dragon City to read the fortunes of mortals. With his godly skills, he had already gained the recognition of the locals and passers-by in the Hidden Dragon City. Presumably, in the next few years, the godly diviner would become a glorious legend in the Hidden Dragon City. A legend that would be talked about enthusiastically in the future. Brother Xiao, you should be able to handle the distribution of spots now, right? Xianxia smiled. It's simple indeed. Xiao Han smiled lightly. But the first one I met was Master Divine Diviner. He's gentle and easygoing, so giving him a spot is only natural. But not every immortal that descends is like Master Divine Diviner. Let's continue. Xianxia nodded slightly, then put on his cloak again, covering his face and aura perfectly. Whoosh! Xiao Han activated his true chi again, conjuring a glacial dragon. The two stood on its head and flew out of Hidden Dragon City. Soon, the glacial dragon crossed the border of the Fire Beacon Empire and entered the Blazing Sun Empire. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the glacial dragon's head, his psychic wave spreading out as he carefully sensed the immortal chi closest to him. He'd already found the first immortal, Master Divine Diviner. To Xiao Han, finding him again was a piece of cake. No immortals have descended in the Blazing Sun Empire. Xiao Han's psychic waves extended out of the Blazing Sun Empire. He began to search in the Ravager Empire bordering the Blazing Sun Empire. Brother Zhao's divine ability has saved me a lot of effort, Xianxia praised from the side. Xiao Han smiled wordlessly and continued his search. Finally, hard work paid off. In the southern domain, in the Ami Empire, Xiao Han found his second target. Let's go. Ami Empire. Xiao Han willed, and the glacial chi dragon flew towards the Ami Empire, carrying one person and one immortal. The southern domain. The Ami Empire. The Imperial City. Compared to the Fire Beacon Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire, the Ami Empire was considered a weak empire. Even the Imperial City, in its core region, did not seem all that rich. At this time in the Imperial City, the passers-by on the streets and alleys were all deeply worried, frustration and depression blossoming in the depths of their eyes. Men and women, old and young, all had ashen faces. Sigh, ever since that person came to our Ami Empire, we've really suffered. Sigh. An old woman stood outside a tavern, looking around. The tavern was empty. A young girl next to her quickly pulled the old woman in and whispered, "Mother, don't talk nonsense. Mother, don't talk nonsense. Be careful of being heard by that person, then we'll be in trouble." To be continued. Chapter 563. The Southern Region. The Ami Empire. The Imperial City. Dong, dong, dong. The noon bell rang in the Ami Empire's Imperial City. It lasted for a long time. This bell sound, if it was in the past, was extremely warm and heartwarming. It represented that the people who had been busy for the whole morning could go home and eat a hot lunch in peace. The men who worked hard to make a living could take advantage of lunchtime to go home and have a short reunion with their wives or take a nap. As for the wives at home, they would prepare a table of sumptuous delicacies for their husbands who worked hard outside to entertain them. It also showed the virtuousness of housekeeping. At this moment, the noon bell was like a plague that swept through the entire Ami Empire's Imperial City. The streets and alleys were in chaos. The sounds of lamentation, curses, and the crackling of pots and pans in the houses were endless. The entire Imperial City was in a foul atmosphere. Next, a scene that was rarely seen in 100 years appeared in the Ami Empire's Imperial City. Only to see, boom, 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 from the attics and bungalows in the streets and alleys, commoners dashed out one after another. Each commoner carried a plate that was filled with all kinds of food and wine. Chicken, duck, fish, dried fruits, seasonal vegetables, self-brewed wine. Some old, fat, rich landlords from wealthy families urged their manservants to carry roasted whole lamb and roasted suckling pig to the direction of the imperial palace. They even urged them to hurry up. Hurry up! Hurry up! It's lunchtime. If we make that person unhappy, if we don't eat as scheduled, we're going to suffer. As for some slightly poorer families, they couldn't bring out too sumptuous delicacies. However, they still filled a large pot with vegetables and white rice and rushed towards the imperial city. Soon, there was a long queue outside the gate of the imperial city. Countless commoners brought a large amount of food. They lined up in an orderly manner and then entered the imperial city one by one. The soldiers guarding the gate also had a look of bad luck on their faces. As they let the commoners through, they cursed in their hearts. Tell me, who did our Ami Empire offend? Why did we bump into such a god of plague? Damn it! It's easy to invite the devil in, but hard to send him away. Sigh. Don't complain. If it wasn't for that person taking action in time, who knows how many people would have been killed by the remaining demons in the imperial city. Yes. That person helped us exterminate the remnants of the demon race, so we ought to repay him. But if we continue to eat like this, it won't be long before our country perishes. I'll be eaten alive by him. Your Majesty, you are already trying to persuade that person to go to other places to eat. The southern region is so big. There are countless countries that are more prosperous than our Ami Empire. I hope that person is willing to listen to us and go to other empires to cause trouble. The imperial city of the Ami Empire. Imperial Palace. At this moment, a man with a fat head and big ears was sitting on a dragon throne. In front of him was a long table with a mountain of delicacies piled on it. It's time for lunch. Ha 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 ha. I'm starving. The fat man stared at the delicacies on the table and swallowed his saliva. Then, he stood up and rubbed his hands together as he spoke to a middle-aged man in a dragon robe. Your Majesty, then. I'm going to start. I won't be polite then. Ha 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 ha. This. Mr. Tao Tai, please. Please enjoy your meal. The middle-aged man in a dragon robe smiled bitterly. Ha 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 ha. The fat man let out a satisfied laugh. Then he opened his mouth. Boom! The table full of roasted lamb, fruits, rice, vegetables, and tofu were all swallowed by him in one gulp. No one saw how he ate it. In the blink of an eye, the table full of food was empty, leaving only the leftovers. Then, a group of servant girls quickly rushed forward and cleaned up the chopping board. Then, the people who were carrying the food lined up and quickly placed the food back on the chopping board. The fat man was extremely ferocious. He ate an entire table of food in one bite. Moreover, he did not stop at all. It was as if his stomach was a bottomless pit that could never be filled. This manner of eating caused the emperor and the civil and military officials in the palace to be dumbfounded. They were as shocked as clay statues and wood carvings. Your Majesty. This. Some of the ministers hurriedly signaled the emperor with their eyes. The emperor gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment, but he still stepped forward bravely and walked towards the fat man who was crazily eating. The emperor said hesitantly, Mr. Tao Tai, these coarse foods are they to your liking? Woo, ba gbag, ba gbag. Mr. Tao Tai was still crazily devouring, and while chewing he grunted. It's too delicious. The delicacies of the human world suit my taste. They really suit my taste. Ha 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 ha. In the past, he was bound by many rules and couldn't eat to his heart's content like this. But now, he finally had such an opportunity. Ha 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 ha. I can eat in peace for a few years. Ah ha ha ha. A few years. The emperor almost fainted from fright. He quickly said. Cough cough, Mr. Tao Tai. Our Ami kingdom is a poor kingdom in the southern region. The food that we have been offering to Mr. Tao Tai these days is too coarse. It is really not worthy of Mr. Tao Tai's status. I apologize for making things difficult for Mr. Tao Tai. Those real delicacies are actually in the other empires. I heard that the Blazing Sun Empire is rich in seafood. There are prawns that are 10 feet long. There are also black-boned chickens. In the Longhua Empire, there is a type of antelope. The Chuxiong Empire has delicious dog meat. Oh? Tao Tai paused for a moment, then grabbed a large jar of self-brewed fruit wine and gulped it down in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. Then, he wiped his mouth and continued to crazily eat. Troublesome. It's very troublesome to move to another place. Now that I can barely eat my fill, I might as well not go to other empires. I'll just stay here in Ami Kingdom and eat peacefully for a few months. Pang! The emperor fell headfirst onto the ground. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! A group of civil and military officials, as well as the concubines of the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. A servant girl. He immediately rushed forward. The emperor fainted. Imperial physician. Imperial physician. This is the Ami Kingdom's imperial city. Why is it in such a mess? It's a complete mess. Xiao Han and Jianghu had already arrived at the Ami Kingdom's imperial city. At this time, Xiao Han found a cloak and a bamboo hat and covered his face with a mask, so as not to reveal his identity. Oh, it's actually that guy hiding in the Ami Kingdom's imperial city. Ha ha ha. At this time, Jianghu also shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Han looked at the chaotic scene. His gaze focused in the direction of the imperial city, and Xiao Han could clearly feel strands of immortal qi rising from within the imperial city. And from all directions, some of the common people were staggering towards the imperial city, while others were crying and turning back from the direction of the imperial city. Xiao Han said with a slight frown. The immortal hibernating in this Ami Kingdom seems to have an extremely bad character. That godly diviner, at least in the dragon-subduing city, does not interfere with the common people of this plane, and is harmless. Moreover, his fortune-telling and physiognomy are also merits. And this immortal actually caused such a huge commotion. Heh. I'm afraid that immortal can't escape responsibility for the chaos here. After a pause, Xiao Han looked at Jianghu. Brother Jianghu, you seem to know the immortal hiding in this city? Is this person someone with a bad reputation in the immortal world? Not really a bad reputation. In short, he's a weirdo. Jianghu laughed involuntarily. As for what that guy has done in this imperial city, Brother Xiao can find someone to ask. If Brother Xiao thinks that guy has gone too far, then you cannot give him a place to enter the 2nd level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. Xiao Han nodded slightly, and then directly pulled an old man who was frowning. Old master, what exactly has happened in the imperial city? Damn it! We've suffered a great crime. The old man directly cursed and complained. In an ordinary house in the Ami Kingdom's imperial city. Damn it! You too, this old man will tell you. The old man's spittle flew as he narrated to Xiao Han and Jianghu. Originally, there were many demon clans in our plane, and the world was not peaceful. However, a few years ago, a monstrous genius appeared in our plane. His name was Xiao Han. In short, Xiao Han led the way and eliminated most of the demon clans in our plane. This caused our plane to be peaceful everywhere. However, there are still a few demon clans in our Ami Kingdom's imperial city that were not completely eliminated. In recent years, these demon clans have been hiding, occasionally coming out to commit crimes. Their whereabouts are extremely secretive. Some demons came from above, but they were not able to find these hidden demon clans. However, a few days ago a character came. That guy, a fat head and big ears, with a pig-like face. When he came here, he clearly said that there were demon clans in our imperial city. He found His Majesty and made a deal with His Majesty. If he could help us eliminate these demon clans, then our Ami Kingdom must let him live in the imperial city and offer him food every day. His Majesty thought to himself, what's the point of offering food? As long as he can eliminate the demon clans that are wreaking havoc in the imperial city, even if he wants a mountain of gold and silver, we have to give it to him. In the end, this guy was really capable. He directly found those demon clans and killed them one by one. He gave us a clean and bright world. We celebrated with the whole country. We warmly welcomed that guy. However, a disaster came along with it. That guy can eat too much. You too. Guess how much he can eat every meal? The old man stared at Xiao Han and Jianghu with wide eyes. This. Xiao Han choked. He should be able to eat a lot, right? Let this old man tell you, that guy only used 3 days. Just like that, he ate up all the food in the palace warehouse. On the 4th day, he ate all the pigs, cows, and sheep in the imperial farm. From the 5th day onwards, the citizens of our imperial city must carry food from their homes to the imperial city every noon to worship him. The old man gritted his teeth in hatred. If this continues, our Ami kingdom will perish in less than a month. It can't be? Directly eating across an empire? Xiao Han was also shocked. To be continued. Chapter 564. Xiao Han was baffled by the old man's description. He had never heard of such a gluttonous fellow. In just a few days, he had eaten all the food in the royal warehouse and all the livestock in the royal farm. What kind of concept was this? He was going to devour the entire world. However, Xiao Han thought about it again. That fellow was an immortal who had descended. Naturally, he could not be measured with common sense. He could not be measured with the eyes of mortals. Xiao Han was extremely speechless as he sent a mental message to Xianxia. Brother Xianxia, I didn't think that you immortals could eat so much. Brother Xiao, I have already said that this person is a weirdo. He is a famous existence in the immortal world. You must not generalize him. For example, I will definitely not be able to eat 1/10,000th of his food. Oh no, 100,000th. Xianxia also smiled as he sent a voice transmission. After a pause, Xianxia sent a voice transmission. Brother Xiao, whether you give this weirdo a spot to enter the 2nd level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure depends on you. Let's not talk about the spot for now. At the very least, we have to stop him from eating like this. Otherwise, the Ami Empire will really perish. Xiao Han directly stood up and bid farewell to the chattering old man. Damn it, it's really easy to invite a god but hard to send him away. The bad thing is that our emperor made an oath with that fellow in advance to provide him with food and shelter for free. Now that he has helped us eradicate the demon race, if we drive him away, we will be in the wrong. Sigh, this matter cannot be blamed on His Majesty. Who would have thought that he would be such a glutton? The old man was still frantically venting his dissatisfaction. Xiao Han and Xianxia walked out. In the afternoon, the Ami Empire's imperial city finally restored some order after lunch. However, the passers-by on the streets were all dejected and there were some complaints. Xiao Han and Xianxia walked side by side in the direction of the imperial city. Brother Jialan, although this weirdo didn't commit any crimes or harm civilians, eating and drinking like this is still a kind of harm to the people of me country. Just now, I saw some poor families even take out some of the food they had stored in their house during the holidays to offer it to that weirdo. Looking at those poor families, their own families have to endure hunger, but they have to offer the best food to that weirdo. I feel sad. Xiao Han was a little indignant, but he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But then again, this weirdo has indeed contributed to the Ami kingdom. I've killed a remnant of the demon race that has brought disaster to a region. I really need to carefully consider this quota. Brother Xiao, there is no need to feel conflicted. Let's head to the Imperial Palace first and see that weirdo in person before making a decision, Xianxia added with a faint smile. However, it would be a pity to strip that weirdo of his spot. Oh! Xiao Han was stunned. Xianxia said seriously. This person's name is Tao Meizi. He's the most outstanding genius among the younger generation of a mid-tier sect in the immortal world. Why do you think he can eat so much? It's because he has a special gene in his bloodline. The bloodline of the ancient Tao Tai. Xianxia became more and more serious. In the immortal world, as long as an immortal has a special bloodline, their battle prowess far surpasses those of the same level. The ancient Tao Tai devours all things, and its body is like an abyss, unfathomable. Tao Meizi seems to have awakened the Tao Tai gene in his bloodline, so he can destroy a city and a country with one bite. This guy has entered the 2nd level of the immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure trove, and he will most likely gain something. Forget it, I can't break the rules just because of Tao Meizi's extraordinary talent. Whether to give Tao Meizi the quota or not, it's up to Brother Xiao. If Brother Xiao decides not to give him the quota, and he resists, I will teach him a lesson. Let's enter the Imperial Palace and see that Tao Meizi face to face. Xiao Han's eyes also showed some pondering. He seemed to be thinking of a good plan to deal with Tao Meizi. Ami Kingdom. Imperial Palace. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. An important official rushed in anxiously and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, Xiao Han has arrived at the imperial palace with Cha Xiao. He said that he wants to see Mr. Tao Meizi. What? Xiao Han has come. The emperor was surprised and happy. At this time, the surrounding officials all cheered and danced. Your Majesty, could it be that Xiao Han has heard that Mr. Tao Meizi is a little inappropriate in our country, so he personally intervened? Great. It's easy to invite a god in, but it's hard to send him away. We can't do anything to Mr. Tao Meizi, but Xiao Han has come. Great. Misfortune will finally leave. Let Mr. Tao Meizi go and harm other empires. But, Your Majesty, isn't this inappropriate? After all, Mr. Tao Meizi is our Ami Kingdom's benefactor. If we expel him now, isn't it like burning the bridge after crossing the river? We can't let Mr. Tao Meizi continue to eat like this. At most, in 10 days or half a month, our country will perish. Dear ministers, there's no need to say more. Now, I will personally welcome Xiao Han and Cha Xiao and take him to see Mr. Tao Meizi. I hope that the two of them will not have any disputes. Peace is precious. Peace is precious. The emperor went out to greet them. However, Xiao Han and Cha Xiao are like the sun in the sky in our plain. I don't know which sect Mr. Tao Meizi is from, or perhaps he is a demon from the Hero Tower. In short, he should give Xiao Han and Cha Xiao face, right? Ami Empire. Imperial Garden. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch, Tao Meizi sat on a soft chair with a golden saber, sprawled out like a pile of meat. He burped contentedly, drinking iced sour plum juice and eating fruits. Of course, the fruits he ate were piled up like a mountain. Burp, burp. Tao Meizi burped and patted his bulging belly. He was so happy that he kept roaring. Ah! Comfortable. Really comfortable. This world is much happier than the immortal world. No one is controlling me. There are still a few years before the second layer of the treasure of Ju Dao Immortal Emperor is opened. I, Tao Meizi, can still be happy for a few years. Hey, when the time comes, I'll go find Xiao Han and ask for a place directly. Well, I don't know what delicacies Xiao Han will use to entertain me. How can this Ami Empire become poor because of me? Well, I have here. As he spoke, Tao Meizi rummaged through his storage ring and found some top-grade immortal jades, which were shining brightly. These are the top-grade immortal jades I found in the immortal world. When the time comes, I'll give some to the king of the Ami Empire. It should be enough to compensate for the food I've eaten, right? I'm too lazy to go anywhere else. I'll just stay here for a while and enjoy the happiness of the world. Just as Tao Meizi was enjoying the beautiful time after the meal. Mr. Tao Meizi. Mr. Tao Meizi. There's a distinguished guest who wants to see you. A eunuch hurriedly ran over. Distinguished guest? Tao Meizi raised his body slightly. At this time, the emperor of the Ami Empire had already bowed and led Xiao Han and Jia Lanzi into the imperial garden. Well, Your Majesty, all of you can leave now. I have some important matters to discuss with Mr. Tao Meizi. Xiao Han said indifferently. Yes, yes. The emperor hurriedly nodded and said yes. However, before leaving, he still mumbled. Xiao Han, although Mr. Tao Meizi's appetite is a little big, but Mr. Tao Meizi is also a good person. He has helped our Ami Empire, and he is very kind. He has never argued with us. I know what I'm doing. Xiao Han nodded slightly. In the imperial garden, the emperor withdrew with the miscellaneous people. In the large garden, only Xiao Han, Jia Lanzi, whose face was covered and whose breath was like wood and stone, and Tao Meizi, who had a blank face, were left. Oh! Tao Meizi looked at Xiao Han very innocently, then smacked his lips and said, You are very strong. Among the mortals, you are one of the strongest. Perhaps invincible. But, do you know me, Tao Meizi? Why are you looking for me? Could it be that you want to give me good food and wine? Mr. Tao Meizi, let's get straight to the point. I am Xiao Han. Xiao Han smiled slightly. You are an immortal from the immortal world. After a few years, you will enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure, right? Xiao Han. You are Xiao Han. All of a sudden, Tao Meizi directly jumped up from the soft chair. His huge body shook and burst out with a thunderous roar. Xiao Han used his spiritual wave to slightly penetrate into Tao Meizi's body. Suddenly, Xiao Han felt that he was not facing a living creature, but a bottomless abyss. Tao Meizi's body was like an abyss, like the sea, like a black hole in the universe, like a world, incomparably huge and endless. After Xiao Han's spiritual wave penetrated into it, it lingered for a long time, unable to find the edge of the cliff. Really magical. Xiao Han praised in his heart. Brother Jialan is right. This person must be much more powerful than the immortals of the same realm. However, Xiao Han's face was very cold. Mr. Tao Meizi, you should know that after a few years, the quota to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is in my hands. This? Of course I know, of course. Hearing this, Tao Meizi suddenly became very anxious. He even showed some nervousness. He subconsciously rubbed his hands and said, Xiao Han, my friend, your face seems to be a little serious. Oh, are you blaming me for not taking the initiative to visit you? Oh. Xiao Han was directly stunned by Tao Meizi's attitude. Xiao Han never thought that Tao Meizi would be so amiable. In front of him, there was even a kind of uneasiness, like a child's restraint. He did not seem to be arrogant at all. This guy is really a fool. Unconsciously, Xiao Han had a trace of a good impression of this Tao Meizi. However, Xiao Han's face was still very cold and stern. The quota is in my hands. I, Xiao Han, want whoever gets the quota. I, Xiao Han, will not allow any immortal to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. He will not be able to enter. Mr. Tao Meizi, you have to know that you are not the only immortal that descended this time. More than 300 immortals, competing for 200 quotas. No, now there are only 199 quotas left. Each quota is very precious. Ah, is that so? On Tao Meizi's smooth and broad forehead, fine beads of sweat seeped out. He became more and more nervous. There are only 199 quotas left? This. Brother Xiao Han, you must give me, Tao Meizi, a quota. If you don't give me a quota, when I return to the sect, those old guys will starve me for a year and a half. That would be worse than death. Hee. Give you a quota? Xiao Han pretended to be very cold and stern and raised his voice. If the immortals that descended this time want to get a quota, they must abide by the rules of this plane. They must not commit crimes or commit crimes. Once they commit a crime, there will be no quota for them. Mr. Tao Meizi, in this Ami Empire, you destroy the livelihood of mortals and eat and drink for free. Do you think that you should get a quota from me? Ah! Hearing Xiao Han's words, Tao Meizi's whole body trembled in fear. He hurriedly defended himself. Brother Xiao Han, I did not commit crimes. You. Listen to my explanation. You must listen to my explanation. It's a misunderstanding. Brother, everything is a misunderstanding. I did not eat and drink for free, right? I killed a few remnants of the demon clan on behalf of the mortals of this country. They personally promised to provide me with food and drink. Besides, I also prepared to give them some compensation. As he spoke, Tao Meizi took out a lot of supreme-grade immortal jades from his storage ring. Xiao Han pondered for a moment. Mr. Tao Meizi, no matter how you quibble, in short, many poor families have indeed been badly battered by you. Some families have become more and more destitute. All of this was caused by you. No, it was all caused by your mouth. I was really wrong? Tao Meizi swallowed his saliva. His eyes extremely confused. Brother, about the quota, can we discuss it again? Don't worry, as long as you promise to give me a quota, I will immediately leave the Ami Empire. Moreover, I will give enough compensation to the monarch of this country. Oh, I didn't expect that Mr. Tao Meizi also has a heart of repentance. At this time, Xiao Han changed the topic. Mr. Tao Meizi, as you said, you are not completely without merit. At least, you have vanquished the demons for the Ami Empire, which can be regarded as getting rid of evil for the people. Moreover, your character is very simple. I also hit it off with you. How about this? If you can atone for your sins now, then it is not too late. I can also give you a quota, and there is no harm in making friends with you. Atone. Tao Meizhi's eyes shone with golden light. Of course, I am willing to atone for my sins. Brother Xiao Han, thank you for giving me, Tao Meizhi, this opportunity. So, how can I atone for my sins? Well. Xiao Han's eyes kept moving, his expression like a fox showing its tail. If you have any immortal pills or immortal medicines, take some out. It will be considered atonement. Good. Brother Xiao. So, you want to take this opportunity to extort Tao Meizhi, the immortal world's idiot. Ha 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 ha. A mortal extorting an immortal. This is really unprecedented. Ha 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 ha. Brother Xiao, you have it. Hearing this, Jia Lanzi had already guessed Xiao Han's idea, so he directly sent a soul message to Xiao Han, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. With Tao Meizhi's character, he will definitely fall into Brother Zhao's trap. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.